development sector organizations. Program has been designed exclusive for civil society organizations and social entrepreneurs. This seminar is brought to you in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu and also our knowledge partners CSR Spark and Lakshya. Request the dignitaries, the chief guest for the day, Mr. S Jawahar IAS, Additional Chief Daring Fisheries and Fishermen Welfare, Government of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Swaran Singh IAS, former Principal Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu and Chairman, TVS Srinivasan Services Trust, Mr. R.S. Krishnaswamy, Founder and Chief Patron, CSR Spark from Coimbatore, and Group Captain R. Vijaykumar, Executive Director, Madras Management Association, to take their place on the dais, please. Morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we commence the program this morning with the invocation of Tamil Thai Varthu. May I request you all to raise for Tamil Thai Varthu, please.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வனத கண்டனிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Group Captain R. Vijaykumar, VSM, was awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India for his distinguished service of very high order. He is currently the Executive Director, Madras Management Association. Sir, request Group Captain Vijaykumar to deliver the formal welcome address.
Morning, Satish. Thank you, gentlemen. Before I welcome everybody, I'll request you to, as much as possible, wear the mask. Your safety and our safety will be very good. And this building is totally sanitized, but notwithstanding, I urge upon you to do that in your safety. Okay. And let me have the privilege of delivering the formal welcome address this morning. This is a very, very unique event for us. Many of you members, others who are watching the program live on all our social media portals, MMA webinar, live webinar, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and all on MMA, Voice of MMA, audio live. You all know you'll immensely benefit wherever you are in your own comfort. You must watch all the sessions which are very, very useful to you. We strongly believe in MMA that events like this really add tremendous value to the participants. And if you have to be a good citizen, you must understand the nature of our governance, nature of our country, and nature of our citizenship, and how much we can contribute to the society. In that context, we firmly believe the NGOs and social sector development is very, very important. And the huge amount of money spent by the government on various social sector activities. And also the CSR become mandatory for the corporate to apportion a portion of their profits towards the CSR initiative. Under these circumstances, there are a number of laws have been enacted. They're all enabling act actually. As enabling act, how you have to implement them, how you have to put them in place, and how you should do things without getting into trouble, and you have to meet the aspiration of the people whom you are targeting. You have to meet the aspiration of your own individuals. You have to meet the aspiration of the people who are giving you funding. So all this put together, it's a quite challenging job. That's why when I met Mr. Swaran Singh from the TVS, Swaran Singh, who is a former Principal Secretary of the Government of Tamil Nadu and also Chairman of TVS SST, he suggested why can't we even organize a seminar which will really give a lot of insights and also showcase some of the best run NGOs, that how you can really get empowered by watching and get inspired. That is the context of this thing. And let me have the privilege of welcome our chief guest for this evening, for this morning inaugural address to be delivered by Mr. S Jawahar, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, the Government of Animal Husbandry, Dairy, Fisheries, Fishermen Welfare, Government of Tamil Nadu. And we are indeed blessed to have a chief guest, Mr. Jawahar, because he is the one person who has worked so closely with NGOs. Even now he's wondering, being an animal husbandry and fisheries, most of the things, segments are worked at that level where NGOs play a vital role. And he's also been doing tsunami Nagapattinam district collector, done some phenomenal work on emergency, and he's got a best collector award. I think that round a big round of applause to our chief guest. So we have a very, very distinguished chief guest with us, and we are all eagerly waiting. Thank you, sir. I know how busy you are, sparing your valuable time to be with us this morning. We are indeed blessed, and we are eagerly looking forward to hearing your thought-provoking views on the theme, sir. Then let me also have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Swaran Singh, and without him we couldn't have organized, because he is the one force behind us to do and how to do various activities, and also facilitating some of the best NGOs to come and showcase there. And it's really a privilege to work along with TVSS, and I'm looking forward to do more in future. We have with us also Mr. Krishna Swami, who is also Krishna Swami, who is a founder, chief partner of CSR Park. He's a good friend of MMA. We've been working together. He'll be giving the overview. He's a knowledge partner. He set the context, and we also have some outstanding speaker. We have Mr. Nikhil Pant, founder, Lakshya. He's come all the way from New Delhi, and I'll walk miles to listen to him, because Nikhil will be sharing with you a 2 hours workshop sort of thing, where every nitty-gritty about all that you need to know about implementing this, how to make yourself an enabler, and how to make yourself a very vibrant organization. All those who are watching, any of your friends are missed, please tell them not to miss this, watch what is happening live. If it is missed, not to worry, it's all available live on YouTube. And let me also have the pleasure of inviting, who is already with us in the audience, Sujata, who is the SDG consultant of Government of Tamil Nadu. Then we have a very, very high-profile panel with us who will be talking to us this afternoon. We have Mr. Swaran Singh is going to be part of the panel, Aloysius Fernandez, Rajkumar, Sai Chandrashekar, and Venkat Raman, and it will be moderated, will be done by Preeti Ranjan. This is a high-profile panel where the panelists will be joining us and sharing their insights. 2 of the panelists are joining in spite of the busy coming. One is joining from Ooty, other panel joining from London. Idea is to bring in cross-section of people to come and share their insights. I think that will help you a lot. And coming to today's event, as I mentioned, I also want to talk briefly about MMA. MMA is established about 6 decades, over 66 years old, and we are not-for-profit organization, charitable, educational. We also do quite a bit of CSR work, and we have over 8,000 members. We do some 700 events in a year. This is our own property, which was created about 6 years back, inaugurated by the Vice President of India. And we have got a state-of-art facilities with us for hybrid model, and we have got an external library with over 3,000 e-books and 1.24 million research papers. And we do quite a bit of events on all segments. Like while we are doing event here, there's a workshop going on the 3rd floor. There's another event is happening 1st floor. Constantly we work at different areas, different works at the same time simultaneously. Yes, at times we go into trouble doing multiple events at the same time. But notwithstanding, our job is to reach out to as many people as possible. And that is what is MMA for you. And we are indeed privileged to have you with us this morning at this very, very unique seminar. I'm quite sure your day is well spent. Your investment of time is well spent. At the end of the day, when you leave this place, you will go happily with more wiser and in terms of whatever. Let me welcome all the NGOs who have joined us this morning, and more joining us. We have more than 220 registrations and more joining us very shortly. And I strongly consider the business point, MSMEs as the backbone of the country, their job. But I always consider NGOs as the backbone who really act like a bridge between the source of funding and the grassroots people. Grassroots people really confess themselves to their NGOs, and that is very, very important. So sit back, relax. At the end of the day, join us for lunch, go around MMA, see the places. MMA is for everybody. It's not one we restrict to only members. You can use them extensively. And thanks once again. Welcome all the viewers watching this program live, all the people who are with us, and thanks. Sit back and have a great one-day seminar.
Thank you, Group Captain. Mr. Swaran Singh, IAS, former Principal Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, and the Chairman, TVS Srinivasan Services Trust. Mr. Swaran Singh has 3 decades of public service and had held significant portfolio in the Government of Tamil Nadu, including Corporation Commissioner of Trichy District, District Collector of Thoothukudi, and Chairman of TNEB. He retired as the Principal Secretary and Commissioner for Industries and Commerce for the Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. Singh has been associated with the TVS Srinivasan Services Trust from 2017. Request Mr. Swaran Singh to deliver the introductory remarks, please.
Very good morning to each and everybody. First of all, I would like to thank our guest of honor, Mr. T.S. Jawahar, who consented to a request without making any limitations. Second, big thanks to our MMA group captain, Vijay Kumar ji, who is always proactive. You might have heard him saying, he's always, if I say, the man of action. Third point I want to say, Mr. Kishan Swami, whom I met, he's basically an engineer, turned to be a social sector organizer. And he's, if I say, like the most proactive for the welfare of the society. My colleague, Dr. C.K. Sridharan, he is our mentor. He is 1975 batch of IFS, who has been guiding us for the afforestation, for the tribal welfare. And Mr. Nikhil, he is the man with a lot of vision, lot of action. He is not based in Delhi, all over the country. He is known as Mr. Prompt Nikhil Pant. And I think Agastya Foundation, Sai Chandrashekar ji, I think everybody knows in Tamil Nadu, illa makkal Tamil Nadu nalla theriyum, Sai Chandrashekar is well known for empowerment of the teachers community, empowerment of the students. And his passion and compassion for the students has really won the hearts of millions of the teachers and the students. Last but not the least, if I say a few words about Dr. Sujata, I think she is the, if I say, the brain behind the planning of Tamil Nadu. What is happening today in Tamil Nadu, it is because of the planning commission as well. And the most important, my dear, Thambi avargale, Tangchi avargale, Anna avargale, Peri avargale, ellarum ennudiya kaalai vanakkam. Tamil Nadu prati Satish avargal nalla theriyum. Tamil Nadu is well known in every part of the India. You might have seen that Tamil Nadu is known for educational hub, known for the health hub, known for the industry hub. You see the IIT Chennai for the last 6 years has been continuously performing. So Tamil Nadu is the state which is performing on all angles. The credit for this should not go to government alone. Credit should go to all of you. Social sector. If the importance of the social sector organizations need not be highlighted frequently. If you say the proactive social sector, Make India, I underline, Make India launch for Sustainable Development Goals. If there is achievement of Sustainable Development Goals in the country, the credit for such things should also go to the government. All the governments, Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, and the various state governments. Main mission of a Sustainable Development Goal is to make every human being, I underline, every human being of the universe or of the global to be safe, to be respected, to be guided, to be honored, to be trusted, so that there's a peace, there's a prosperity, there's a harmony. That is the objective of Sustainable Development Goals. Everybody is aware, government, either Government of India or Government of Tamil Nadu, basically is the biggest umbrella in the country for the promotion of social sector, for the growth of the NGOs, for the growth of the civil society. Unfortunately, with the due respect to our respected chairman, because I was also part of the government for about, let's say, 30 years plus. But I find there's a lack of trust. There's a lack of trust between the government and the NGOs, and vice versa. Even there's no trust among the NGOs also. If you ask, I was trying to talk to somebody, எப்பா உங்களை SST பற்றி தெரியுமா? He said, sir, somebody told me. Did you ever try to talk to somebody? He said, இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணுறேன். I said, இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ண முன்ன ட்ரை பண்ணல. See, this shows the compassion, this shows the interest. We are one. We are not different people. Why should we have the concept North Pole and South Pole? Government is proactive. The present government, if I say like this, you see every day some new schemes are being announced. Why can't we listed out some of the schemes, listed out some of the projects which can be done by the social sector? That is only possible if there is a trust, if there is a confidence. I am not claiming that SST has more contact or more trust or association. Everybody has. So far civil society is concerned, or SST or social sector organizations are concerned, I personally feel the need to build the capacity and capabilities. When I underline the word capacity and capabilities, I need not define more than this. And if the government takes a challenge that we will see, like for example, the afforestation, it can be done by the NGOs. Take the health sector, it can be done very good. Take the case of Agastya Foundation, for example, education can be looked after by them. Water and soil conservation, some of the NGOs are quite more dedicated and committed. But unfortunately, I again repeat, that we need capabilities, skills and competencies. More and more the competence and skills are there, more and more the result should be prompt. The NGO should deliver. I underline the word, they should deliver. Delivery mechanism has to be improved. And coming to the last 1-2 points, which I think is very important. Today, in this global world, in the changing world, what is happening is, there is no impact assessment. We have tried to create impact. Impact should not remain for 1 year. A project should not be for 6 months or 1 year. There should be sustainability of that particular project. If there is a sustainability, I am very sure that, for example, without naming some NGOs who have done wonderful job there. When I came to Tamil Nadu, we tried one simple example, they call it PRA, Participatory Rural Appraisal. I was posted in some place called Tirunelveli, in the deep south of Tamil Nadu. We tried a PRA. Then we started PRA mapping of the villages, we started mapping of the resources, we started mapping of the skills and competencies. When we published the list of the beneficiaries, IRDP, on those days they used to call it IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Programs. They call it TRISOM program, Skill Development Program we call it today, Dwakra program. What happened? There was a hue and cry. There was a hue and cry, how this gentleman, not me, my team, can publish the names of all the people who have been selected. It was published in Denemalar, which is very, very wanted newspaper. We deliberately put it there, put in Dinitandi. And those people are saying, we never heard like this. No, these PRA exercise is nowadays missing in so many places. If I put that more blunt, which you have to ponder over this, though I was not feeling well, but I took a dose to come to participate in this particular conference. Today, if I say, my dear friends, let's take the case of Nilgiris, or take the case Javadu Hills. I am talking the tribal people. The number may be, let's say, 28,000 or 50,000. The number almost remains more or less the same. Not much scaling up had taken place. But if you go to Nilgiris, I was surprised. With due respect to you, including me, I am a part of NGO. So that's why when I talk including myself. I am not excluding myself. When we went there, we were rather shocked. Those poor people, those tribal people, they still remains in uncontrolled inequalities. The uncontrolled inequalities still persist in this Nilgiri district, either in terms of social, economic, political, or whatever the thing you want to see that. When I tried to ask the collector, previous was Innocent Divya, she was quite proactive with you, and then the new collector, I talked to them. This person told me, he says, sir, the number of NGOs which have grown up in Nilgiris is more than the population of the tribal people. Today we have got 3 million plus NGOs in India. Now you can understand. With 3 million NGOs in the country, at least we can provide equality, especially for the women. We can do the women empowerment at least for 300 million people. I am not talking about 300 billion people. I am talking about 300 million people. This is only possible. I underline, this is only possible. My dear friends, with this I would like to conclude. Each individual on this earth is a talented one. Each NGO is a committed one. Each member of the NGO is a committed one. Only thing which I would like to say is this, there's a need for integration. There's a need for integration of the activities, need for integration of the minds. With this, we'll be able to make it. With this, my 5 minutes are over. Ellarum ennode nandri, vanakkam.
மிக்க நன்றி திரு ஸ்வரன் சிங் அவர்களே. Thank you, sir, for really setting the context for this seminar. Mr. R.S. Krishnaswamy, founder and chief patron, CSR Park. After 3 decades of experience in entrepreneurship and a further decade of volunteering with NGOs, Mr. Krishnaswamy now consults for corporates in various aspects of CSR, such as formulation of policy, choice of projects, identification of implementing agencies, monitoring and reporting. He is the founder of CSR Spark, whose main objective is to enable better collaboration among the various stakeholders involved in the CSR environment. He is certified as a CSR professional by Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, New Delhi, under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Request Mr. Krishnaswamy to deliver the overview of this seminar.
Respected Sri Jawahar, sir, Mr. Swaran Singh, Captain, Dr. Sujata, close friend Nikhil, and all those of you who come here, made it here. I'll just talk about the genesis of this event, how we framed this event. Originally, we had an idea of going only for CSR straight away, because once we had Nikhil in mind, we said CSR is the primary concept. Then Captain said, no, we have to bring in the social entrepreneurs also. There are quite a lot of startups over here in the social sector. We should say how they can participate in this event. So eventually, when we think of CSR or any social sector organization, the first person who comes to mind is Nikhil. He has been in the framing of the CSR law. He knows he will be able to give us an idea about the intent of the law, how it is be expected to be acted upon. And of course, he will also bring in view probably he'll be concentrating more on CSR, but it will come, the social sector will be coming all along during his talk. And when you have the social sector, it is very vital that you have to have the SDGs in mind. Then, of course, we requested Dr. Sujata. She had come earlier to MMA regarding the SDGs. So today she will be not talking about what is SDGs, but how to incorporate SDGs in your action, and that will be a key takeaway for all of you. That is one thing. So this particular event is not meant for a huge crowd, but for a particular concentrated group. And so I hope there are quite a lot of takeaways. I will be concentrating more on the analysis of the performance of CSR over the past 7 years. I will also not be talking too much about the technicalities of CSR. And with Nikhil at hand, please make a note of whatever question you want to ask. You ask any question, I am very, very sure he'll be able to answer it. So with this, I hope you have a good learning session today, more of a learning session the entire day. And welcome again to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us that overview of the seminar. Mr. T.S. Jawahar has been serving the people for more than 3 decades. Simplicity, easy accessibility, and his extraordinary field visits have made him close to the people of Tamil Nadu. He received the Best District Collector Award for his yeoman service after the tsunami in Nagapattinam. And he was instrumental in the digitization of all the records of millions of government employees and pensioners across the state. Nagapattinam today can boast of many deserted channels and sincere gratitude to him for his tremendous work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to hear from the chief guest. Audience, please put your hands together to welcome our chief guest for the day.
Can you close? Thank you. I'll remove the mask, take a little bit of risk. But mask has been of great advantage, especially when you are attending video conferences. I usually put the mic on mute and then I speak to my colleagues to get some data without the person opposite side knowing. And also masks have been of great help for getting many people married, people with crooked teeth, people with crooked noses and all. So they realize much later how the person looked without the mask. So it's a joke. So, and among our colleagues, when we suddenly see somebody, like when we're having a tea or something, you see without the mask, then we realize we are not seeing the person without the mask for a long time. The person looks familiar, but we are not able to identify. So these are the last 2 years we have been living with the mask, and now of late, sometimes I feel Corona has become a sort of a demand-driven or rather supply-driven entity. So many masks have been manufactured, so many millions of liters of sanitizer have been manufactured that Corona wants to continue. So with these few words, I like to start my speech. First of all, my sincere gratitude to respected Shri Swaran Singh sir, former Principal Secretary Government of Tamil Nadu and Chairman of TVS SST. Sir has attended my wedding reception way back in 1992, October, when he was Additional Collector of Tirunelveli District. Sir has not changed at all except for the color of the beard and the moustache, but I have changed profusely. So sir, really we appreciate your physical fitness and your alertness and your speed with which you are still working, sir. Your inspiration to all of us, sir. Respected Founder and Chief Patron, CSR Spark, Thiru R.S. Krishnaswamy, Madam Dr. Sujata, Sustainable Development Goal Consultant in the Department of Planning and Development, Government of Tamil Nadu. Nikhil Pant, Founder, Lakshya, CEO, REACHA, former Chief Program Executive, NFCSR, Honorary Advisor, CSR Spark. The Executive Director of MMA, respected Group Captain R. Vijaykumarji, VSM, Chief Operations Agastya International Foundation, Shri Sai Chandrashekar, respected Sridharan sir, and all esteemed members of the forum. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to be amongst you today. Swaran Singh sir was speaking about the similarities between NGOs and the government. I thought of one phrase. Government and NGOs do not do different things. They do things differently. That is the difference. The goals are the same. Upliftment of the most disadvantaged sections of the society. Because a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Any country, prosperity or standard of living has to be judged by the standard of living of the weakest, of the most disadvantaged section. Why are there certain disadvantaged sections in the country, even after so many years of independence? Reasons being inherent biases like caste, community, geographical disadvantages like remote places, people living in remote, inaccessible areas, in the hilly terrains, in the midst of forests, and some historical reasons also. I'll again like to elaborate between the difference between the government and the NGOs. Government has got a very bureaucratic approach. After 32 years in the government, I can vouch. But government certainly has got a very bureaucratic approach, top-down approach. People in the secretariat in Chennai or the central secretariat in Delhi decide what is good for the people in the remote village. Whereas NGOs are basically grassroots level organizations working at the grassroots, and the feedback from the grassroots is what goes to the leaders of the NGOs who decide the approach. Thanks to our British legacy, even today, many government servants look at the people as the subjects, as if we are the rulers and they are subjects. Whereas NGOs have, as Swaran Singh sir rightly pointed out, a participative approach. They work with the people, not for the people, but with the people. That is the difference. Government, again, we are bound by too many rules and regulations. I will give an example. Whereas NGOs are obviously relatively flexible and adaptable to the local needs. Many years ago, I was in the Home Department, I was dealing with a file related to providing additional toilet blocks for the one particular police building in some place in Tamil Nadu. When the file was sent to finance, when you asked for more funds for this particular additional toilet block, the query came, what were these people doing till now? Why are you asking for more funds? How are they managing till now? I was very, I wanted to write that there are a lot of bushes around. So this type of, red tapeism, unnecessary queries happen to slow down the progress of schemes and slow down the entire decision-making process. So this is the inherent disadvantage in government, which is fortunately not there among the NGOs. Our objectives are common, as I told, upliftment. What is more important, most important is cooperation between the civil society organization, the NGOs and the government. Government certainly has got more resources. There's no doubt about it. But unfortunately, these resources are tied up and unevenly allocated due to various reasons, including political reasons. You find refinery, I've seen my own eyes, refinery in a place where for miles around there is no source of crude oil. Crude oil is being imported and from a 300-kilometer long pipeline it is being, because the refinery was to be there thanks to the then people in power. These types of decisions, this type of uneven allocation of resources do take place. Another example is there. We have a 900 crore project, I've seen with my own eyes, where 300 crores is being spent for supplying water. Water is coming from 300 kilometers away. So these types of decisions, unfortunately, ensure or result in uneven distribution of resources. I worked in Nagapattinam for 2 years. 1.5 years, I joined 1.5 years after the tsunami. The immediate need after tsunami was relief, taking care of the injured and disposing the dead bodies. That was done in the first few days. Then it continued. Then the real work, the real challenge was when I joined, that was the rehabilitation part. And I am really thankful to all the NGOs that were there. When I joined, there were more than 300 NGOs working in Nagapattinam. We all worked as one team. We had an NGO coordination center in the district collectorate itself, where we used to coordinate with all the NGOs. And we were successful, among other things, in building 17,794 houses of the victims, entirely sponsored by the NGOs. 58 NGOs. The type design was approved by the government because we didn't want one NGO to make a bigger house, another NGO to make a smaller house, to avoid inherent clashes or some sort of discontent. So the type design, 3 or 4 types of type designs were approved by the government. The unit cost was fixed. In those days, I'm talking about 2006 to 8, 2.5 lakhs. These houses were built for the earthquake resistant houses. These houses were built for the tsunami victims in 93 locations along the 188 kilometer long coastline of Nagapattinam district. These houses are still going strong. Almost all the houses have my photo also, because I'm there receiving the key from the VIPs, from the Honorable CM or from the Governor or from any other dignitary. When the houses were being handed over to the beneficiaries. Infrastructure was provided by the government. Government took care of the acquisition of the land for making these houses. Also roads, drainage, drinking water, electricity supply, all the infrastructure was provided by the government. We were able to do this by conducting weekly meetings. Some of the, while building, when you are taking such a large scale operation, obviously suddenly you have shortage of blue metal, shortage of cement, shortage of sand for construction. So we conducted weekly meeting with these NGOs who were involved in the construction, and we were able to solve all the problems, clear the bottlenecks, and we ensured that all the houses were delivered to the victims in time. Another 200 NGOs are working towards livelihood, mental health and other issues, which also they were doing very well. So what I am trying to say, it is possible. There is certainly a lack of trust between NGOs and government. NGOs feel that government is mired in red tape, what I myself confessed. Government is mired in red tape, corruption, favoritism, and some decisions which are totally decided by political consideration. Still, government is a permanent structure in there for so many years. There are good people in government like Sir, and we have done our best. Among NGO side, there are all types of NGOs, good, bad and ugly. So the good NGOs will certainly survive, and certainly there will be a very good collaboration between government and the good NGOs who are doing human service, which the government cannot provide. As simple as government cannot provide the services that you are providing. We are not in a position to, we have not either mentally prepared for that type of activity, working at the grassroots level among the people, till now. Maybe things will change in the future. Or the thinking, the entire thinking, the process, the planning process has to change. Then only government can think of providing the type of services what the good NGOs are providing today all over the country. Because it's very simple. See, there will be a certainly major difference between the output and involvement of a salaried government employee and a volunteer with a passion to deliver. Whereas, when it comes to partnership between the government and the NGOs, lot of strengths are there and lot of advantages are there due to this partnership. I will just spell out a few of them. First of all, the resources can be shared. Human resources, government is still the largest employer. So the human resources of the government as well as the specialized and motivated persons who are in the NGOs will come together and work towards the upliftment. Then the data, government has got a vast collection of data which can be of great use to the NGOs. At one time these data was supposed to be secret, cannot be shared. Now thanks to the RTI, everything can be shared and is being shared. Monetary resources, government has its funds thanks to the taxpayer, who are still very few numbers in our country, and the CSR funds of yours. So our collaboration can certainly do wonders. Then we get to learn from each other, from the government experience, like conferences like this is where we learn from each other, your experience, NGO's experience and the government experience. What can be called as cross-learning. Sir was mentioning about the remote communities, especially the tribal people. It is high time that these issues were addressed. One reason I like to mention why. Sometimes during the course of our working, especially in the field where people come to the office in large numbers, my subordinates used to say, my sub-collector or my tahsildar used to say, sir, we are not able to do the regular, hundreds of people are coming with their request for various things. And I told them, I counseled them, I said, friend, they are approaching you because they have faith in you. They have faith in the government of Tamil Nadu. The day their faith is lost, your life is in danger. How? 70 out of 770 districts today in India are badly affected by left-wing extremism, where the writ of the government does not function. I have seen with my own eyes. The district collector gets kidnapped along with the 4 of his bodyguards. That is how. Because the faith of those people is gone. They don't have faith in the government anymore. At one time, there were 550 districts. 170 districts were affected. That is the condition. So, it is very important that the faith of the people in the government is sustained through collaborative activities, collaborative efforts of the government as well as the NGOs. These groups have very limited access to the resources. So, we have to provide them information, logistics, health, educational institutions so that they can join the mainstream. That is why they are unable to participate in the interventions today or have a feeling towards ownership. Therefore, they are easily targeted and influenced by these extremist elements. And in the war between the left-wing extremists and the government forces, or the war between Tamil Nadu police and the Karnataka police and Veerappan's gang, who was the worst sufferer? The tribal, the disciplined people. There is an old African saying, whether the elephants fight or make love, it is the grass that suffers. So this grass, we have to rescue this grass and ensure that they participate in the mainstream. Then only we can say that our country has truly progressed. So I have a few suggestions to this August forum before I conclude. Let us all work towards strengthening the farmer producers organizations, the cooperatives, the self-help groups, and engage them right from the planning stage onwards. As I said, plans formulated in Delhi or in Chennai will not work. in the remotest area of Pudukkottai or the Nilgiris. The demand has to come from the grassroots. This is very, very important. Thanks to the Constitution, our democracy is still intact. We are seeing what is happening in the countries around, our neighbors, what's happening, we are seeing. I was reminded of one incident which I saw with my own eyes in Bihar, and then I will conclude. I have conducted some 15, not conducted, I have been election observer appointed by the Election Commission of India in some 15 constituencies, some 10-15 years. I am talking about 20 years ago. So twice I went to Bihar for conducting elections. So my system is, as soon as I go to the constituency, I see to the map of the constituency to find out what all the polling booths to visit. Polling booths have to be visited and seen whether they are in good condition, fit for the voting to take place, which will happen after 2 weeks. So 3 bodyguards were given to me with huge rifles. And I said, okay, let us go to this polling station today. He said, no, sir. Better to avoid this one. Okay, then let us go to this one. Sir, no, sir. There also better to avoid. Okay, then where shall we go? Sir, this one is better. He said, what is the problem? Why can't we go to this? Sir, our writ does not exist there. We have no control over those places. I said, you got AK-47 with you? Sir, those guys have AK-54. They've got satellite phones. They've got horses. They capture the entire area, the riverbed, which is, once the floods recede, the very fertile soil is exposed where thousands of acres are captured by the local gangs and they grow cash crops there and rake in millions. So the writ of the government does not exist in those areas. Then I said, how come then how will we conduct the election? Sir, 3 days before the polling, the BSF comes and they got light machine guns. They got vehicle mounted machine gun. So then they will go for a flag march and maybe 1 or 2 fellows will be shot. Then the election will be conducted peacefully. That was the condition 20 years ago. Then I said, yeah, this is now when we are coming and from the election commission all the way from Chennai to the remote part of Bihar and conducting. How were things before all this election commission and things? Sir, it was very, very nice. It was very pleasant. There will be queues, very systematic queues outside the polling station. So one by one the voters will go inside, take the ballot paper, and at the place where they have to put the chapa, put the stamp, one fellow will be sitting under the table with a big moustache. So he'll just say like this, he'll make, so you have to hand over the ballot paper to him. This fellow will do the stamping and say you put it, fold it and put it. So what if this guy comes out and makes a hue and cry? Sir, there's another big moustache guy outside also. And by 12 o'clock we were all happy, sir. We used to have lunch at home. Now at 5 o'clock you have to give the tokens and elections take place up to 7 p.m. We were told by the election commission, when you are approaching any polling station, look for, in the line, in the queue, look for women, look for aged people. If there are women in the line, there are aged people, that means polling is happening without any fear. I was moved when one 70-year-old man, he held my hand and said, "Aap kahan se aaye ho? Where are you from?" I said, "I've come all the way from Chennai." He said, "Thanks to you, I'm coming out to vote for after 20 years. So that is the writ of government. That is how our democracy survives. Long live our democracy. Long live the partnership between NGOs and the government. Let us all work towards a better India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. You really graced the event with your special address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to honor our chief guest with the mementos as a token of appreciation. Request Mr. Swaran Singh and Group Captain Vijay Kumar to do us the honor for the chief guest, Mr. Jawahar, IAS. Request Mr. Krishna Swamy also to join us, please.
read that, you'll be surprised. You see, inside the books, this is a silent revolution. And SST works in a silent revolution. This is the ribbon class done by the NGO from Dharmapuri. Anybody want to have new day called marriage ceremonies, murder ceremonies, and we also do. So you heard about Satyamana in February district. Not by us. So this is want to convey, and besides the banana fiber, he said, wealth for the waste. They are not done by the NGOs, done by the social sector people. And this bag also belongs to the NGOs, not to me and others.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries, please stay back. We have another announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us also to honor the team from DG Vaishnav College, Department of Social Work, Dr. Sulu Priya and team. Please, can I request Dr. Sulu Priya and the team to come onto the stage? They have submitted kind of a support in developing MMA, CSR activities, the report they compiled with the impact statement. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of inaugural session. I request the participants and dignitaries to please join us for the high tea. And we'll all come back to this auditorium by about another 15-20 minutes for the next session by Mr. Nikhil Pant.
by SST. We have covered about 270 tanks like this at a cost of roughly about 16 crores. And that was done with the community participation. Health, what we do, we have got 22 primary health centers or the health centers which are run by the
Sir? Sir, it is okay?
They serve the poor people and the vulnerable section of society, especially the women and children. They provide free medicines. SST believes in the concept that without community participation contribution, it will be difficult. We have covered roughly about 15,000 acres. 15,000 acres have been brought under afforestation, which is a big chunk for improving the environment. In Tirkungudi, you used to have kacha houses, thatched houses, and you have to have mud roads. People are not seeing the face of two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers. Today, we are happy with a great pleasure to share that almost all 99% of houses are pakka houses. Each house is having TV, having refrigerators, each house is having a two-wheeler, four-wheelers. This is the real transformation which SST has brought.
Srinivasan Services Trust, in association with the government, addressed acute water scarcity challenges and facilitated respite for several drought-hit villages in Tamil Nadu. So far, SST teams and the government have desilted 270 tanks in Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, thereby creating 55 million cubic feet of water storage capacity. 19.43 tons of silt have been utilized by farmers as fertilizers and also for strengthening the bunds of tanks. They also declogged all the supply channels for the free flow of water in various towns and villages of the state. This helps farmers improve the fertility of the soil. The initiative brought about significant improvement in the groundwater level and duration of water availability in these areas.
இந்த குளத்தில் வந்து முன்னால் வந்து ஒரு 60 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாலேருந்து இப்போ வர
For the past 60 years or so, before TVS people came and desilted the tank, the water was available only for 3 months. In those 3 months, due to improper storage capacity, in the last 1 month there was no water available for agricultural use. Therefore, no farming could be done, resulting in losses. Now, after TVS started desilting the tank, now the water capacity has increased to 26 lakh liters. Because of this, now the water is available for agricultural use and helpful for all farmers here. We are very grateful to TVS and will always be indebted to them.
ரொம்ப உதவியாக இருக்குது. டிவிஎஸ் அறக்கட்டளைக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் என்றைக்குமே நன்றி கடன்பட்டவங்களாக இருக்கிறோம்.
Srinivasan Services Trust has made continuous efforts to create awareness on personal hygiene, especially for girl students who face pressing health concerns and discomfort due to the insufficient toilet facilities available in schools. The trust has repaired and renovated toilets for hundreds of schools and Anganwadis across Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh.
Srinivasan Service Trust constructed toilets for us. 14 toilets have been built for us, out of which 13 toilets are Indian toilets and 1 is Western toilet. The toilets are very useful for us and are very comfortable too. Earlier, we used to take a lot of time to take toilet breaks as there were only 2 toilets and a lot of stagnant water used to collect in the toilet. Now, since the 14 toilets are there, we can easily attend classes as well. So it's useful for us. They've constructed wash basins inside the toilets and there's no stagnant water getting collected inside the toilet. It's very neat and clean and we feel very hygienic. They have given us all the facilities we need.
இதனுடைய மெயின் விஷயம் என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா எங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்
There are 450 students studying in this school, but we only had 2 toilets. Female students face difficulties because they only get 10 minutes of interval. Especially the 10th standard students as they are expected in their classes without delay. This creates a number of problems. The girls feel very comfortable because now we have 13 Indian and 1 Western type toilet. Students are very happy.
They feel very comfortable. Students are very happy now.
Another inspiring story of sustainable income generation opportunities created by SST is the case study of Mahamari Amman Self-Help Group. The SST teams have reached many parts of the country to help rural populations become financially independent. Mahamari Amman SAG's serial bulb unit in the drought-prone village of Arasanarkulam makes LED bulbs for hoardings and serial link lights for festivals, political campaigns, weddings and celebrations. Dhanalakshmi, who drives this, established her business 10 years ago along with her husband Ashok and works closely with SST in promoting and marketing her products in various parts of the country. Today, Dhanalakshmi is an employer with 50 women working under her in the serial bulb making unit, and she has trained over 550 women so far, most of who have started their own units and now gainfully employ and offer job opportunities to another 20-30 women in each of their units.
என் பேர் தனலட்சுமி, திருநெல்வேலி மாவட்டம் காந்திநகர் காலனியில் எங்கள் ஊர். சின்ன கிராமம் தான், ஒரு 70 குடும்பங்கள் தான் இருக்கும்.
My name is Dhanalakshmi. I am from the Tirunelveli district. I reside in Gandhinagar colony. It's a small village with 70 families. In the beginning, my husband used to make bulbs. Then I joined him to help him out. Seeing us do this work, others
Can I put it on my bed? That'll be better. That's easier, I think. Yeah. I'll do it myself. Yeah. And put this behind. Yeah. And is it working or how do I start it or? Acha, fine. You will start it? I will just check it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all back. Request you all to please settle down.
Can I speak? Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, good. Yeah. I'll do it.
So kindly settle down. We'll start the session, and now we're all looking forward to hear from Mr. Nikhil Pant, who is going to deliver this session on Masterclass for Development Sector Organizations. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Nikhil Pant for the audience. He is the founder, Lakshya, and CEO, REACHA, former Chief Program Executive of NFCSR. He is the Honorary Advisor for CSR Spark. Mr. Nikhil headed the Learning and Development team of National Foundation for Corporate Social Responsibility, which in collaboration with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, played a key role in formulation of CSR legislation. Apart from this, Mr. Nikhil is the founder of Lakshya and has been associated with REACHA for over 30 years in various capacities such as founder member, member secretary, principal consultant, and currently the CEO. The organization works tirelessly to provide a bridge between government and underprivileged communities in order to maximize the impact of the government programs on the ground. He is also the former Chief Program Executive of NFCSR and Honorary Advisor of CSR Spark. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Mr. Nikhil Pant for this session.
Thank you so much to the Madras Management Association, Mr. Jawahar, Mr. Swaran Singh, Group Captain, and of course my friend Mr. Krishnaswamy. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. In the next, I guess, an hour and a half or maybe couple of hours, along with question and answers. We've got 2 hours. This is really good. I hope everybody is inside. If anyone is still outside having their extended chai, if they can come inside, because I'll just start in the next couple of minutes. So the next 1.5 hours to 2 hours, I will take you through the CSR legislation, and we will make it a very interactive session. Lots has happened since the law came into being on the 1st of April 2014. Today, when we are in 2022, there have been series of changes and amendments that have been brought about. What I will do in my presentation is to take you through, if you see the title, it is about CSR. I will give you a brief core concepts about CSR. So how many NGO people are here in the audience? First, let me see. Can you please raise your hands? Okay, very good. So this is a question that I do every time when I start a session on CSR. How many of you NGOs, and I will ask my students who are here also, whom I have taught CSR, they will not raise their hands in my next question. How many of you know section 135 of CSR? I don't see any hands over here. I see one hand over here, two hands. So, and how many NGOs? Everybody raised their hands. And now my next question is going to be an even more interesting one, and everybody will laugh after that. And including my students can raise their hands. How many of you want funds? Both hands you can raise also. You want more funds and more funds. And when I say how many of you know section 135, you will all put your hands in your pocket. But then there is no funds in your pocket, by the way. They are in your brain and you have to understand it. So this is the travesty of our democracy in a way, and Mr. Jawahar was talking about that, and I told him as well, that in a democracy, we choose our representatives through elections. He talked about the election commission experience in Bihar also. And when our representatives go there and they make some laws for us, which we don't read, and then we complain that we are not getting funds. So do you think we all should start reading a little bit, yes or no? Yes. I can't hear you. Yes. So I also run an NGO and I make it a point to read. So if I am not reading and I go to a donor to say, please give me funds because I want to teach children how to read, am I being a hypocrite or I am being a very truthful guy? Bit of a hypocrite, na? A little danger. So I am going to show a bit of the mirror to all of you also. I am part of the same community as an NGO. I am part of an NGO since the last 30 years. Then I have been on the side of grant giving. I was with the Tech Mahindra Foundation. The Mahindras do a lot of work. And then I was in government at the ministry when the law was being made. And I was part of the team that made this law. So, my purpose of coming here and to travel around the country is to make all of you understand about the CSR law. So, after today, when you complete my class of this 2 hours, 1.5 hours, you will know what CSR is, okay? You will know a little bit about the amendments. There are lots of amendments, the second word if you see. And then there are a lot of compliances. If there is a law, there will have to be a compliance. Otherwise, how do you go forward? So some of you or maybe all of you are very good in say education work or skill development work and you don't know the law. So if I am a donor and you come to me, will I be confident to give you money or will I feel less confident? So why are all of you have not understood this since 1st of April 2014? Can anybody raise your hand and tell me? The law came into being in 2014. So why are you people so unaware about it? This is a very, very difficult question for me, to which an answer I am not getting. Since May, June, I have travelled to about 15 cities in the country, and wherever I am conducting this session, live session, my first question is this: how many know the law? And 2% raise their hand. And then my next question is, how many need funds? And everybody raises their hand. This is an unfortunate situation in an information age where these sessions are going live also. So maybe somewhere we are wasting our time also, it seems. Please understand the power of this legislation, understand the amendments. You may like them, you may not like them, but then those are the rules. Tomorrow new government will come, they will have their own choices also. We don't like any government, we can throw them out in the next elections. That's the beauty of democracy. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Now, in the session that I take, I will be consulting these very 6 critical documents. One is the law. Second is the Schedule 7 is a list of activities which you can do in CSR, like education, skill development, disaster management. How many of you work in education over here? How many of you work in skill development, jobs, placements, SHGs? How many of you work in culture, music, arts, handicrafts, disaster management, health? There would be many of you. The third is the rules. Once a law is made, the concerned ministry has to make rules to implement the law. So the first set of rules were made in 2014, and then there was a huge amendment which I am mentioning over here, which happened in 2021, which was just after or maybe just before the second wave of COVID. The second wave of COVID happened from April 2021, when the oxygen problem happened all over the country. Then I will tell you a little bit about some frequently asked questions. FAQs have been released by the ministry in August 2021. And then there is a form CSR2 that all corporates are required to submit basis their spending on CSR. So are there any more corporates here also, I don't know, who do CSR besides TVS? So there are some, where are you from? GNCL. Any other corporate here? Acha. Who does CSR, right? You also do CSR, you do? Through NGOs you do. So good. Okay, all right. So all of these documents and the presentation we will also share with you. I will tell you how you will have to just log into a particular website, become a member there, and then you can download. There are no charges, no nothing, but you can then download all of them and then consult them in a sequential manner, like I will be telling you in this master class. Do you think this will be helpful? Okay, perfect. Now, as I take you through, I want all of you to make some notes also. You have a pad and pen? I'm a bit of a school teacher and I'm going to shout in between also if you're not writing. So I will come around. Because you're not learning, you're not reading, and if you don't even write, and you ask me for funds and you ask corporates for funds, then you will get it. So please have your pads. You've had some chai and some energy is there. You can't just sit like dodos and say that I know nothing and I want all funds. Okay, good ma'am. Very good, very good. And I might just ask you, come from behind, tap you and ask you a question on CSR. And you'll have to stand up and give an answer. Okay? Is that okay or not? Okay. Good. So we go to the first slide to understand what CSR is. So what happened? There was a Companies Act 1956, right? Or 56 I think, which had become very outdated. And a new law had to come in, which came into being in the year called 2013. Please write it down. Companies Act 2013, which has more than 400 sections. So your first homework, my students, is to go and download the Companies Act 2013 yourself, while I will give it to you also, but you must do a Google download also. You all know how to access internet? I'm going to ask you very nursery questions now. You all can download? Yes. Good. This gives me some confidence. Okay. So, a new act was created in 2013 where a new section was inserted called 135. Can you read 135 over here? Which was specific to corporates to do some social work outside their business. Write down the word outside the business. I'm going to teach you basic concepts here. Outside the business means corollary to business. Corollary to business means if I'm running a business and I'm making some profits, the law says do all your expenses, pay all your taxes, and then there is a formula under section 198. Write down section 198. That gives you the formula to find out your CSR budget for the next year. Okay? So first of all, if I am doing well, then these three criteria will be applied, and if I qualify in any one of them, and I am sure TVS, which is here, would be qualifying in one of these criteria, sir. That's why you do CSR through the trust. If you are having a net worth of 500 crore or more, a turnover of 1,000 crore or more, or a net profit of rupees 5 crore or more, any one of these, then you have to allocate a budget which is given by this formula, which is average net profit every financial year, at least 2% of the average net profit made during the immediately 3 preceding financial years. How many of you are good in maths over here? Or you are now getting a little bit more scared with your teacher? Are you all very poor in maths? Then how will you do CSR? CSR is all about maths. How will I give you funds? Somebody please tell me, maths. Who's reasonably good and okay in maths? 50-50 kinds? Good one. No, not Radha, you're my student. Yes, ma'am. What's your good name?
Bhavani.
Bhavani. Okay. So, we are in which financial year, Bhavani? Which financial? Do we have a hand mic also? Where I can have some audience to speak, if that's possible? Which financial year are we in? No cheating.
Oh, come on. That's not
You're not going to ask.
rocket science.
Which financial year are we in?
2022-23.
No, right now, which financial year are we in?
22-23.
22-23. So, can you tell me the immediately 3 preceding financial years, keeping this financial year in mind?
21-22.
Yes.
20-21.
Right.
19 and 20.
Very good. So, in these 3 financial years, I will apply the formula for my budget for FY 22-23. If I am qualifying under any of these 3. Is this concept clear to everyone? Okay. Now, once I know my budget, I am told by my company chartered accountant that this is your budget, Mr. Pant, 100 rupees for financial year 22-23. But then Nikhil Pant doesn't know how to spend the money. Should I just take it home? Or should I just give it to a friend? Or I should do some need assessment in the community to find out where the community requires it, and then create some projects, find good NGOs who know some maths and who know some CSR and give it to them? Which one should I do? First option, second or third? Good, you guys are doing well. Okay, so I have to set up a CSR committee of the board. Now, if my board has 10 members, 3 of them will form a CSR committee, okay, and 2 of them have to be directors and 1 an independent director. You can keep making your notes, because I will ask you some question after 10 minutes. Then you cannot say I don't know now. 3-member committee with 1 independent director and 2 directors. Can anybody tell me why should there be an independent director there? To reduce bias. Very good. Is there hand mic there? Yeah, if you can give it to me. Just give it to me. This is working?
To give more transparency.
Yes, sir?
To give more transparency and accountability.
To give more transparency and accountability, and ma'am, what did you say?
To reduce bias.
To reduce bias, because the independent director is like a third umpire. Absolutely, to prevent conflict of interest. Please keep adding these words in your notes. Okay, so then this is to prevent conflict of interest?
To have fresh ideas.
To have fresh ideas. Very good point. Outside in view. because the independent director has no pecuniary benefit from the company. To improve fairness, very good. Now, very good non-promoter element, which means a third umpire situation, which means non-bias. Okay. Now, this committee, the board of each calling was form a CSR committee of the board, and I have already said to you how this committee has to function. Now, what does this committee do? These are the 4 boxes. It goes from top left, then right, then bottom, then bottom. It goes from here. It comprises of 3 or more directors with at least 1 independent director. We just discussed this. Okay? Composition to be disclosed in the annual board director's report. Then bottom left, it has to formulate a CSR policy for the company, clearly stating the budget and the activities. So if my budget is 100 rupees, which has been calculated using the formula that we just came to know, then I must say that this 100 rupees I must spend 5 rupees in education, 10 rupees in skill development, 25 rupees in disaster management. Suppose I'm in Tamil Nadu in some area where cyclones come every year and my company is there and my people are crying. And if I'm a company there, if I from my profits keep some money for extra money for disaster management, do you think the community will feel positive about my company? Yes. So, when you are making your policy at the board level, you must think about the requirements of your community and then develop that policy framework. Okay? And then the last but not the least is to monitor the implementation of the CSR policy. In fact, I will share a model CSR policy also with you. I will tell you about it and you can write it down. It is one of the best CSR policies in the country today. It is of HCL Technologies, which I was part of, which I had also prepared. Maybe others also have. TVS would also be having its own policy. ONGC is also a good policy in public sector. You can write it down. In the literature that I share with you, and my students Radha, you could just make a note. We will help everybody. We will share some of these policies with you. These are all available in public domain. And you will see how these policies are actually helping these companies to spend their money. Now, once this committee has made the CSR policy, the board, the 10-member board, this committee was 3 members, right? But the board is 10 members. It has to approve and disclose the CSR policy in the annual director's report on the company's website, ensure implementation of the CSR activities as per the policy, report the actual utilization. Now, this is a very important thing that has happened in the new amendments of 2021. Earlier, what was happening was if I had 100 rupees and I had my own trust or my own foundation, I would pass on the company money to the foundation and report to the government that I have spent the money. And the foundation is keeping the money. That is not permitted now. That foundation will also have to spend the money, either itself or by giving it to other NGOs. And those NGOs could be of 3 kinds. We will learn about that. An 1860 society. How many of you are 1860 society out here? A trust. How many of you are trusts over here? Or a Section 8 company. Some of you may be Section 8 companies also over here. Okay? And the director's report to specify reasons in case the specified amount is not spent. So earlier what the law was saying was that if 100 rupees is my budget, then on 31st March, if I have actually spent only 80 rupees, which means I have got utilization certificate from my chartered accountant of 80 rupees, then 20 rupees I have not been able to spend or allocate. I will just report to the government that I have not been able to spend 20 rupees, that's it. No questions asked. Now from January 2021, the rules have changed and CSR has now, spending has now become mandatory. Now this is good news for NGOs, because if your corporate is mandated to spend, and if you are an NGO nearby with a good proposal, do you think your probability of getting the money will go up or go down? Provided again you know your maths and you know your CSR. I'm going to keep coming back to that. Okay? So you will understand why how I began and what I'm trying to reinforce over here. I'm pulling your leg a little bit. Please don't mind it. But there is a purpose behind it. Yes, ma'am? We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Now,
company is not 3 years old, then do you need to do the...
So we will come to that also. Just write your questions. I will give a pause after the first 5-7 minutes now. After 7 minutes, I'll give maybe 5 more minutes, I'll give a pause. I'll take some questions. Let me complete the first part of my presentation. A lot of your questions may get answered. Then we'll take a 5-minute break where I'll take some questions, then the next part will begin. Okay? Because right now I'm just spending some time in my first class, in the first section where I'm giving you the basics of CSR, which is about CSR. I am actually right now doing this part, about CSR. Okay, then I'll come to amendments, then I'll come to compliances also, which are on the way, so that you understand everything well. Now, who can do this CSR for me with this 100 rupees? Everybody just read this slide and you will find yourself somewhere inside this slide. And I want all of you to raise your hands when you see that where you belong. If you find your place in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, just raise your hand. One hand I can see, 2, very good. Because I want to make you understand this also, then only you will raise your hand. I won't spoon feed you anymore. Very good. Who falls where? Which number do you fall, sir? First one, you're a company, foundation?
Not company, but we are in old age home, we are running an old age home.
So then that will be number
That
2.
is, 2.
That will be number 2. Number 2 is an NGO which is 3 years old. So if you are an NGO which is 3 years old, which is the center mein dekhen, trust, a society or a section 8, then you're number 2. Bullet number 2.
Sir, if you don't mind, read that out.
Okay, all right, surely. So number 1 is a company foundation. Number 1 is a company foundation which could be new. Okay? This is called activities route. It means that this foundation will have to do work through projects which are listed in Schedule 7. There are certain activities which are listed over there. Number 2 is an external NGO which has to be 3 years old. Okay? Which again has to do some activities and projects. Number 3 is a central or a state government vehicle, which could be and all these 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 can be a trust, a society or a section 8, which is the Venn diagram at the center is common. Okay. So for example, I was with the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, which is an 1860 society. There is a Goa CSR authority set up by the government of Goa, which is an 1860 society. There is a Gujarat CSR authority. You can keep writing down these sample examples. Do a Google and find out the constitution of these organizations. These are government NGOs. Number 4 is a parliament or a state legislature established entity, which can again be new. Like there is a Rajiv Gandhi University, I think in Tamil Nadu, Srinivasan, which is a university set up by an act of parliament. It can receive funds directly. It need not be new. Number 5 is various funds set up by the government, like PM CARES, PM National Relief Fund, any central government fund for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, backward communities, then the Swachh Bharat Kosh, the Clean Ganga Fund. All of these number 5 bullet are all contribution routes. Please understand, 1, 2, 3, 4 are activities route and 5 and 6 is contribution route. What is the difference? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is project basis. You have to develop a project, they will give you money, you implement the project, you submit the utilization. Isn't this the way you work with corporates? Yes or no? Yes. But if I give some money to PM National Relief Fund, it is more like a donation. It's a one-time contribution. Can you see the last line? This is a contribution route. There is no project. Prime Minister will not tell you that I am setting up an oxygen plant, give me money. But PM will say, give me money, I will see where it is required and I will spend it, and you will get a tax receipt of 100% exemption. That's what PM CARES does, or PM National Relief Fund does. And number 6 is qualifying incubators. Any incubators over here from incubation? Ma'am, you are from an incubator? Social. Okay, social incubation, not IT based, STEM, science, technology, engineering and medicine, not that. So this number 6 concerns qualifying incubators and research and R&D projects in STEM. STEM, I hope you know, is science, technology, engineering and medicine. It also includes qualifying institutions in STEM research for achieving sustainable development goals. I hope you're all aware about SDGs, sustainable development goals. These are also contributions route. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 are project routes, activity routes, and 5 and 6 are contributions. Means you can just give money and they'll give you a receipt. It's a contribution. Okay? Yeah. In the government ones, for example, like the PM Fund or the National Relief Fund. I am going to stop here, ma'am. Just a minute. Let me complete the first section. Now, this is the list of activities, ma'am. Just write your question. I'll come to you one by one. Now, this is the list of activities. 1 to 5, it includes eradication of hunger. The second is on education. The third is on gender equality, etc. Fourth is on environment and flora and fauna. Fifth is on protection of national heritage, etc. Sixth is on widows, etc. Central paramilitary forces. Then training to promote sports, etc. Number 7. Number 8 is PM Fund, etc. Number 9 is the contributions route. 10 is rural development. And 11th is slum development. Now, I will halt here. Let me see the time and we will take a 5 to 10 minute Q&A break. So it is 11:12. I still have lots of time. I'm going to stop here and right from this start that we did, anybody wants to ask any question, just raise your hand or you raise multiple hands. Which question are you asking, ma'am? Okay. Please, if your name I would need, your organization and then your question.
I'm Ramalata Marimuthu from I Explore Foundation for Sustainable Development. I have a question on the type of companies where the CSR can be.
This slide?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yes. I want to know whether the first one is the purely the NGO.
It is like the TVS Trust.
Okay.
It is like TVS Trust.
Okay.
Which means a trust formed by a company. Okay. So I am the owner of a company. I am the mother and I create a daughter foundation.
Okay.
And I pass on my money to the foundation. Because the money is owned by my parent, it need not be 3 years old. If I am an external NGO,
then
I could be a dicey character. I just create an NGO overnight, give me money. No, I want you to be 3 years old. Show me income tax returns. Show me your work for 3 years. Show me your bank transactions. Show me that if I give you 20 lakh rupees, you can spend the money. Otherwise, you may not be able to spend the money. And now if I give you money and you can't spend the money, then as per the law, which I just told you, it is now mandatory. Then the company will be fined. There is a civil offense.
So any NGO or Section 8 company which is formed newly cannot have the CSR funds.
Exactly. It needs to be 3 years old if it is an external entity. That is bullet number 2. So I'm just focusing on core concepts over here. You should ask me difficult questions that confuse you. But if you follow what I am telling you, your concept will become absolutely clear. And then as we go forward, we will try and, yes, we have a question on this side. We have one more over here. Your name, organization, sir, and then the question.
Sir, I am Vasudevan from Srinivasan Services Trust.
Okay.
As per the Amendment Act, as per January 2021, that the trust has to spend that whole money given by my donor company.
So
we are getting funds from.
Your question is going to come here in this amendments, which is going to be somewhere here. This is, I think you're asking. Unspent spending wala sawal hai na? So we will come to this.
Okay.
We will come to this.
Okay.
Abhi, you have to ask me question till my first part. Don't go beyond the syllabus right now. Just be here. Don't even go here. Go here. Here and before. Any questions, please ask me. Yes, sir.
Hi, sir. I am Sujin, CSR officer from GHCL Foundation.
And Sujin is also one of my students. So I conduct a lot of courses on CSR.
Okay.
So some of my students are also here. I keep traveling around. In fact, this reminds me, I conduct a course to the HCL Foundation. It's called a 3-month online course. If you're interested, you can write to me. There are no charges. It's a 3-month online course. And Radha, if you can stand up, she's one of my students. And Sujin is another one. And there's another one over here. So what I do is when I travel around the country, I also call my students to come and share their experiences. So you are free to talk to them also. The whole day they are here. Yes, your question.
Yeah, it's a simple question. Actually, is it Schedule 7 and the SDG same or different?
Which one?
Schedule 7.
Oh, very good question. So Schedule 7 has 11 bullets. SDGs are 17. But you will find that when you are reading the SDGs, there is an overlap also. Like for example, SDG 4 is education, and another one could be relating, and another one is I think 6 or 7 is skill development. So both of those SDGs are covered in number 2 of Schedule 7. So typically what is required by corporates today, and you can write this down, that when you are making your project proposal, try to make, say in education, if you are making in such a way that you can cover more and more SDGs. The more SDGs you cover, the more positive the corporate may get towards funding you, because they have to achieve the goals through their CSR and report it in their ESG reporting or other reportings. So we have to understand these things, and I will go more deeper into some of this as we go forward. Right now I am taking the first section where I want all of you to know what is CSR. Because once you understand what is CSR, you will realize that we all are sitting on a gold mine and we are traveling far and wide in hunt of little pennies because we don't want to read maths or CSR. We have to be aware about this, and the moment we do this, you will realize that your corporates who are close to you may be looking for you, but they are not confident because you are not able to ask the right or present the right ideas. I will just come to you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I represent an institution for visually impaired. Institution name is Netrodya. I'm the founder. My question is, in family trust, the beneficiaries are identified, whereas in public charitable trust, the beneficiaries are not identified. When it comes to the CSR funding, for example, when you go to the ONGC, when we ask for funds, they say you have to do some projects on the oil exploration area, which is near Tiruvarur or on those areas. When is it mandatory that this CSR funds, they will have their mindset or their
very good
decision?
question. That's a brilliant question. One of the sections of the law, please write it down. It says that the corporate should preferably spend CSR money in the local area. Preferably is the word which I think is a blundering word. They shouldn't have written it, because a lot of corporates then begin to toe that line. Otherwise, they are not following the line at all, but here they want to have that, they will toe that line.
Exactly.
So I'll give you an example. My own NGO where I work, I'm a CEO there. ONGC is funding me since the last, our organization in Kashmir since 2016, which is an aspirational area, and Kashmir is not an ONGC area. So somewhere I as an NGO must try to be able to convince the corporate that if you go beyond your area, it is good for the people and for you also. So it is not as per the law, it says preferably but not beyond it. To tell the corporate that it is not you to be spending just over there, you will have to convince them.
But what about the independent director? Does he have a role to
Yes, yes. So then you are saying a fantastic thing. You must then approach or try to approach the independent director of such organizations to tell them, ma'am, sir, this is my project, this is the community requirement, and the law doesn't prevent you from going beyond your local area. So if you do this, sir, these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 benefits that your company will also get. So NGOs also have to convince the donor to take that extra step. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. I will just thank you. Have you got your answer?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll just come to you because there's somebody at the back who's raised his hand. We want more questions like this because this is very, very useful.
Nikhil sir, don't you feel that the...
Your name and the organization?
Yeah. My name is Ramesh and I represent the interests of Tejas Foundation.
Tejas Foundation, okay.
Well, don't you feel that an NGO which has just started, that is the time when the teething troubles are there, and that is the time when a lot of trust is required, and that is the time when a lot of funds are required. And for the first 3 years, how will they be struggling to run it, to take it off the ground? That is the time in which they need a whole lot of money.
So Ramesh, that's a very, very valid question. So there is a counter to it and there is a support to it also. The counter to it is, from the corporate side, is that unless you have a track record of 3 years, how do you convince me that you'll be able to spend, you have the bandwidth to spend my money, otherwise I'm going to be penalized by the government, is the corporate point of view, right? From the NGO, you are perfectly justified in saying, then how do I even start? It's a chicken and hen situation. Exactly. So what I tell NGOs is this. One is, you can look at donations, you can look at crowdfunding. There are various, Keto is there, Milap is there. You can try to become a sub-grantee also to some NGOs who are willing to give you, sub-grant the money to you in permission with the donor. Because suppose the donor A gives the money to the NGO B, which is 3 years and older and more. But your NGO C is today. But you still need to have, I hope all of you have got 12A, 80G and Form CSR1.
Yes.
Form CSR1 everybody has?
Yes.
Raise your hands. Form CSR1. If you don't have Form CSR1, you can't get CSR money. And 12A and 80G also. So you could become a sub-grantee, Ramesh, provided the donor corporate agrees to it. And again, the donor's chances of agreeing will be more if you present a case that your new NGO is bringing in some value which the B NGO is not having maybe, and it is needed to achieve the goals of the project, which is the need assessment. Somewhere you will have to have a compelling justification to become a sub-grantee also, because the law doesn't say no. It says no if you are the front NGO receiving it. That is, there you have an intermediary NGO, which could even be a foundation, for example. A foundation like a TVS Trust or an HCL Foundation or an Infosys Foundation or a Tata Power Foundation, all of them are also NGOs of the corporate. Now, but most of them would like you to be a 3-year-old organization. Yes, unless there is a compelling reason for you to be considered. Otherwise, you have other sources to generate your revenues while you become 3. Okay, so I'm just taking the mic. Acha, fine. Okay, so is there any social entrepreneur? Because let them ask a very specific question. Any social entrepreneur here? Any startups? Because then we have the incubation. The incubation is that area where they come in, frankly speaking, because the incubators, they qualify under 6. Under 6, if you are an incubatee, under an incubator. So suppose IIT Madras, suppose is an incubator, which can receive 100 crore rupees from, say, some corporate. Then if I am a startup and I am accepted by IIT Madras, then IIT Madras can give me money which it receives out of the 100 crores as if I am an incubatee. And that incubatee has to have certain qualifying norms which the IIT Madras team will justify. Now for IIT Madras to become qualified, they have to be part of the Department of Science and Technology, and there are certain norms which are clearly mentioned in the Schedule 7. You have to be government funded, etc.
Sir,
Yes.
I'm Kupuswamy, retired from IIT Madras.
Okay.
And section 7, sir. In the 7, there are various activities.
7, which
Not
one?
this, not this.
Achha, Schedule 7, okay. Okay.
In that,
Bullet, which bullet? Bullet number, which bullet number?
no, it's my thing, what I'm trying to ask, does not come under any of the bullets.
Which one? Which doesn't
That
come?
is, what I'm trying to say, it may be skill development, but making...
Number 2, read number 2.
Maybe number 2.
Quiet. Patience. Read number 2. You'll get your answer.
Promotion, education, including special education, employment. It is not employment or anything, but making people good. Okay. See,
Livelihood enhancement projects. So are you talking about for making people feel good means they need to earn more money?
Not only earning more money.
Okay.
Yeah. For example, Mr. Swaran Singh, he was telling the lack of trust among people.
So
that people must be made good.
So people.
Trust must be
So as a donor, I will say, what is your criteria of good? I am very good. I want to.
They must be very honest. And
how do you measure honesty?
Integrity level must be good.
How do you measure integrity? So I'm going to ask you counter questions. If I give you my money, I'm going to ask you questions. So don't be discouraged. Under promoting education, you can develop an advocacy project where you can say that if I teach maths, say, or if I teach energy conservation, can I do an energy conservation project in schools where children actually audit and reduce their electricity bills, and while doing this measurable activity, the process teaches them honesty, the process teaches them meditation. The process teaches them a lot of other things which are qualitative. So the project needs to be measurable because you are spending money. The CA will say, where did the money go?
But how do you account for this type of thing? See,
No, you can account. You can account it through an advocacy
but
project.
you are telling, particularly problem with the Indian NGOs is lack of trust. You know? That trust
So
must
the
be
lack
enhanced,
of
people must
trust-
be made good.
Exactly.
So how to make people good? You know?
So that's a very difficult thing you are saying. So to make people good is nobody's job. It is like we all have to be good citizens, right? So under education, you can develop projects which are holistic. You can merge various other schedules also together into one activity and have a major activity within education. Advocacy so like for example, you want to reduce traffic accidents so that people can follow the rules. Now you can do a survey and see that these are the crossings where more accidents are happening, do a training, a need assessment, then develop a project. In that project, your outcome should be measurable, but to achieve that outcome, you can include some qualitative learning aspects also which you are saying. Now for those, you may develop your own parameters like to make them happy, for example, to make them good. Now define something in goodness, you'll have to define something. But for me to give you money, I need to know that did the accidents go down or not.
That is true.
The auditor is not going to listen to it. So I have to at the end follow some rule. It's like I want to play soccer and I say that I want to be very good in soccer, but I'm not scoring any goals. Eventually I'm out of the tournament. The fact of life is you have to score the goal.
So measurability must be
Unfortunately or fortunately, that's how the world goes. You got my point?
Yes.
So your project development is very important. Okay, I think there's a question here.
Yeah, hi. My name is Sai Chandrashekar. I'm from Agastya International Foundation. A couple of questions. One is the point about doing it preferably in the area of your operations, I think is a huge challenge. And my view is it should just be removed, that line should be removed. I have tried talking to several organizations. They're very clear, let's be safe rather than sorry. This is what my legal team says, and I'll do it. Let's not discuss this. It doesn't matter how you interpret it. This is the interpretation of my legal person, so I'll go with it, period. No discussion. So I think they're all trying to be safe rather than sorry, though the word preferable is used. So I think it would be much simpler if that line is not there, leave it to the judgment of the organizations. Let them try and figure that out.
So let's go one by one. Have you read the frequently asked questions of August 2021?
No, it's not whether the law is right or not. It's the question of
interpretation.
How
We are
that
coming,
person is interpreted, and all corporates.
We have a government interpretation which
No,
we need to tell the legal people.
It doesn't matter. They don't listen. Period.
So
That's all.
then it is your convincing power, because if
Nine out of 10.
the arbiter is giving you a clarification, you still don't want to accept it. Then
See, the question is this: if that is creating this thing, I think it's in the interest of
so
the
that
law
is a larger.
that you just remove that line because it doesn't serve any purpose.
So neither you nor I are in the ministry, right? So where do we go from here? There is a midway. The midway is that the government comes out with frequently asked questions where they give clarifications.
One is not questioning that. It's just that people want to be safe rather than sorry.
So
they just don't want to even initiate a discussion on this. Forget convincing.
Okay, that is one view that you are giving.
No, that's experience, not view. 9 out of 10
Okay, what is your
organizations
next question? Because we can't argue on this because the government clarification is there. My advice to everybody is, in anything that what you are also saying, if there is a government clarification, we should go by that as far as compliance is concerned.
So I have tried telling organizations, forget you invest 90% in your area. Give me 10% of that budget to invest in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. Sorry, take it or leave it.
They are not interested, huh?
There are some who are so specific. They're not saying you have to do it in Bangalore. They say you have to do it in Whitefield because my office is in Whitefield in Bangalore. And Whitefield has more NGOs than schools.
I fully agree with what you are saying. So the government, a lot of representations have already been made. What I try and tell everybody is that if and when it changes, good for all of us, right? While it is not changing, let us not waste time let us also work with those corporates, because I know hundreds of corporates who are working beyond their areas also, and that's a fact and that's a data. So some of them who are not working, while we try and make them understand and get the government to change, the wiser thing also is not waste time, because the need of the people is there. We must make representations, but we cannot just keep complaining. We need to be positive and move forward.
There's no question of wasting time.
Right.
It's a recommendation, since you work with the government.
We do that. It's already done.
If this is removed, it would be helpful. As simple
In
as that.
fact, from the MMA also, as a recommendation note from the MMA also, through this conference, we could send some notes, and I'll be happy to champion it as well. We can do that.
The second one is also not a question but a recommendation, following up on what Mr. Ramesh said. See, when I'm fresh out of college, companies have faith in me and recruit me. But if I'm a fresh NGO, why are you assuming that they don't have faith in me? Leave it to the company. If they have faith, allow them to invest in me. If they don't have faith, that's fine. So
you can make that recommendation. It was hugely debated in the beginning. I can tell you what happened in the beginning, and then that could give us some learning. The income tax people were very, very clear about some of these things, that if you have income tax acknowledgements and returns, it gives them some kind of extra validation even to the auditors in the company. Now, because monies are involved here, what you are saying is ethics, morals, and which is good to encourage, and I am in agreement with it. In such a situation, you have to also balance between, there are three ministries we are concerning here. There is a Home Ministry for FCRA, there is an IT income tax, which is finance, and there is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Lots of representations have gone, lots of amendments have come in the last 8 years. These FAQs are also part of that. You will also find that the rules and the amendments have changed basis of some evaluations and recommendations of high level committees of the ministry, where majority representatives are corporates themselves. You have corporates and corporate associations part of these committees which are making these recommendations. Otherwise, how do you run a country? You will have to have representative bodies making those recommendations. No? Basis those committees have made those recommendations, and then these changes have happened. Now, after that, if more is required, more recommendations would need to be done, say by an MMA or by CII or by FICCI. That is the only way that you can make those changes. Yeah. And one should keep trying. I am with you, because I also work with NGOs. I also feel that maybe some of these things could be left to the corporates to decide, and one should not restrict the corporates in their thought process. It has evolved to a particular level, but there are certain stumbling blocks which have not been crossed. Maybe they'll get crossed also, who knows. But we should keep trying.
Okay, thanks.
My suggestion will be submit the UC for the corporate affairs. In that way, this law can be exercised by saying, no, it can subject for scrutiny. Why are you?
Yeah, so your points are absolutely valid. I'm not denying them. But there are multiple factors that go into the final thing that comes into paper. And nobody is stopping us from making an effort, and representative bodies should do that. I am in favor of it, but as of now, it is not there. And as of now, while it is not there, what all can we do is what we are trying to say here. Yes.
Hello, I am Mani Chinnaswamy. I am from Pollachi, near Coimbatore. I run a family trust, 22 years, a school, and I am a third generation cotton man. Of late, I am in the process of growing cotton myself and also having a weaving handloom studio. And of late, we have seen there's a degradation of weavers community, not interested in taking up weaving anymore. That says a lot about our culture being lost. So like how the government has launched, anybody can become a priest. We also launched the program, anybody can become a weaver, because there are only 4 communities in Tamil Nadu which do weaving. They're all mentally tired, they're moving away. So I've taken SC, ST, women basically from skill development program and started training women, and after 45 days given them a central government certificate and formed them into a producer company.
Okay.
Now I've partnered with them, and I want to take it forward,
right,
where these women should become my partner in my business.
Okay.
And these are not in the mainstream where they learn textile.
Okay.
So in 45 days, I want to squeeze in as much knowledge as possible. Let's say into textile, natural dyeing, and there is not even a single cotton museum in the country, even though we gave cotton and the textile to the world. So I'm lost in a wilderness where I don't have the resource to spend, but I want to take it forward where the women have woven tapestry of Prime Minister Modi in 4 days' time. And
So what you're saying, Mani, is this that you've trained these women?
Yes.
And they are now having their SHGs?
Producer company.
And those companies are registered entities?
Registered already.
And do they have some seed capital with them?
No. I'm providing right now.
And you are wanting maybe if CSR can come in to help?
Yes.
So there is a way where you can do something, because a lot of these things are happening. Now these producer companies don't fall into any of these. That's your question, I can understand. So what you could do is, if you have, yours is an NGO?
Yeah, I run an NGO which runs a school.
So your NGO could develop a project, and suppose I am the funder. I would be willing to fund you to further support these people.
Okay.
Yes. So if I am supposed to give them money directly, which the law prevents, nothing prevents me from giving it to you, where you say I want to capacity build them, I want to buy sewing machines for deployment, etc. So then that kind of capex money need not be given to the for-profit over there, because that the law doesn't allow. It doesn't allow for various reasons, because there are more misuses than proper users. So the law will have to be all encompassing. But your NGO can come to a donor and talk about outside support for these companies to take off to then become sustainable on market basis. That's what you are trying, I think. But you are not able to kickstart because they are very nascent.
I have a track record of
and there are corporates who are supporting these initiatives, let me tell you. I'll be happy to connect you to some of them also if you are interested, who want to support such NGOs, who can then not provide them money, but with training, with capital support in kind. Now, if I give you some, say, for sewing machines, for example, the capex may remain in your name because the capital asset has to be transferred as per the new amendments, but the usage could be in their factories or in their locations. You could then tell the corporate donor very clearly about these things. So that's why I'm saying, within the framework of the legislations, there are ways and means by which you can still do the work that you want to do. Why some of the areas are prevented is this, that otherwise misuse becomes more than the use. While you may feel that, why is my voice not being heard? From the other side, the law can only be one. It can't be too many for so many. That's the unfortunate part of it. Luckily, the enabling part of the legislation is this, that it gives us a leeway if we've understood how to utilize it. Also, as I will tell you in the next section, there are some key players within the corporate who need to be kept in confidence and who need to understand what is happening. Okay, we have one more question there, and then we can go to the next section. Radha, could you just help me? There was one FAQ which talks about local area thing, and then there is a government answer. If you can just take it out.
Hi, Mr. Pant. This is Harish Prasad. I work for the Squash Federation.
Yes, good to meet you, Harish.
Yes. So my question is in the Schedule 7, point number 7. I want to know what all activities.
Yeah, I knew that squash would. Yeah.
What all activities?
So the good news, Harish, is this. Which one is that now? Training to promote rural sports. So now squash in your case is a nationally recognized sport because you are going in Commonwealth Games and you are going in Asian Games. Yes. Olympics you are yet to go because it's not yet qualified. So training to promote squash is permitted, and under the new amendment, which I will share with you, the new amendment clearly says another thing, that CSR should be done only within the geography of India, except any activity undertaken by the company outside India, not permitted, except for training of Indian sports personnel representing any state or UT at national or India at international level. So suppose your squash team is going to Commonwealth Games, right? And 12 months prior, you want to send all of them, so the Commonwealth is in Glasgow?
Yes. No,
so, Birmingham, okay. So 12 months ago, you wanted to send them to, say, England to acclimatize. And there is a bill from some academy coming in pounds. So convert it into Indian rupees, and suppose a corporate is approached, they can support you for training because they are training for an international event outside the geography of India, and the activity is happening outside India. Otherwise, all activities need to be within the geography of India to qualify under CSR. And this is an exception.
Got it.
Have you got the answer for that?
I got it, but I want to know whether international events happening in India can fall under the CSR.
So, see, it again says, if you see if any corporate is asked to sponsor a tournament, It also says activities supported by companies on sponsorship basis for deriving marketing benefits for its products and services is not permitted. But if you are having an ongoing development program and you can show this tournament as part of that ongoing program, then it can be part of a larger project, but not as a one-off event or an activity.
Okay. So if it is a...
So again, isn't there a way to go around it? There is a way to go around it if I understand the law. That is what I am trying to tell everybody here. We have to understand how to go around it, to weave through it, rather than say that I can't do it, the law is too bad. Every law will have some pluses and minuses, but how best can we leverage it is what we should try to do. If you can make a project, it could be a 3-month project also. You can even say that my children are training here, and if I do this international tournament here, my children will get good exposure. And then there will be some follow-up planning in diet, in nutrition, in health, and whatever. Make a 3-month project. In between 10 days, there is a tournament. It's okay. The project could be 1 month also. Who's saying it has to be a 12-month project? A project has to have a start date, an end date, a budget, a time, outcome, etc.
Understood, clear.
Is that okay? Yeah. So local area, because that question was being asked. So with regard to what is the, which one is that? 3.9, no? So because the local area thing was this, there was this clear. Have you read the FAQs otherwise? No. So I will just read the local area. I think somebody else had also asked. The question the government is being asked is whether it is mandatory for companies to carry out CSR in their local areas. You also asked that question, sir, right? So now the ministry's answer is this. This is their answer. The first provision to section 135(5) of the Act provides that the company shall give preference to local areas, which in my view also is a bit of a blunder. They shouldn't have written this. Shall give preference to local areas and the areas around where it operates. Some activities in Schedule 7 such as welfare activities for war widows, art and culture and other similar activities transcend geographical boundaries and are applicable across the country. With the advent of ICT, information and technology and communication, and emergence of new age businesses like e-commerce, which means like an Infosys or a TCS or an HCL or a Wipro, e-commerce companies, process outsourcing companies and aggregator companies, it is becoming increasingly difficult to determine the local area. So the government itself is kind of countering itself. Huh? The spirit of the Act is to, now let us read this carefully, the spirit of the Act is to ensure that CSR activities are aligned with the national priorities and enhance engagement of the corporate sector towards achieving sustainable development goals. It further goes to say, thus, the preference to local area in the Act is only directory and not mandatory in nature, and companies need to balance local area preference with national priorities. So the government has given its own clarifications. This you can share with some of the donors who are refusing. If they still are adamant, representations can be made and one can try. But this is the clarification which has come basis a lot of the representations which have been made.
So just one point.
Yeah.
Now, since you read this, I'm just wondering, reading between the lines, not, it said it is difficult to identify local areas, what it said with the advent of...
With the advent of ICTs and all of that, yeah.
Which is kind of indirectly saying I would prefer local area, but now since it's becoming difficult, I really don't know. It's an indirect message saying you better do in local area. If...
No, it is not saying that at all, no.
See, otherwise, why would it
do you think it is doing that?
See,
it is not.
See, it is more reading between the lines, because why should it even say it is becoming difficult?
It is saying balance. See, you please just read it.
See, that's what I feel it's contradicting.
We'll talk more about it, but I have given you the answer. Let's take it forward. There is a way out, and hundreds and thousands of companies are doing it. And there is data to validate that also. Any more questions? Because then I go to the next part.
Hi, I'm Sam Nicholas from WOW Educare. It's a social impact venture startup.
Startup, okay.
Yeah, startup.
All right.
So my first question is now where we are coming to the pictures, this eligible thing. Okay,
yeah.
Number 6. Number 1. Number 2, fortunately, we are just an year-old organization, startup. Thanks to MMA and captain also. They have engaged us for a wonderful project.
Right.
Ours is a very impactful and sustainable projects, all our projects. And in the last 1 year, close to about 5 multinational companies and Indian companies, they have engaged us, even though we are not an NGO. But we are missing big grants or maybe projects from big foundations or companies. Is there any possible way out where legally we can have a collaboration with the existing NGO, where they don't have a project, where we have a good number of impactful projects?
So you are saying, sir, that you have a for-profit, which
Yes.
now needs lots of funds,
Yeah.
but you don't qualify directly. So
Yeah.
can there be NGOs to which you can plug on?
Yeah.
Absolutely, why not?
Okay.
So there could be NGOs who have a similar mandate, as I gave the answer to somebody, I gave to Mr. Money over there. So and I'll be happy to guide any one of you, just be in touch, you will share my contact. These are proven models now, and compliance is going through with it. The NGO can develop a project where the need assessment shows that this incubatee or this startup will lead to so many good results, which are then getting covered, say maybe in bullet number 2, say livelihood enhancement, because a startup may lead to livelihood enhancement of, suppose you do e-rickshaw, and then lot of people can start riding rickshaws. Those are self-employment, it can generate livelihood. So you can weave a story and take it to the NGO, which then brings it to the donor and presents a Schedule 7 activity, and you get the funds.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Then the NGO then you will raise an invoice with GST to the NGO. So if your e-rickshaw is 100 rupees and GST is 18 rupees, you will raise an invoice of 118 multiplied by 1000 e-rickshaws and then submit it as a proposal to the donor.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
No, so legally it is allowed. No?
Yeah. Perfectly.
There is a provision also.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
I just wanted to tell him that we have a real life example where we have a for-profit that is associated with us, and we are a not-for-profit.
So please connect. You have a case study. Thank you, ma'am.
Company. So we do have examples of taking livelihoods to a scaled-up model, and for-profit was there for capacity building. So we were able to scale up the model.
So the purpose, I think, such forums, group captain, is also that people can connect with each other. And as I said, we will share all the material. You should connect with each other, magnify the benefit. And again, going back to the core point, the law is very enabling. We must share our examples also, and then magnify the goodness. That is the key. We have to be positive towards an enabling legislation. Okay, so now we go to the second part, because we are now for about 50 minutes. Yes, ma'am, you have a question there. I will now go to the amendment, but before that.
So I'm also one of Nikhil's students.
Yeah.
My name is Anu Oza, associated with an organization called Sevalaya. Nikhil, I've often wondered about the purpose of this act, as the development outlay of the CSR in India is 20,000 crores.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to actually fund groups of NGOs so that the impact is higher, and therefore the impact of the development outlay, which is a percentage of GDP, is higher?
So again, you've hit the nail on the head. The rules also say two things. I will read out the amended rules, which I am not showing here because there are just too many of them. One of the rules very clearly says, and let me read it out. What they are saying is, company to companies, a TVS may collaborate with an Ashok Leyland, for example, to do a common project. That is what they are saying, but your question is a little different. I will come to that also, but let me first tell you what the rule is saying. A company may also collaborate with other companies for undertaking projects or programs or CSR activities in such a manner. Now the next part, now this rule is applicable to companies, but the next part of the rule is what needs to be kept by two NGOs if they want to work together. Hear me carefully. In such a manner that the CSR committee of the respective companies are in a position to report separately on such projects or programs in accordance with these rules. So what the rules are saying is, if there are two companies who want to fund Nikhil Pant NGO, NP NGO, I can take from and my project is one project of, say, greening somewhere in Chennai. My project is 1. I take that into A company and to B company. And A plus B is my project funding. But the NGO is 1 over here, right? Now, when I get A rupees and B rupees and I spend it as A plus B for greening Chennai, I should be able to report to A company for the A rupees received and to B company for the B rupees, because A has to report to ministry the A spending that it has done and B has to report. Now A plus B is coming to me and it is big money, suppose. I can bring in a couple of more NGOs also together to say that there is XYZ NGOs here and there is company A and B there. Now XYZ can create a consortium also and then go to A and then go to B together for getting A plus B. But there has to be perfect clarity so that in the end A should be able to report for A money spent and B should be able to report for B money spent, because that is the law's perspective. The key point here to keep in mind is that XYZ, because they comply with 12A and ATG also, income tax is also to be kept in mind, because each of these NGOs have to report through income tax filings. So the chartered accountants should be consulted very, very clearly when these consortiums are created. Okay? All right, so now we go, so the time is 1 hour more now. So the next 10 minutes is going to be a Q&A where I am going to ask you questions now. Okay, I hope all of you have been making some notes. So this will be a bit of an open book also, and you can ask me to turn to that slide if you need some help and then to give me an answer. Are you all ready? Can we do some, who would like to do a blind? Who will raise their hand to answer any question? Anybody there? Not Radha, not you, because you are a student. You also not eligible. Not Mr. Krishna, sorry, not my student. Okay, ma'am, good, very good. So, ma'am, can you tell me, where's the mic? Can you tell me, ma'am, how many people are there in the CSR committee and what are their roles?
Okay. There will be 3 directors. 2 directors from the company and 1 will be an independent.
Very good question. Very good answer. Very good. Let's give her a hand. No, she said 1 independent. Can we ask you, sir? Can I ask you? Okay. What is the role of the independent director?
Independent director can take individual decisions without biasing.
Good, good, good. Not take individual decisions, maybe just say unbiased decisions, because he or she will still consult the other people, but he cannot be influenced because he is not taking money from the company, right? Good, very good. Thank you so much. Yes, Radha?
So I just had an observation on this forming the CSR board. So as per the law, not all companies essentially need to have a CSR committee. It depends on the type of company.
Thank you. And can you just highlight that particular rule? So there are some companies who are required to have only 2-member boards.
Yeah.
Then they need not have an independent director. That's also part of the law. So when you read the law, actually I'm not showing the whole law, otherwise it will take the whole day. You should read the law very carefully when I share those documents, please. It is there in the FAQ also, yes. So there are few of those changes which you will learn when you read the law. Here the purpose is to do more of the core concepts. Okay, next question is, ma'am, would you like to answer? Easy or difficult question? Okay, let me just ask you a question. I will put the slide over here. Okay, a question on this slide. Tell me, can you give me an example in your understanding of bullet number 3 or bullet number 4? Would you be knowing any organization or any bullet number 3? I gave one example of each myself also. Do you remember? Anybody remembers? Shh, don't speak out of turn. Be a disciplined class, please.
You have quoted one such Rajiv Gandhi Institute.
Rajiv Gandhi
Foundation.
No, university, which is Sri Perumbudur, somebody said over there. Sri Perumbudur, yes. Which category is it, 3 or 4? 4. Very good, very good. Any example of 3, category number 3? Yes.
The Atal Innovation Mission established under Niti Aayog.
Now the Atal Innovation Mission is it an NGO of any kind? Is it an 1860
No,
society?
it's a government initiative.
That may come in the 6th point.
But Atal Innovation Mission incubator centers comes under 6th point. The mission itself will come under central or state
No,
government.
but very valid point. But if you say number 3, it will come. Is it a trust, society, or a company?
Oh.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4 ka common is the brown area.
Okay.
The Venn diagram is the common area.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
We had Kapat of rural ministry.
Yeah, Kapat. Kapat would come under 3. Can you just write down Kapat? C-A-P-A-R-T, all of you. C-A-P-A-R-T. You can do a Google search also. This is a rural development. Just speak it out. What is the full form?
It's Council for Advancement of People and Rural Technology.
Action, People's Action and Rural Technology. Thank you so much. And well, we have hundreds and thousands of examples of 2, which no point. And number 1, obviously, we know a lot of corporate foundations. Okay, so now over here, can anybody tell me what is a slum area? Should I say that, okay, I am just driving down Chennai, this road, Anna Salai, and I see some jhopad-pattis, okay, this is a slum and I can do a slum area project. Is there a way to define what is a slum? How do we know that some area is a slum?
It could be a place where some thatched houses or kacha houses are there without any clean sanitation.
Basic amenities and all.
Basic amenities.
So that is pretty right, but normally and always remember, as far as CSR slum area is concerned, it is to be defined by the municipal organization or the DC office or whatever. They will allocate certain notified areas, they are called. They have to be notified as slum areas. One minute.
Number of people residing per square meters or square feet is defined as a slum.
So there would be some area to be notified and there would be some regulation for that. In Chennai, what is happening?
Chennai, they have slum board is now developing more tenements. So slums are reduced nowadays.
Achha, is that so?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever, all I am saying is that this needs to be a notified area by the community or by the district administration over there. Yes. Yeah, it would be below poverty line, I am sure. Can you just pass on the mic there? Yeah. So, yes. When I send you the document, these are all hyperlinks. And the green one will be some notification, green will be some notification. So here I have just done a copy paste. When you read the PDF and you take the mouse, it will take you to the MCA website. So these notifications also are links to the MCA website, so that when you click, you can go there and then you can understand what that is. Okay? All right, I think we are pretty much done with the first part. Board ho gaya. This is done. Okay, now we go to the next part. I hope the first part, which is this one, about CSR. Are you all better understanding CSR now? Yes. Now should I ask my first question again, which I began with? Can I ask that question? How many of you have heard section 135 and know about CSR? Please raise your hands. Keep raising your hand, and how many of you want funds? So there is some common area now. Thank you so much. Okay, but that doesn't mean that a TVS will give you funds tomorrow or anybody. You have to be good enough. You have to be good enough to understand the community and then go to do some research. There is a website, write down csr.gov.in, which Mr. Krishnaswamy will tell about. He will take you inside the gold mine. I am telling you that there is a gold mine. Let's put it that way. I am telling you that there is a gold mine. There are rules to access the gold mine, but what all is inside the gold mine, he is going to tell you. I think that is going to happen after lunch, right? So after eating lunch, if you want to run away, you have left the gold behind. Are you getting my point? So you have to see how the data is there. That's the catch. Okay? Now I go to this one. Now this is the major thing that has happened from January 2021. And I am calling it CSR 2.0. What I have done over here, now that my class knows some CSR, I can take you to an amendment to CSR. If I don't even know CSR, how do I know the amendment? That is why I spent the first hour in doing those basics. It's like if you don't know art, how can you do modern art? You first need to know art. Okay, it is just not like, you know, painting left, right and center. There is some thought behind it. So since 1st of April 2014, the law came into being, by which more than 15,000 companies have to comply on CSR, and maybe around 20,000, and 20 to 25,000 crores of rupees every year is spent on CSR. So what these companies have to do is they have to report to the MCA under a tool called MCA 21. Write down MCA 21. MCA 21 is a reporting tool. Just like we file income tax returns, the companies have to file this return also. There is a tool or form you will have to ask your CA called AOC 4. AOC, Accounting of Companies -4. Ask your CA what it is. If your CA doesn't know the answer, change your CA. Sorry to say. Ask your CA some difficult questions, then you go back home. AOC, Accounting of Companies, the Accounts of Companies -4, AOC 4. Okay? Keep asking questions. You ask me, I'll ask you, you ask your CA. Your corporate donors will ask you, and if we have good answers, we'll go through. Now, 2 high-level committees were set up, one in 2015 and one in 2018, and these high-level committees were including NGOs, corporate bodies, senior people from the civil society and government. Because what the government attempted was, and I was there in the government from 2012 to 17, I was part of the first high-level committee, not as part of the committee, as part of the IICA, which was part of the committee. I was part of the think tank. There were 10 or 15 of us within the IICA, which got feedbacks about whether the companies are following the rules or not, should we change the rules, should we make amendments. So the 2015 committee said, no, this is too early. 2014 only they have started 1 year, how do we get to know? Let's sit once again after 3 years. So they sat again in 2018. There was a high level committee, you can write down HLC CSR 2018. Whatever keywords I am giving you, please go and do a Google and read them. If you read them, your understanding will become stronger. Mark my words. The second committee in 2018 took 1 year till 2019, August. So there is a detailed report, high level committee report, which I will also share with you. HLC 2019 report of August, where lots of recommendations are there. Now this committee recommended to the MCA, please make these changes, please amend the rules. Because this is the voice of the people coming into the government. So the government then prepared a draft rules, amendment rules in 2019-20, and they were uploaded. And you know what happened? First set of rules, huge tamasha happened, because they said that you need to be a Section 8 only if you can get funds, otherwise trusts and societies will not get CSR money. Even that came in the draft. So we all got bewildered by why this is happening. Huge, some thought, some vague kind of a thought it was, or whatever it was. And then COVID happened. Janta curfew happened on 22nd or 23rd of March 2020. And then next couple of years has been very difficult. But they came out with the amendments in January 2021, and this is this document which I will share with you. This is the Gazette notification. Write down, you can make a note of it. Gazette notification dated 22nd January 2021. We will share this with you also. This is a comprehensive set of rules, after which the CSR became mandatory. Before this, CSR was if 100 rupees I had, I could spend 80 and say 20 I can't spend and give some reasons. Now it says if only 80 you can spend, 20 rupees you have to spend. Either you can continue if there's an ongoing project, or you give it to the government in 1 month, in 6 months time. So it became, spending became mandatory. Isn't that a big change? It is a big change for NGOs. That's why I'm telling all of you, please understand the rules. Now, along with this, a lot of other changes were made, and I'm summarizing them in the next few slides. I will not go very technical because you will start getting confused, because it will be too much breakfast, lunch, dinner into 10 days multiplied within 2 hours. You will all need Hajmola after that. So I don't want to do that. I will tell you what all it is. I will give you the core part of these amendments and then share the material with all of you. Okay? Now, what are the 5 mega trends? Last 8 years, I am sharing this as an analyst because I was part of the policy framework, and now I am watching how it is evolving. I am also part of an NGO, and I also advise corporates, many corporates and governments I am advising. So these are 5 big trends. The first trend is, or this is a reality rather, CSR spending is now mandatory, which I just told you. Number 2 is, the spending time frames are now finite time periods. It means, as I told you, if you are to continue to spend those 20 rupees, you get 3 years to do it. Those are called ongoing projects. You can write down ongoing projects. If I can't even allocate 20 rupees out of 100 before 31st March, the government is saying, okay, pranam, namaste, you give me the 20 rupees. You put it into any one of these funds. Any of them. Your choice. So the government is not telling you, you put it into PM Cares. Government is not telling you, give it to me. Government is saying, if you can't spend it, I'll take it. You give it to us. So the first choice is the corporate's choice. A lot of misinformation and disinformation was spread around this. Now it's a public sector, they may want to give it to PM Cares because, or a PM Relief Fund or a government fund because they are government companies. A lot of companies chose to give, a lot of companies did not give. The first choice is yours as a company. Okay? Number 3, which is very, very important for all of you. NGOs are partners in implementation and compliance. You are no longer mere partners in implementation, you are partners in compliance also, because if you go to a corporate and he asks you a question that I asked you in the morning, do you know section 135, and you don't raise your hand, he will say the door is that side, sir or ma'am, because then I am scared. Because if I give you 100 rupees and you mess it up, then there is going to be a huge fine on me. Shall I call out the fine? The fine is this, and this is part of the law which is passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, no one political party. This is the law of the land. I am reading out the fine. Why is the corporate scared? If a company is in default in complying with provisions of subsection 5 or subsection 6, subsection 5 means if you can't spend those 20 rupees to give it to government and you have not given it to government. And number 6 is, if you want to spend, you get 3 more years to spend. The company shall be liable to a penalty of twice the amount required to be transferred to there has to be an unspent CSRA account where you have to put the money so that the government can track that money. So if your 20 rupees was under consideration, your fine will be 20 into 2, 40 rupees. So suppose it was 1 crore, there's a fine of 2 crore rupees. Okay? Let me just complete. Shall be liable to a penalty of twice the amount required to be transferred by the company to the fund specified in Schedule 7 or the unspent CSRA account as the case may be, or 1 crore rupee, whichever is less. So maximum penalty is 1 crore rupees. Okay? And every officer of the company who is in default shall be liable to a penalty of 1/10 of the amount. And every officer is then liable till up to maximum 10 lakh rupees. So there is a big penalty also involved. So what I'm trying to say here is that NGOs are now partners in compliance also. In bold I am writing. And that is why I am pulling your leg since the morning. It is for your benefit. Because if you understand the law and the compliance better, your confidence of the donor will go up, your work should be good, your chances of getting the money go up. Are you now following why I began that way? It's all being to make you more compliant with the rules which are there, and also to prepare you, because tomorrow there may be another circular, let me tell you. You all have got form CSR 1. And this is my thought process, that very soon NGOs may be asked to report their CSR spending to the MCA also. Right now we are not doing it, we are only filing our income tax returns. My thought is, Section 8 companies are reporting because they are companies under ministry. But 1860 societies and trusts, we don't submit anything to the MCA. But we now have submitted form CSR 1. Tomorrow they may want us to submit the CSR related expenditure to the government, because that's coming in from the corporates who are also reporting, and they may want to tally the two. They may want to tally the two. I can see that happening. Okay. Yes, yes. Can I just finish 2 more points in this slide? Now point number 4 and 5 is under the CSR 2.0, government role in monitoring has become very tight. And people are not liking it. But what I try and tell all corporates is this: you will be in discomfort if you don't plan. Please synchronize your grant cycle with the financial year cycle. If you are a good corporate, your next year annual action plan should be ready by January, February, March of 2022 for financial year 22-23. Most corporates, I am working with at least 10 corporates today, and out of those 10, 1 has signed an MOU, and I am in July for this financial year. 3 months have gone. I am sure many of you may be facing similar situations, where as an NGO I am going to get 8 months to spend money for 12 months, and they want me to finish my project by March because otherwise fine will be there. So I am telling them, please make them ongoing projects, more than 12 months, more than the financial year. They don't want to go ongoing. They want to finish it by March. So as an NGO I tell them, then how do I complete 12 months work in 8 months? Because you are signing the MOU so late. So it is very important that corporates and NGOs work together and make sure that there is complete synchronization. That is a very, very key requirement. And the 5th point is, government is now actively engaging in utilizing CSR in a constructive way. You have Goa CSR Authority, you have Gujarat CSR Authority. I am sure Tamil Nadu must be doing a lot of, like today the Tamil Nadu government representatives were here. Today I am seeing, after 8 years of the law, when it began, government was more like a referee or an inspector, let me tell you, to see whether it is done or not. And corporates were saying that, yeah, sure. You can go, you don't have to ask me, it's not a class like that. Don't take it that seriously. Okay, so the government is today actively using CSR, and the corporates are using it for business growth also. Corporates are reporting this in their RFPs when they are submitting business proposals. They are in their ESG reports also, environment, social and governance. Have you heard of ESG? ESG, SDGs, these are important areas. Okay, so this was my first slide. Yes, your question, sir, now.
Sir, you have a number of choices. If a corporate decides, if I give to PM Care, I'm getting 100% tax exemption.
Yeah.
If it gives to an NGO, there will be the tax, that exemptions are lesser. Do you have any points on that?
Very good question. Again, you are asking very good questions, it seems, because you are doing a lot of this work. So corporates, when they give it to PM Care or any government fund, they lose control. And often when they go to their shareholders, they don't have any story to tell to their shareholders or to their consumers. So they prefer to not worry too much about this taxation matter. They rather spend this money and gain business gain also by communicating the good work they are doing, because then the money is in their control. The moment they give it to government, they lose the control. Then the government will take credit for it.
No, since you are mentioning about the planning and all the executing and all that,
Yeah.
the company decides why are we, scheduling.
They can, but they don't.
Throw the money there and
They can,
set
but,
the issue.
no, but please. So, there is data also on this. You will be happy to know that companies cannot randomly decide also. They have to also satisfy their shareholders.
There are a lot of corporates, they say we are giving only for PM care. Please don't come and
When you say lot of corporates, there are 20,000 corporates. Huh? How many are those? Mr. Krishnaswamy will tell you more about it. The larger data conveys that corporates are keen to keep the control. Either mostly is through NGOs, I think, and through their own foundations also. But they have the freedom. They can do what you are saying, but it is not happening that way. Okay. So this is the first slide which talks about the larger trends that are happening. Yes, there's a question there.
Yeah, but my name is Ramesh from Anandam Youth Foundation. So you're talking about the finite time periods. So usually the foundation like us, we receive funds only towards the financial year end. For example, March is the time period.
That is now going to be of the past. If they continue to do that, then they are going to be in grave danger, let me tell you, because if they give you towards March for that year, then they cannot report it as spending.
Yeah, but no.
It is now going to change.
Is there any law? Or is
Yeah,
there
why have I come from Delhi to do this session?
Okay.
That's the reason why I'm here.
For implementation agencies to
Yeah,
help,
so
otherwise we don't have time
that
to
is
do.
the reason why I'm trying to tell you that a corporate which is giving you in March is just doing a tick box exercise so far, and it is defeating the purpose of the law. What was the purpose of the law? That if I am a corporate and I make some profits, I began that way, I should spend some money for the community. This is like throwing it into the dustbin in the end of the year and showing it that I have spent the money, whereas the NGO is not spending it. How can you spend it in 1 month?
Right,
You can't. But what they can do is, they can allocate to you, give you 10 rupees out of 100 by before March and put 90 rupees into an unspent CSRA account, and then you have 3 years to spend that money. As you spend, they will give you. As they give you, you spend. Advanced utilization certificate. Advanced utilization certificate, you get 3 years. That's what I'm trying to tell you over here. They should be giving you this money in the month of April. Yes. And not March, because they were unplanned.
But it happens for the smaller organization. They have the typical behavior towards
So again, if they're CAs, they need to change their CAs if they are not being guided properly, because now they will be penalized, or the government will take the money. Then you will say the government is doing this and the government is doing. Arey Baba, who's asking you? You read the law. You plan. You're not planning. See, if you don't plan and then you raise a humdrum that everything is against me, then nobody can help you. The corporates have changed their policies. The corporates have now, they are mandated to make annual action plans also. Okay? Okay. Any more question? I am now going to go deeper into the next 2 slides.
So
Yes.
shall we?
Yes, at the back. Because now, now I am going to take you deeper into this amendment so that you now understand. You are doing BTech and MTech today at the same time, by the way. So now you are doing MTech every month. So I will take you more technical, more deeper in the next 40 minutes. And no separate Q&A because I am taking question answers as we are going. Yes, sir.
My question to you is...
Your name and organization.
I am Dr. Vasudevan. I am CSR consultant for MMA.
Okay.
My question is, I am taking it from the point that was raised earlier. The payment is being received in the month of March.
Right.
And if it is going to be given for an ongoing project, is it acceptable? But as long as you have a three-year window of having it expended, is that possible for an ongoing project to be received and still show it as a...
So, okay, so I think I'll have to now that we are all jumping the syllabus, but then that's okay because we are already in part of the MTech part now. So I will answer you now, okay. Let me give you an example. Dr. Vasudevan, suppose I have to give you 100 rupees, right? And I should have given that to you in the month of April. Suppose that 100 rupees is part of my CSR budget of 1000 rupees of FY 22-23. Okay. My budget of FY 22-23 was 1000 rupees.
Okay.
And I am the donor and you are my NGO and I am supposed to give you 100 rupees in April.
Okay.
And I am giving it to you in March.
Okay.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Now, under the new law, under the new rule, I should, if I allocate 100 rupees to you in March, I should not give you all the 100 rupees in March now. I should sign an MOU. In my MOU, I will say only 20 days are left in March. I am going to give you 5% rupees, 5 rupees dunga. I will give you 5 rupees right now. Till 31st March, you send me the utilization certificate from your CA of 5 rupees.
Okay.
And on 31st March, from 1st April to 31st April 2022, I will put 95 rupees into another account called an escrow account.
Yeah.
It is a dividend account.
Yeah.
I will put 95 rupees over there.
Okay.
Now I have 95 rupees over there. I can give this money to you over 3 years' time.
Okay.
And not make you do everything to complete it within or whatever.
Yes.
Now, when I am reporting to the government,
5 rupees.
I will report 5 rupees, not
5
100.
rupees.
Yes.
That's
now you
fine.
see the change.
Yeah, yeah.
Earlier, what I was doing was, I was giving you 100 rupees in March and reporting that 100 is spent. Also, what was happening was, this 100 rupees was going from a corporate to its own foundation. I know of some foundations who had hundreds of crores of rupees reported as spent and lying in FDs in the corporate foundation.
Okay.
We saw the data. So, how do you create a situation where either you spend it or you give it? Who's saying to you to give me the money? The government is not saying. But the government is saying be transparent and be honest. To which the people are saying the government is unfair. So you are fair to report non-spending as spending, that is fair. And when the government says that if you don't spend, we would like to spend, then you say government is unfair.
Okay, as a
is the first part answered?
Yeah, clear.
You will give me 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10?
11 out of 10.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You have to give me marks also, because I'm going to ask, if you are asking me questions, please give me marks.
Sure.
Okay.
I am also a faculty. I love it.
Okay, next question.
My next question is, so as a corporate, from the corporate point of view, I'm looking at it. So if I have to spend that 100 rupees, but I have, if I give it to the NGO, I can give only 5. So my utility certificate is only for 5. What I'm going to account for 95, which I should have otherwise spent. So my obvious is, instead of giving 5 rupees and then, why not give this 100 rupees in the month of March to PM CARES and finish it off?
Okay.
Is that
that
the only option?
Okay, 1 minute. So when you do that one time, then you will have a shareholder meeting and I am one of your shareholders.
Okay.
I will ask you, Dr. Vasudevan, why should I not kick you? Why should you be in this company when you are not doing your work? Why did you not? 1 minute, I am your shareholder now.
Okay.
I will ask you, because I will read the law and come to the shareholder meeting. Okay?
Yeah.
I am going to ask you, when you knew your budget in April, and if your CA did not tell you the budget in April, then you change why did you not change your CA?
Okay.
I will ask you, why did you delay it for 8 months or 9 months to then go into March situation and then dump it or maybe spend it to whatever situation under compulsion? One time you have done it. But next time, please make sure your annual action plan, because you have made me jump the syllabus, so I will go up and down. 1 minute.
Yeah.
So, read the annual action plan. Your annual action plan should be ready by March for FY 22-23 and the first disbursal should begin April.
April.
So, one time if you do, next time your shareholders are going to be after you. Because they will say, your decision to give to the PM fund is not by logic but by pressure. Isn't that so?
It is.
Tell me yes or no.
I won't agree fully.
No.
Now, for the simple reason,
No.
I'll tell you.
But why?
When you asked this question, have you done your job? You have not done your job properly.
Right.
I have done my job as per the rules of what has been permitted. That PM CAS is not, I mean, it is not a...
No, so...
I'm going by the rule books.
No, then, I will ask you as a shareholder who's done his homework, that did you mention this, that you will give it in March to PM CAS? Did you mention this in April in your annual action plan? You will say no. Tell me.
I have not mentioned anything.
No, it is mandatory now, annual action plan.
Okay.
There is no way out, my dear friend.
Okay.
Now you will give...
Annual action plan is mandatory.
Yes. Now you will give me how many marks on this answer?
Abhi samajh liya, aap is important. Annual action plan.
Yes. Now you are getting it. Okay. That's why I have come from Delhi here.
Yeah. मान लिया
Please understand. Because the shareholder, no, the shareholder will see the report because the shareholder wants the shares to go up. That is the business case to CSR. The corporate is being asked, please understand, as a shareholder I have put my money into shares. Now this company is doing good business. It is doing good business to then qualify under this or this. Am I putting my money to buy the shares or not? And I am listed in the stock exchange. I will get all information. The shareholders are becoming very, very aware. Let me tell you, shareholder and the Nifty is doing those trainings. I have worked with the Bombay Stock Exchange to the ministry. I know it. They have L&D programs. The shareholder knows what is happening. Now the shareholder ma'am would like to know, if there was a law and there was an amendment, then why was my company where I am putting my money for shares not better planned? Where, if they were planned, maybe they could have done good CSR, that could have led to good business, that could have raised my share value and made me richer. Should I not ask that question? So there is a business case to CSR which has to be thought through. And that is where I am requesting all of you to understand, we are all educated, but we are somewhere missing the game.
I just have a point to make.
Yes, Radha.
So there is one CSR company which told me that their
Can we have the mic please, baby?
that their attrition has gone up now because they have not been a socially conscious organization.
It will happen. Young India, let me tell you, you see a lot of fellowships. There is a Clinton fellowship, there is a Teach for India. There are, so many young Indians, Ashoka fellowship, Ashoka University. You will find a lot of young Indians wanting to go into the development sector. I travel around, I am working with a lot of IIMs. I am Udaipur the other day, I was with them, the youngsters. There is a Mahatma Gandhi National Fellowship which works for 2 years, who works with district collectors. Can these youngsters be taught some of this so that the district collector, when he or she is making the district development plan, can they embed the CSR programs in the district to achieve better results? That is what the law's purpose is. The purpose of the law is how the shareholder money can catalyze the taxpayer's money. The government spending is taxpayer money, the CSR 2% is shareholder money. This 2% has to be like a surgical strike, Balakot strike, where the 2% project of the NGO should be very impactful on the taxpayers' programs if it is to partner government.
So the law also gives the corporate one more option. In the last minute, they can define a project as an ongoing project.
Yes, they can.
Provided they get the approval from the board.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a very good provision for this kind of a situation.
And Dr. Vasudevan, that's why when you read the amendments and the FAQs, and that's why, we are conducting these courses also, and you all are most welcome to join. Our next batch will start in the, I think in the month of September or October. So Radha is here, maybe Radha's name she can help me get any names. It's a free of cost online course. On weekends we have our classes. Right now the 5th batch is running. We have a cohort of around 300 students across the country. We have Piramal Foundation, we've got Infosys Foundation, Adani Foundation, corporates, NGOs, students from TIS, students from Narsimunji. We try and tell them all of these things, because wherever we are, if we understand this, we can then make the corporates also understand, because this money can then be deployed in the best possible way.
So the corporates are not having a clear idea when it comes to NGOs. There are NGOs who are charging subsidized fee and subsidized cost for their services. There are institutions which are doing completely free of cost, but the corporates are not having a different yardstick. They only treat everyone equal, which is not fair. It's not a...
So very valid point. Again, you are speaking from experience, and I am with you because I also run an NGO. It is a battle, it's a struggle that has to go on, and that's why, as I said, my effort, my little humble effort is to travel around and make people understand this legislation and see how we can leverage and enable it as much as possible. Wherever change is required, we must write to the ministry and MMA like organizations when they write.
Why the law is so lenient? Why can't it be very clear? You have to do.
No, but the law cannot micromanage the corporate, please. The law will not tell the corporate whom to treat how. That is the corporate's money. That at that point the government doesn't, because then the corporate will say you are micromanaging. So that the government will not like to do at all. That is the prerogative of the corporate, and therefore it is important for the corporate to understand the letter and spirit of the law and then make fair decisions.
No, corporates are not allowed to patronage any religious service activity. They are not going to fund.
That's because that's very political, either politics also you are not supposed to do it as per the law.
Yeah.
It is mentioned clearly.
That is the case, why not they insist on, because there are so many institutions which they are doing completely free. Service.
No, but your project should be justifiable and the corporates are open enough to discuss those things. Aisa nahi hai, it's not like that. Your points, see, there are different kinds of corporates also. Let me also tell another thing. Please, when you approach a corporate, you also see who's heading the CSR of that corporate. Is there a person who is from, yes, is that a person who understands the development sector, or is that person on a punishment posting over there? Because if that person is on a punishment posting, then you are the criminal actually. Then you have had it. So, you have to do some research. So there are so many factors that go into developing a good fundraising strategy. Now my next two slides here.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
So we know organization works on.
So by the way, we are at 12:33. I have exactly 27 minutes more, and then we have lunch after that. Okay. So in these 27 minutes, 1 minute. Now, should I go through this quickly in the next 10 minutes and then have some questions? Otherwise, syllabus छूट जाएगा मेरा. Syllabus पूरा करा दूँ? I must complete the syllabus? Okay, thank you so much. So, I will go a little faster here, and then I'll give you the textbook and you can read it yourself. Okay. Now, because of these mega trends, there are two very important things that have happened. There are 11 important things that the corporates must keep in mind, and there are 6 important things that NGOs must keep in mind. I will focus on this in the next 10 minutes. Then I am going to show you a very interesting slide. And that is the slide where I bring you to the monies. We are here to get some funds from corporates. Yes or no? Yes. So I will show you this slide, which will tell you how the corporates take out their pockets, take out the money. You want to hear this slide more? Yes. Okay, so we are going to come to this slide also. So let me quickly finish. Radha and all they know this slide. This is my favorite slide. So I will not go into too many of the other in-between slides because you can study that. I will do this one, 11 points, 6 points, unspent CSRA, admin overhead, but this will cover everything, this slide. And annual action plan also will quickly just touch base or a bit of all of that, because the time is a little tight now. So these are the 5 mega trends that I told you, okay, as part of amendments after January 2021. Now basis this, there are 11 major changes that are evident for the corporates, which all of you must understand. Because if you understand this, then your funding pitch will be right. So in this session, one of my other objectives is to also guide you on fundraising strategy. Because if your fundraising strategy is sound, then your chances of conversion go up. So I've already told you, there was a high level committee in 2015 and 18, which gave those recommendations, basis which all of this happened. Now comply or explain is now comply and spend. We've already discussed this. Thus, CSR spending is now mandatory. We have discussed this. Higher board level accountability, transparency, monitoring, approvals and reporting. Now, board level, because I just told you there is a huge penalty. So, the board people are becoming a little more scared now, I am finding. And that is getting reflected on the CSR team. Therefore, when you go for funding, you should also convey to the donor that if you give me your money, your board members will be safe. I will do the teaching, learning, education, everything, but I will also make sure that none of your board members is getting a penalty. Because if you can give them that confidence, they will quickly take the next step. I am telling you live example. At least 10 to 15 donors I am dealing with right now, all of them immediately when they come to know that I am one of the people who did the law and he is running his own NGO, they feel a little bit more comforted. So, if you also convey to them that you are aware about the law, maybe do some certifications also wherever you can and convince them that you are safe, they will feel more proactive. I can give it in writing to you. Number 4 is, I have already told you, now spending means allocation plus transfer of money plus utilization with the CA certificate with the UDIN number, UDIN, please write down. I hope you know what the UDIN number is, unique documentation identification number, that the CA will give you. So, mere transfer of money is not spending, allocation is not spending, allocation plus transfer plus actual utilization with the UC is spending. Ongoing projects have been defined as 1 plus 3 years. I have already told you, the year in which you allocate, you will get 3 more years to finish those 20 rupees example that I gave you. Then annual action plan, this is not Aam Aadmi Party, it sounds like AAP. This is annual action plan. It has to be ready. It has some areas to be completed and a wise corporate would do it in the 4th quarter of the year for the next financial year. Please make a note if you are a corporate, please do it ready by the 4th quarter. If you don't want to fall in a default situation by March. Clarity has been presented on admin overhead surplus, which I will tell you in that Excel sheet. The role of the CFO has become very important. Now what is happening is, and that leads me to the next slide. So like this is the one, number 8 only. There should be good collaboration between CFO, CSR head, CA and the CS. Can anybody tell me the role of these 4 people in the organization? The CFO will clarify the budget for the coming year and now has to also certify the expenditure. This is the new amendment. Now 100 rupee allocated hai ki nahi hai, is it happening or not? The CFO will tell the head CSR, who should then spend the money. Now the money which is spent should be accounted for and audited by the chartered accountant and should be filed in the report by the company secretary. So what I keep telling everybody is, make sure that your CFO, CSR head, CA and CS meet once a quarter for 1 hour. Please take this as a vitamin C tablet from my side. If you do this, if they have to fight, let them fight in Q1, let them fight in Q2, and in 3 they might do a jhappi, and in Q4 you may get a CSR award. I am just telling you certain things which I am speaking from experience. If you do this, if an NGO, as an NGO you understand this, if you find Q1 they are all fighting, hold on to your proposal a little bit. Sneak in when you find that there is good bonhomie, some jhappi going on, then in the jhappi you will be the 5th one who will get the jhappi and you may get the funds. Also plan your pitch at the right time. Okay, that is very, very important. Treatment, reporting of capital assets has now been defined very well. As a corporate, if I fund a capital asset, I cannot take it back. It has to be with the NGO or go to the community. It has been very, very clearly defined. This you will read in this entire docket that I will share with you. Okay. Then business activities should not be part of CSR, but CSR could lead to better business. So I'll give you two examples. I work with two corporates amongst many. One is Genpact CSR. I also work with HCL. Now Genpact in its business, it says that when you hire a Genpact, it will bring upon digital transformation in your business. So Genpact in its CSR says digital transformation for good. That we will, if you are funded by us, then we will digitally transform your NGO to become good. And HCL Foundation says HCL Tech is a technology software company. It says that in software, in business, we develop source codes because algorithm means source coding. So it says when we fund a project, we develop source code for social change. So corporates are permitted to connect their core business ideology into their CSR space so that when they do CSR, their business gets validated and strengthened and their business may gain and their share value may go up, they may get more turnover. If turnover goes up, then the 2% goes up. When the 2% goes up, then there are more funds. If there are more funds, then the NGOs like all of us can get more monies also. Can you see the interrelationship? Yes or no? Yes. There's a key interrelationship here to be understood, which I'm now taking you deeper into this MTech class. Okay? All right? Non-compliance is a civil offense, and I've already told you, maximum 1 crore, and for the staff, 1/10 of that, maximum 10 lakh rupees. Okay? Now for the NGO, these are the 6 important ones, and the last one is in yellow. If you have read the book, Who Moved My Cheese, your funding will go away if you don't understand the first 5. So I've highlighted it in yellow. Okay? Key role of the NGO leader to understand the game. Must spend oblique utilize in a timely manner. If when you take money, make sure your spending is in a timely manner, because otherwise you will build pressure on your donor. If there is pressure on your donor, the CFO and the CA will fight in the next quarter and they will kill you. So why trigger them? Do something which makes them do the jhappi. Spend your money in time, go back. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Registration, I hope all of you have done 12A, 80G, Form CSR1. There was a new one which you may be aware, Form 10BD. Form 10BD, all of you filled up this time? Yes. How many of you filled up Form 10BD for all your donors? Please raise your hands. But NGOs are so many here, why have the others not done? How many of you have not done the Form 10BD or are hearing for it for the first time? No, the NGOs should be aware about it. 31st May was the last day for it, and they should be making a Form 10BD, and again, your chartered accountant should be guiding you on this.
Without PAN number, we are not able to upload.
So as an NGO, you should have a PAN number.
No, not ours. The donor's PAN number.
So why do you should take the PAN number from the donor?
They simply refuse.
No, we wrote to all the corporates and they said this is a matter of compliance. They all gave us, you have to do that. They have to give it. Individual donors. In fact, make sure that when you take funding, they give their PAN card together with the money number. Otherwise, don't take their money, because you have to report it that way. See, somewhere they are converging everything on the IT portal now. In the new income tax portal, they are converging everything with the PAN card. So you have to take it. Form CSR 1, I hope all of you have done Form CSR 1. Okay, good. This I have already told you. Okay, now, 1 minute. Now, there are a lot of these definitions which are there in the presentation that I will share with you. This is all very technical. I am going through it a little fast over here. Ongoing project, I hope everybody is understood. A project which goes from 1 plus 3 years, it goes on for 3 years and you can accordingly report it. The corporate can report it. Admin overheads, I will come, is a very tricky one. I am just going to come to it. Now this slide. I don't know if you can see from the back, but I will just try and read it out. If 100 rupees are available with a corporate as a budget, then 5% of it, it can keep as admin overheads. Now this is 5% of expenditure. What does it mean? It means that if my budget is 100 rupees and my expenditure in the year is 90 rupees, my admin will be 5% of not 100 rupees but 5% of 90 rupees. So what is the moral of the story? The moral of the story is that you must not do the 5% of 5 rupees spending in the beginning itself, because it is in relation to the spending of the money. And admin overhead is meant to be kept by the company to manage the whole CSR. So which all activities are included? Board level compliances like policy, strategy, annual action plan, CFO compliances, headquarter employee costs, legal expenses, office supplies, stationery, admin related travel, all as part of general management and administration of CSR, including mandatory CSR reporting. All of that are central headquarter functions which can be billed to 5% of CSR expenditure, not the budget. The budget could be 100 if expenditure is 5 rupees, then admin, sorry, if budget is 100 and the actual spending till March is 50 rupees, then your admin expense is only 2.5 rupees. It can't be 5 rupees, it can't become 10%. It is 5% of expenditure, very important. The remaining 95, B, C, D and E. B is actually, now impact assessment has become mandatory for certain category of projects. And if you are qualifying to do impact assessment as a corporate, you can keep 5% up to a maximum of 50 lakh rupees for this in a year. Otherwise, you can spend money the remaining on designing of CSR projects, implementation and M&E, which is monitoring and evaluation. Designing means need assessment, request for proposals, project design, due diligence and selection of NGOs, making MOUs, budget plan, theory of change, model of intervention. All of this money the corporate can spend, and they need not bill this amount to this. They often ask me questions, where do I bill the salary of my staff in the headquarter? If the staff is doing board compliances and need assessment or RFP, and the salary of the person is 50 rupees and their time is 8 hours and they are giving 4 hours each, then 25 rupees can be billed here and 25 rupees can be billed here. This is very, very important. This is what comes to most of us, D and E, which is implementation of projects and M&E. For monitoring and evaluation, a corporate can hire an external agency also and give this money to them. But this will invariably be given to a form, CSR Form 1 NGO. And this NGO is typically the one which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see the connects now? It is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? Any question on this? Yep. 12:48, so I've got 10 minutes more. Yeah?
Donor is put an external agency to verify.
Yeah.
The donor is put an external agency to verify our activities, give a report to them. Now, the money service charge of what we pay to the external agency should be borne by the NGO or it should be borne by the...
Good question. So, the rules say very clearly that general management will be 5%, right? And this is for design of projects, implementation and monitoring and evaluation. At that point, it is not saying what should be the routing, but it says in one of the rules that for implementation and for 1, 2, 3, 4 activities route, it says that very clearly. It needs to be a trust, a society or a company. Okay. Therefore, you may be a company which has 100 rupees budget and 5 rupees you spend here and you have 95 rupees. Ideally, you should spend out of this 95 maximum in the orange, because the NGO is spending the money. Minimum here is mandatory, suppose it is not required, then minimum here, but necessary requirements do it. and here it is critical, this could also be part of the NGO budget, because the NGO could do its own M&E also. But impact assessment has to be at the third party. So the payment to the third party will go directly to the third party, and if this one is a third party, it can go directly to the third party. If this is part of the NGO, the budget could go out of the 95 to the NGO, which has both of this together. Is that okay? Any other questions? Yes.
We are the implementing agency.
I think maybe just remove the mask also a little bit, if you can. Yeah.
Sir, we are the implementing agencies.
Okay.
Where we are getting donations from our company, and so we are also incurring administrative expenses.
You are number 2, category number 2?
It's one.
You are a corporate foundation?
No, I am a trustee. This is SST.
Achha, that is TVS Trust.
Yeah, TVS Trust.
So that is number 1. Okay,
yeah,
tell me.
Sir, where we are getting donations from TVS Motor Company, and we too have our own establishment cost and other overheads.
Okay.
With respect to these implementing agencies.
Right.
Whether this administrative cost will be considered again within this 5%, or it will not be treated as against this 5%.
Very good question. This 5 rupees can remain with TVS, the parent company. But lot of companies, what they do is, they also give this 5 to the foundation. So my question to you is, sir, is TVS keeping this 5 rupees with itself, or is it giving it to you?
So we are getting 100 rupees fully from them.
Okay.
Out of this 100, I will finish. Out of this 100 rupees,
right,
our establishment cost will be around 30 to 35%. Plus other overheads also, administrative overheads also. In such case,
is about how much? 33.
Because we have almost 17 branches we have.
1 minute. So you are saying that TVS gives you all this 100 rupees.
Yeah.
So all 100 is with TVS Society, the trust.
Yeah, it gives to trust.
Now, what you as a trust need to make sure is that out of that 100 rupees that you have, who is making the annual action plan for TVS, the company? Are you, the society, making, or they hire a consultant?
Actually, we make the annual plan and we will be submitting to the CSR committee.
So you are doing it,
yeah.
And if you hire a consultant, then the trust will hire the consultant.
What is that?
You as the trust will hire the consultant and not the company. Right?
Yeah.
So then you as a trust can spend this as your 5%, and if you are traveling all over, you can bill it to M&E.
Okay.
Because you are traveling not for picnic, I am sure.
Yeah.
You are traveling for monitoring.
Yes.
You are traveling for monitoring,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You may be traveling for need assessment also.
Fine. Yes.
Exactly. So make sure when you sit with your accountant, with your CA, you distribute the 30 between here, and here, and try to make that 30 as little as possible so that this can be as big as possible. But if 30 is still required, justify it here a lot, and obviously if you have specific tasks you are doing, 5 rupees you can spend here. So I will say out of that 30, 25 you need to put here, 25 you need to put here and here.
Fine.
And maybe because you are traveling a lot, this could be bigger and this could be lesser.
Okay, sir.
Are you getting your answer?
Sir, I missed out one thing with respect to spending, which I want to think. See, we have a lot of renovation work we are taking, and quarter-wise we are clearly planning for everything also. That renovation duration will be around 1.5 to 2 months actually. So when we start a work in the month of January, normally we hope to finish it by end of February or first week of March at any cost. But there are, due to some practical or administrative issue, due to the contractor's absence or something, this may get postponed to a little bit to first week of April or May also.
Okay.
In such case, there are two options for me. Either I have to pay him some advance. See, the total project cost would be around 4 to 5 lakhs.
So it will depend upon your method of accounting, accrual basis method you are doing?
Yeah.
Accrual basis?
Yeah, accrual only.
Okay.
So, see, the project cost would be around 4 to 5 lakhs only. So, out of compulsion, because that contractor may need some working capital for his things, because it's small contractors only. So, what they do, if they are not going to complete it before 31st March, they will be coming to us by 20th of March, and we will be compelled to pay either advance on the based upon the completion of the work, or we have to tell them to raise a running bill, and against which we will be affecting payment for the same. So it would be around 60% or 70% of the work. So whether this payment will qualify for my expenditure.
Yeah, so very valid question. So what you could do is, you could ask, and you want to show this as a spending in the same FY. Yeah, so see, in the accrual system, you can show it as an advance, and you are giving
advance qualify
as a contract. You are hiring these people, no, the contractor, right? You can take an estimate, and then you can take a timeline also. See, technically speaking, if you have given this money and it is under play and is going to end in the next week or 10 days, you can report it as spending in 31st March only. Make sure, what you can ask is, ask them to bill it before 31st March.
That's right. Because in all probabilities, we will try to finish fag end of March itself. But there are a couple of cases where it may extend up to first week of April also. In such cases, practically it's not possible.
No worries. You can, because technically speaking, the utilization would mean that the activity is over by 31st March. But since it has not happened, you just document the reason, say that you have given advance. The advance ka planning was that it finishes by 31st March, but because of rains, some cyclone, whatever, force majeure condition or whatever, document it, give that money as advance, or take a bill before 31st March and make it, take a completion report in the first week of April. That is perfectly fine.
Fine. Thank you.
See, at the end of the day, your intent is not wrong. The intent is the key. Okay?
Sir, my last question to you.
Okay. I think we are 12:57 now.
There are companies which are having sports person as in their payroll. When it comes to social workers, they can also do the same. Why are they not doing it when it comes to sports or any other thing? For example, there are a lot of players, they are in leading corporates, but they are getting salary without doing any job.
So very, very interesting questions. Your questions are full of googlies, I can see, and dusras. That Muralidharan dusras. But I will sit with you. So eventually it is the corporate's decision, right? And corporates are hiring people from the social sector in their CSR department now. Because if they hire a CSR person, a social person for business, their business will collapse and CSR funding will become zero. You have to think that also.
So when you say the shareholders, you want to see the ethics, you want to see any activity.
But at the end of the day, no, your point is valid, but the key thing, the shareholder would want that money should keep coming, na? Suppose money or itself collapses, then ethics will, where is the ethics if the company is gone? So, okay, thank you so much. And
we have a session by Mr. Swami at 3:30.
Right.
We'll combine both, we'll continue for another 2 hours. People have come up. Can I announce?
Kya?
Up to 3 to 15 we have an event.
Right.
3:30 Q&A. 3:30 Krishna Swami session is there.
Right.
I request you join in this session. Combined we'll do it for, because we can do it.
Yeah, so all of you please, Mr. Krishna Swami's session when he takes you inside the gold mine is from 3:30.
3:30, you will have to join.
So I will also be here, and what is your good name, sir? I am forgetting.
Govinda Krishna.
Govinda. So we will keep taking your questions more. Here I have just mentioned, if you can just put the slide for 1 second, so people can just make a note of my email ID. You can write to me, and you can go to the Lakshya website. You can just become a member there. There are no charges. All the documents you can download, and we will send everything for you. Just don't worry, the entire textbook, NCERT book will be with you. And then you can be in touch with MMA. You can see the video is all recorded, and we can continue the dialogue. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
We at 3:30. 3:30. I am here only. I'm here only. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Mr. Nikhil. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now join us for lunch and 1:45 till 1:45, 3:30 we have again interesting session. Nikhil will be available after 3:30 because you have a lot of doubts. I know quite a bit of thing on admin. Please stay back and we'll make sure that Nikhil doesn't miss his flight this evening. As much as possible, we'll make him interact with you. Thank you.
We have lunch now, no, for everybody?
Participants, please join us back by
I hope it was
1:45 p.m. for another interesting session on significance of UN SDGs in development sector by Dr. Sujata.
So that's what I'm saying, depends. See, this table, 35 is so much. 5 to 7 is maximum typically that people.
That because when you give a big budget, it's okay. If you give 50 lakhs,
yeah.
Who will, nobody is going to work less than
No,
Audience, kindly settle down, please. We'll move on to our second session for the day. Significance of UN SDGs in Development Sector by Dr. Sujata. Let me have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Sujata. She's a SDG consultant, Department of Planning and Development, Government of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Sujata has 30 years of development sector experience consulting for government corporates, NGOs, and community-based organizations. She has a doctorate in economics with a special emphasis on women empowerment. She has been working as consultant with the State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu. Madam, may I request you to please deliver, take over the session, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Coming after lunch as the first speaker is also always a challenge. I don't know how many of you are going to go to sleep. I hope definitely I can keep you awake and keep you interested enough to take this message forward, because I think it's an important topic. The morning we heard people speaking from the government sector and also from Nikhil and all the Krishna Swami were saying stating the objectives of this meeting. I think this particular session is very, very important, because when we are wanting to onboard CSOs and the corporate sectors as partners in the Sustainable Development Goals journey, they play a very critical part. And partnership is a very key role. And I think it is this session which is very critical in what will be your projects and what should be your vision for India to reach 2030 and what is the transformation we should work at. Next slide. Slide move on. So SDG was born in 2012 at the UN Conference on Sustainable Development held in the Rio Conference, which we call in Brazil. And it took almost 3 years for it to actually fructify into a good discussion of what are the goals going to be and how it's going to be working, and come up with a set of agenda for how it is to be carried forward, set a timeline, set the objectives, all these things. It took 3 long years. And the objective was that it was supposed to be universal goals. If you look at the MDGs, it was for the underdeveloped countries, the developing countries. But this Sustainable Development Goals is for everybody. The developed countries are also supposed to look at sustainability, and Sustainable Development Goals are important for all nations and the planet as a whole. See, the urgent environmental needs. I think the climate change was the first thing that triggered this whole concept of sustainability. Because if you remember, we were speaking about global warming much before we were speaking about SDGs. We realized that we are in a situation where climate change is going to affect the environment. And so environment, the planet was the first thing that came into. Thing made us realize we need sustainable solutions. And that set for the Sustainable Development Goals. And in the 70th session of the UN in 5th September 2015, transforming our world 2030 agenda for sustainable development was taken up. And almost many countries, maybe 123 or 140 countries have ratified this UN agreement, and we have signed, and India is one signatory. And if you see, our Prime Minister is repeatedly attending all these high-level political forum meetings and making his presence in the known in the global thing. We are making commitments on behalf of the country for the global improvement and global transformation. So why should we do SDG? Why? We are already doing some sort of service. We are doing some amount of commitments. We are already doing as governments, corporates, as individuals. We have our own commitments. But if we have to, work for a society where there is no hunger and poverty, I think we have to work on SDGs. If we want to build peaceful societies, we need SDGs. If we want human rights to be protected everywhere, we need SDGs. We want gender equality as an important component of our planning process, the execution process. We need that. We need health. If you need healthy lives, we are facing COVID, and we see that the transmission of diseases are so many new diseases are coming to the front. We need research on, what are the different diseases. So we need transfer of technology happening for protecting them. We need SDGs. So if you are protecting the planet, we need SDGs. And if you create a situation where there's equitable and growth happening, economic growth that fosters further growth and prosperity, then we need SDGs. So if you look at the transition, as I was saying, MDGs was for the developing countries. They wanted to make the developing countries, the underdeveloped countries, do some of these things to make them better. But what was happening was, even in the developed countries, there were certain sections or certain portions of their communities who were not performing well. How was it going to be addressed? So then that was in the 2015, we moved from those set of goals that were governing only the underdeveloped countries to developing countries to those 17 goals. And, these targets that actually. So now if India performs, we achieve the SDGs, because we're the second largest population in the globally, then the SDGs are achieved at the global level. So there's a transformation at the thing. So it is all the more important that India works towards it. And Tamil Nadu being if you look at the 6th largest, state in the country, so we will be actually looking at it from that point of view. If Tamil Nadu is able to do something on the SDGs, we will be definitely making a huge transformation, huge impact on the national agenda. So what are the 5 Ps? The Millennium Development Goals. So the environment came first. So we start with one huge planet, for which there's always a talk saying that there is no planet B. There's no substitute for that. So the planet, first P is the planet, then the people, whom, don't leave anyone behind. We have to bring everyone together. So the people, those goals that address the people. Then comes those goals that address the prosperity. We need prosperous nations. We need people to be prosperous, to leave poverty behind. So that is what is those leading to the prosperity. Then you need peace in the economy. We need to be peaceful. If there is peace, we have governance structures, we have institutions, then only we will be able to have a fostering environment for progress. And all the last but not the least, the partnerships. It's very critical. We have partnerships. The governments can't do it alone. We have to work in cooperation with the civil society organizations, the people, importantly, everybody has to work together. So as I said, for the goals to be reached, everyone needs to do their part. The governments, the private sector, the corporates, the civil society organization, and individuals and people like you who are committed to a cause. We are all here because we are committed to a cause. And people like you are going to make a difference in the achieving the sustainable development goals. So what are the 18 goals that we are looking at? Is the first one comes to no poverty. I think when you have no poverty there, I think that's the first step. So it's placed first, no poverty. You don't want people to go hungry. That's the second goal. No hunger, that's zero hunger. The zero hunger includes malnourishment. And agriculture productivity. Those are some of the things, whether the country is producing self-sufficient food grains production to meet its demand. Those all things that come under the zero hunger. Then the good health and well-being. We want our citizens to be able-bodied. We don't want vector-borne diseases. We don't want non-communicable diseases, lifestyle diseases. So many of them are targets that we are looking at. Quality education is not in the numbers, but also the quality of outcome. We're looking at the learning outcomes. The higher education, the skilling, those are important components of the fourth agenda of quality education. Then the gender equality, which we are still struggling in a long way. We always assume that women have been given equal positions, but the opportunities, even though given, have not been taken, or women have not risen to that level of equality that is expected. So you have equal opportunities, but various factors do not allow them to access these things. Though given equal opportunities, the access pathway is actually very difficult. There are barriers to their attaining full access. Then the clean water and sanitation, that's another component. Lot of our communicable diseases, and also because of the water being a critical component, we find that our productivity is linked to clean water and sanitation. Then you go for affordable and clean energy. Why clean energy? Why is there so much of push for electric vehicles? Why is there so much push for those non-fossil fuels? Because we have limited fossil fuels. We have to move away and go for clean energy, solar power, then go for wind power, those which have renewable energy sources that are clean for use. Then the decent work and economic growth. What is the availability of job opportunities? What is the skilling requirements? What is available in terms of jobs? Whether there is equity of opportunities for the differently abled, whether there is for the transgenders, these also come under the economic work and growth. Then also the industry, innovation and infrastructure, where we actually speak about industry being a very critical component and contributing to the prosperity of nation. How the innovation can actually spur the things happening in the economy. The reduced inequalities is an important component where we actually give the most vulnerable an opportunity to rise and become equal in terms of their development. And that is a critical component. And then sustainable cities and communities, where you actually have to see that each city in its own. Now with the COVID, we have actually understood that each city has to be a sustainable system. And then you go on for the responsible production consumption, the extended production rights, you have the disposal mechanisms in place. All those are critical components of the sustainable development. Then again, you have the climate action, which has been the longest SDG, which we understand, and that is an important one. Then life below water has been brought into things because we fail to understand that the marine ecosystem is part of the global thing, and many of our water excesses go and end up in the oceans. We need to keep our oceans clean, and we need to keep our water bodies clean. So life below water is an important component. Life on land, our biodiversity, our richness of forests, the green economy, all that has been their life. The peace, justice, and strong institutions are our basic governance. What is available as the basic governance models, the institutions like the judiciary, the police, the law engagement agencies, and the last, partnership.
Seen so many people so animated around the Sustainable Development Goals as during the past 3 days. From the SDG Action Zone on our lawn to billboards in Times Square, the SDGs are everywhere as they should be. We started this journey together in 2015 and we know our destination.
This is an opportunity for all for working towards a healthy planet. So what are the goals, targets? When you speak about SDGs, we have the goals, targets, indicators. Many of them are offset by this whole concept of how do we measure sustainability. But it is not only about the goals, targets, and indicators, but it goes beyond. Goals are the ultimate ambition which we work towards. We have to achieve that. The targets are something, a milestone. We have to go through that. And indicators are something that are measurable. We can see the measurability when you are trying to work on it. And it could be a measurable outcomes. When you are planning your projects, it could be one of the measurable outcomes, could be part of the SDG indicator framework. So this is what we started with, the 15 years, the 17 goals and the 169 targets. Out of the 15 years, we have actually 20 was supposed to start the decade of action. 20, unfortunately, was the year we had the COVID. And for the past 2 years, we are still battling COVID, and there's been certainly a setback. And I don't know how we will be able to achieve 2030 by 2030 SDGs. But the thing is, the race is on. We have to work towards it. That we have to think. We have to work towards a global change to end poverty. And we have to ensure that no one is left behind in this race. And India has 306 indicators by which the performance of the SDGs are measured. And Tamil Nadu has its own state score, and state indicators are 314. So now the SDG India Index actually gives a performance of what the states are doing. And we have had 3 such baseline index performed. Into 2018 was the first baseline report. Then 1920 we had one, and 2020 the SDG 3 report came through. So where were we, Tamil Nadu? If you look at, we were, for the 2 times, we were on the 3rd position. Now in the SDG India Index 3rd, we are in the 2nd position. Tamil Nadu is in the 2nd position, now in the last index. So this just to give you where we are in the different goals. So we've been doing consistently, we have been a good performer, not that we have not performed well. But we can perform. We have a potential to perform much better with a lot of more initiatives coming from the different sections. So just to give you this, but you can always go through this, is available on the Government of TNSDG website also. So the positions of the Tamil Nadu, various things, we'll see that Tamil Nadu in many of these are, best instances, and particularly our interventions in poverty the state has taken enormous interventions. And so our the state is one of the best, and it has been ranked the first. So if you look at it, we have been consistently performing well. But one thing I'd like to flag off, say, for example, the gender equality. So somehow, we are not doing very well in that. In spite of having so many, people working on the SDG movement, we have a very strong, thing in the localized panchayats. We have 50% representation, but yet our gender equality index is not so good. And you'll find that even the Chhattisgarh is actually performing better. And how, if you look at it, the number of members in the higher women in the managerial positions in the boards of the listed companies in Chhattisgarh is actually doing better. And that actually shows that there is something which we can actually look at. And, women in the managerial position, there are women in the workforce, even that is around some 19 to 26%. But still, if we could actually improve that. So that's one area of concern with the large women force who are literate. If you look at it, the Tamil Nadu women almost, you have more than 54% who are actually passing out by the 12th higher secondary education, and higher people joining the higher education institutions. But still, we are not getting the required numbers in terms of the labor force participation rate, or in terms of representation in the higher managerial levels or in the boards. This is some of the things that the people have to be sensitive about, and while framing policies, corporate policies, try to figure how women can be included in decision-making posts. So this is just a snapshot where we have done well and where we have not done quite so well on the life below water, because we lost the mangrove forests due to our cyclones. And life on land also, we have not, the afforestation policy has not been so good. So we have lost on that also. Then peace, justice, and strong institution also. There are crimes against children and things seems to be going up. So this is one thing, that's the scorecard, what it says. And when you compare to the best, I think best score, we are, almost very close to the best scores. Not that we have a lot of things. When you look at the absolute rank also, we are just, Kerala is we are 1 point just less than Kerala. Not so bad, really. We could actually push the figure up if we can work together. So what has the SDG, as far as the government has done, is we have actually, from the government side, we have the indicator framework finalized, the state indicator framework is there, the district indicator framework is there, the block level indicator framework is there. There's an interactive dynamic dashboard, TNSDG, you can please go and visit it. And we have also closely monitoring the low performing indicators. Now that we know what are the low performing indicators, we are closely monitoring them. And you also have now the district level SDG units. You can also work with the district collectors, with the district SDG units to bring about changes in the thing. The capacity building at various levels have happened, and there's a partnership with UN agencies, UNICEF Women, UN Women, UNICEF are all working together. And we are looking at even the urban thing, because Tamil Nadu continues to be very highly urbanized. So we are looking at how we can have some indicators for them. So what is, again, the government from, as far as the government is concerned, what have they done is actually in the present thing, we have tried to look at the SDGs with a programmatic view. Say, for example, the new schemes that have been announced. One was addressing actually the targeting the traffic accidents. In New York Kapom was a new scheme that was announced, which was actually meant to actually have addressed the target of the SDG thing. The other thing on the ending pandemics, having your vaccination is also part addressing one of the SDG Go targets. So these are some of this programmatic approach to addressing the thing has come about. The government is looking at it from this. The Meendum Manjapai campaign, which many of you may be working with the government on this. A lot of NGOs are working with government on this and getting new products. So this is also part of the government's approach with programs and policies to aid the SDGs happening. How working towards SDGs work is the ministry works, the Niti Aayog, they give their things. Then you have the SDGs, the state government, and you have civil society organization, the NGOs also bring, and then only we will be able to achieve the SDGs. And SDGs are to be achieved at the panchayat level. So that is more critical thing. It is not only at the state level, at the national level, but it has to happen at the grassroots. And it is at this place you all will be playing a very critical role as civil society organization, NGOs who are working, and corporates who are going to fund those schemes. I think this is the place we have to realize what can we do as a meaningful, programs or, projects. So that's so. And we have to understand that children and young women and men are all critical agents of change. When the youth are there, we'll be able to make some change. And what it is required is an alliance, or collaboration between people, government, civil society, and also the private sector. And you leave no one behind, you leave no village behind. We bring our villages on par with the other countries. That's the level of investment in terms of money, capacities, people that we will have to do. What is unique to the approach? Now, if you look at the general trend of, the way people look at different things, this is one unique approach to SDGs. And one thing we have to remember is that we don't leave anyone behind. It's a whole of government approach. It's not department-wise. Though departments don't work, we have to understand the government as a whole is one entity, and what is the service delivery mechanism. The whole of society approach So it goes to the entire society. These are some concepts that are unique to the SDGs. We speak about this often when we speak about SDGs. It's not against, I'm doing only for this. I'm focused on this, but it's like the whole, your concept reaches the entire society. And out of the box solutions, the global solution to local needs, local. That's more important. And you treat these SDGs not like business as usual, but something that has to be achieved for the betterment of for the transformation of certain. That's the way we have to be looking at it. So now I want to come to the point where we have to look at what is the prioritization for your NGOs, how we convert it into projects, projectization. Morning, you were looking about funding, what is the sectors and all this. Now, how we can go about it, what are the different areas where you can look at it. So that's what I'm trying to say. The first one, looking at panchayats, where you look at the access to basic services and the social protection and the living standards of the below poverty line, identification, bringing them on par, and the financial services, then the disaster response. So many of you who were speaking maybe rudely woken up by this, but yet now I want you all to see that there is, in this particular area, livelihood, when you are working with the grassroots, with the villages, we may focus on this theme. Then next, please. Looking at child-friendly panchayats. Look, we want all our panchayats to be child-friendly, where we are looking at our children. And all children, the next generation is taken care of. And that's the way we are looking at it. The next comes the healthy village. This is another theme in which we can be working on. We make villages healthy and self-sustaining. And we're looking at water sufficient village. We think water sufficiency is an important concept. We are looking at how they can reuse water, recycle water, because we do believe that there's a constant challenge of our utilizing the entire water. And then the clean and green panchayats. That's another area. The self-sufficient village, infrastructure village, where we have all the things. The socially secure village. NGOs can work in all these areas with the villages. In good governance, you teach panchayats to how to govern, and you have the women-friendly panchayats. Then these are the 9 themes, the Navaratna themes. The Ministry of Panchayati Raj has recently launched, and hope that people can work on these 9 themes. And it is really...
The pathway is there. The choice is ours. Let's move forward with hope and conviction.
So this, we hear the Secretary General UN say that the best of intent is there. So we have the right people in the right places. So let's move with conviction. What can we do together? We highlight the SDGs. Wherever we go, we try to connect our work to the SDGs and present it as part of the SDGs. The bridge the information gap. What is ideal situation? What are our targets? We keep working on that. And you build capacities at the different levels and create. Yes, create champions at different levels. We focus on the SDGs and foster strong partnerships and align all our project outcomes. That's what I say. Many times we wonder what our project outcome should be, but these indicators are available. We could actually align our projects to have things and measure impacts on the SDG. We can be the first generation to succeed in ending poverty, just as we have the last chance to save the planet. I think we have to be very concerned about this, and by 2030, we can succeed in our objectives. So localizing, and there are different approaches, vision models, and what is available, we can actually take it forward working in a collaborative and partnership model. Thank you. Safety is there. It is there. Secure, socially secure is safety is there. No, that is there. Socially secure is part of that. Slide.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sujata. Now it's time to honor our speaker for the session. May I now request Mr. Swaran Singh, IAS, from and also Mr. Atish to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to applaud the guest. Done, huh? This video to be played. So,
Hello, have you got the audio on?
Yes. Yeah, fine. Good.
So, okay.
In the video.
Welcome for joining us from Ooty and UK. Please, can you put on your video? Just want to have a tech check with you. Thank you. Mr. Rajkumar and yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Rajkumar. Welcome and unmute yourself and say hello to you so that we could check your audio is perfect, sir.
Hello, everyone. Vanakkam. Good evening.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Yeah, you have to be a little louder. Your volume. Fuller. Your audio is maybe we have to speak a little louder, sir. That's otherwise
Okay,
fine.
I'll do that. I'll increase my
Thank you,
volume.
Mr. Rajkumar. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Why can't they see me? I don't know.
Mr. Aloysius, would you also like to check your put on your video? Just check your for a tech check. Mr. Aloysius, you are able to hear me? Okay, yeah, we lost touch. He'll be joining us any moment. Okay, Satish, you can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next session that will be our panel discussion. This is on the theme Integration of Development Interventions in Indian Villages towards Achieving Sustainable Development Goals. Today we have the panel moderator, Mr. Preeti Ranjan Satyadeep. He is the head Digital Artificial Intelligence and Collaborations and CSR Strategy, who heads the TVS Srinivasan Services Trust. Mr. Preeti Ranjan Satyadeep completed his MTech in Computer Science from Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Puttaparthi in 2009 and joined TVS Motor in the IT department. He has over 12 years of demonstrated history of successful digital transformation, strategy and technology project implementation and program management. He went on to complete his MBA from the Indian Institute of Management, Bengaluru, in 2019. After a stint in the chairman's office as executive assistant, he presently leads digital and AI and collaborations for Srinivasan Services Trust. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome Mr. Preeti Ranjan Das Satyadeep to the stage, please. So we also welcome the other panelist. Mr. Swaran Singh IAS is already here. Mr. Sai Chandrashekar, Mr. Venkat Raman. So can you all please join us on the dais? We have Mr. Aloysius Fernandez and Mr. Rajkumar already joined us online. Over to Mr. Preeti.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know there is a place for me there, but to sit with eminent personalities, I need to gather some courage. So I'll just introduce them first. And I think the flow since morning has been so well put together. We talked about how the funding comes, what are the legalities involved. Madam gave a very succinct way to know how to take the SDGs to the villages. And then here we are in the final topic, how to integration of development interventions in Indian villages towards achieving sustainable development goals. I think we need not stretch further on the importance of taking something global to the village, because that's where you have to complete everything. And then only you can achieve what you want to achieve in the global level. You would have seen Mr. Swaran Singh since morning. I will still take the chance to introduce him again. Sir has been with SST for the last many years, our mentor, our guide. His achievements are so many. If you go to Trichy even today and recall anybody for Mr. Swaran Singh, they'll know him. Retired as former Principal Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu. He has over 3 decades of public service and had significant positions in the Government of Tamil Nadu, including Corporation Commissioner of Trichy District, District Collector of Toothukudi, and Chairman of TNEB. He retired as Principal Secretary and Commissioner for Industries and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. Singh has been associated with us, with TVS SST since 2017, but I feel I have a relationship, might be from many births. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, our next panelist, Mr. Aloysius Fernandez, Padmashri awardee, Founder Chairperson, Sanghamithra, Member Secretary and Ex-Executive Director of MYRADA, Bengaluru, Ex-Chairman of NABFINS. Mr. Aloysius Fernandez is an economist by training and a social worker by practice. As Executive Director of MYRADA, he managed to transform the space of financial inclusion in India to the concept of self-help groups. You will know why it is so important. Madam also talked about it. Over the last 7 decades, Mr. Fernandez has driven social development by helping people to build institutions for sustainable growth. He pioneered the SHG movement with NABARD and presently serves as Member Secretary of MYRADA. Our third eminent panelist, also from MYRADA, today Mr. Rajkumar is joining us from Scotland. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Rajkumar was associated with MYRADA for over 30 years, and he was in charge of their integrated rural development programs focused on creating a sustainable livelihood for rural communities in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. He was Executive Director of RDO Trust Nilgiris for the last 5 years. In the role of development consultant today, he guides other organizations, including SST, in the areas of capacity development, coaching, program evaluation, and sustainable people-centered development. You will know the importance of that when sir speaks to us. Also, now I'd like to introduce on stage Mr. Venkat Raman, CEO, India Foundation for Humanistic Development. We'll call it as IFHD. Mr. Venkat Raman has more than 11 years of experience, in diverse sectors of corporate and non-profit, where his domain areas of work are in operations, marketing, financial management, and programs. He has experience in nurturing social startups, business development, marketing, and fundraising. During his tenure at IFHD, which he continues, He has supported 38 FPCs across 17 states in India. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Sai Chandrashekar, Chief of Operations, Agastya International Foundation. After 20 years of experience in the IT industry, Mr. Chandrashekar switched tracks to focus on education for the underprivileged. We know why it is so important. He has been serving as the operations head of Agastya International Foundation for over 9 years now. SST has had the privilege of being associated with Agastya International Foundation for the last 2 years, and we are seeing the benefits of such expertise that his team brings to the table. The organization, through innovative core programs, kindles the natural curiosity of children and helps to reduce dropout among rural kids and helps them develop a scientific bent of mind. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists, and thank you, sir, for joining us. We have 1 hour. We'll split this into 2 rounds, sir. The first round, we will have a brief 2 or 3 minutes talk from each of you on the topic in particular, why integration of development interventions is necessary and important in our villages. Why it is important to not look at development in a piecemeal kind of approach. Over the last many years, rural development has undergone considerable transformations, and it's lucky for India that there are so many players participating in the development of the villages. But when there are so many players and so many domain experts, their integration achieves even more significance. The development intervention in villages must ensure that there is sustainable change for the better of the community across areas. Development interventions in the areas of health, education, housing, livelihoods, and agriculture must work hand in hand, as Madam Sujata also was putting it, ensuring that the benefits from one intervention help another, leading to an overall holistic change in the village. This is also enshrined in the SDGs, where ending poverty and other deprivations go hand in hand with strategies that improve health, education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all in the while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. SST takes that approach in its villages, and we look forward to this forum, to hearing from the panelists as to what are their ideas and what is their take on the necessity for integration and how we can achieve it. First, Swaran sir.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Preeti Ranjan, Satyadeep. I think after interaction with all the distinguished guests who have come there along with the panelists, I think I am enriched with a lot of innovative ideas. The last address by Dr. Sujata has reminded me that the sustainability is most crucial for attaining the sustainable development goals. I am looking forward. I am very much interested to see 2 panelists and 2 our great speakers, Mr. Rajkumar and Mr. Fernandez, who have been in this field for a long, long time and have been talking about the self-reliant and sustainability. My only concern I want to express today is that we got so many NGOs. We talk in the beginning, in the morning itself, 31 lakhs NGOs are available in the country. I'm just looking forward. How many NGOs believe in integrated approach or a sustainable approach? As my friend pointed out, piecemeal approach. Most of us believe in the piecemeal approach, which will not bring sustainability, which will be one step towards sustainability. This is number 1. Number 2, which comes to my mind is that we work sometime based on a project. We work in a project for 1 year. What happened after 1 year? What happened? Because the project can be, it's not a idli and dosa which you prepare in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Sustainability needs years and years of involvement, years and years of dedication, commitment, capabilities, and capacities of the NGOs. If we say like this, take the case of grassroots level self-help groups. We call, they are the real pillars of, if it's not mistaken, the women empowerment. Real, I use the word women empowerment, because if you see the livelihood aspect in the rural areas, basically who are the women who are involved in the livestock, who are basically concerned with getting income from the livestock. But how many women, how many members of SHG are aware of the nitty-gritty of management of the livestock? This is the one thing which is also not there. Second, we find that SHG people who are there, how much commitment or dedication. SHG should not become a kitty party, right? Kitty party in North India, people say sit for about half an hour or 1 hour, have some idli dosa, have some samosa and kachori, then go home at home. They don't talk about sustainability. They don't talk about the poverty reduction or no hunger, no poverty. I'm still concerned whether this set of parameter will be able to have no poverty and no hunger. The definition of poverty has to be in multiple terms. It's not economic poverty. It's a social poverty. It's an intellectual poverty. It's a mobility poverty, right? These are the things which need to be focused. Last thing which I want to say, in the rural areas, in the Gramatil, I find that a lot of potential available. A lot of inputs are available, but we are still not making use of this. Just quote one simple example. Take the case of banana fiber. Banana fiber can become a wealth if you use it. If you don't use it, it becomes a waste. How to put the waste into wealth? This is one point which we have to keep in mind. So that's why I'm looking forward. My request to all my colleagues who are sitting there, SST, Srinivasan Subsidy Trust, which believe in the concept of sustainability, empowerment, transformation of the rural villages. Transformation should not be for an individual. CSR funds, Nikhil has rightly pointed out, very broad perspective. But what people are thinking, CSR fund is meant for only one item or two items. CSR should not be said, I am going to build a Harvard school. I'm just quoting example. I'm going to build a Harvard school, whether TVS Motor Company can fund it, saying that we will give training, we will coach your team members at a concession rate. Is it CSR? Is it sustainability? And if you try to take the case of women, we will show you, if time permits, how the women in the rural areas under SHG, we are given a card to truly cottage. We are trying to promote 10, 11 items. We become, if I say, the platform for the promotion of livelihood, promotion of the income of the people. And this sort of things is being done by SHG. If we are able to do this, I think with inverted commas, I still find 2030, which we are talking, 2030 needs some extension of time, as in the government service, we people say, sir, in the Varsha Parmudiyade, you'll go next year. And all to reach 2030, I think we have to do a lot of planning, a lot of implementation, a lot of execution. With these few words, I just stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Highlights of what sir said. We need years and years of dedication with an integrated approach and tap the potential of the villagers. Yes. I won't call them villagers, our own people in the villages, to achieve the sustainable development goals. I would now request Mr. Fernandez, if you can
Yes.
make opening remarks. on
Can
the
you hear
topic.
me?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Loud and clear. Thank you. I'm at the age of 83. Sometimes I'm not loud and clear, so you must excuse me. I'm very grateful to you for inviting me here for two reasons. One is I have been involved with the Tamil Nadu Women's Development Corporation since 1990. When we started the first project, I think it was supported by IFAD. Tamil Nadu was the first state to incorporate the self-help group strategy in its statewide program. So that made me very happy. The second reason is whenever I pass the campus of TVS in Hosur, which I have done, I think, for the last 25, 30 years, I'm very happy to say it progressed today. It is a beautiful spot covered with trees. And in the last few years, it is an example of water management and very good environmental control. So TVS, well done. I hope you do the same elsewhere. Good. Now, that leads me to your question, which I think Swaran Singh has well put in place about sustainability. But you have given in your note, you have said there are several external stakeholders, and then you say, how do we integrate them in order that we will get sustainability? This, I assume, is your logic of the note you have given. Am I right?
Right, sir.
So there is some connection between integration and sustainability. Am I right, sir? As I understand you. Now, I fully accept this. But the key question here, Swaran Singh Saab, is we have many interveners, government and NGOs mainly. But who integrates this? Who's the driver of integration is the question. Both NGOs and government tend to be the drivers of integration. Sorry, sir. It is the people's institutions who should be the drivers of integration. Let me give you a small example and then I will stop. Here in the early 90s, we had this big program in Dharmapuri with Krishnagiri with the Women's Development Corporation. MYRADA formed the self-help groups and the government did an excellent thing. It formed technical groups of multidisciplinary technical groups they drew the staff from various departments to help the members of the self-help groups who had taken loans to use their loans efficiently, whether in agriculture or farm, etc. It was an excellent idea. And when I was getting reports, I found that we had two groups, Dharmapuri and Krishnagiri. One group the reports were good, regular visits, meetings, etc. But when I went to the field and we found that in one area, there was tremendous response and development, and there were new programs evolving. Whereas in the other groups area, it was a bit stagnant. The reports were the same. So I spent 3 days in the field wondering why is this difference? And then the answer was so simple. The group that succeeded went to MYRADA office to find out at what time the self-help groups meet. Some meet in the morning, some meet late at night, some meet in the afternoon. And they went to the village at that time so that they could meet the groups and have a healthy discussion with them. They didn't keep to office times. The other group also went to the villages, but they went at 10 o'clock and came at 5 o'clock. And most of the self-help group members were not in the village at that time. So you see the difference. If we are driven by the program of the villages, we are more successful. Unfortunately, we are often driven by our own programs, our own priorities, which we have to be careful about. And therefore, if you want to integrate, the integration has to come from the community-based organizations. And believe me, from my experience, if we really get people involved, we may even have to change the strategy. Can I give you one example? we had a project with the rehabilitation of Devadasis in Karnataka. You know, Devadasis are not sex workers, they are long-time relationships with men. The government's objective was rehabilitate them. Strategy, take them away, put them somewhere. Land was acquired about 200 kilometers away and have a colony of Devadasis. Then they asked MYRADA to look at it. We found that this would be an ideal strategy to set up another red light area. First and foremost, the Devadasi did not want to go 200 kilometers. Secondly, they wanted to stay with their families. Thirdly, it was a totally different issue of, so we adopted a complete, after meeting with the Devadasis, after talking to them, we found that the major issue was consecrations of young girls to the Devadasi community. We had to stop that. Secondly, it was their lack, their insecurity. They were not getting their entitlements from government. Thirdly, it was the public opinion of what they had of Devadasis. So we adopted a completely different strategy to change public opinion. And here we got the Swamijis from the Lingayat community who reinterpreted the whole Devadasi meaning in society. We then formed groups of self-help groups of Devadasis who stopped consecrations. They were all done in secret. They stopped. Today we have a group of over 4,000 ex-Devadasis who we have left the project, sir. We left this project in 2006 and it's still going on today. And one of the first Devadasis who ran away from us in 1990, Sittava Jodati, she was a Devadasi at the age of 7. We educated her. She joined a self-help group. She became the chairman of the Devadasi organization called MAS. 3 years ago, she won the Padmashri. And somebody gave her a rural development college gave her a doctorate last year. Now, that organization, which was started almost 30 years ago, is still running. We helped them for a while with some financial accountants, but today they have their own office. The government has really supported them with houses. We supported them with the software, government supported them with the hardware. So I'll stop there and I will, but to tell you what I'm trying to put across to you is, if you want integration, it has to be demand driven. That has to come from community institutions, which I shall comment on in my next intervention. And if we keep to that time, we keep to that, and the whole self-help group is based on that, because there is no EMIs in the rural area. We have to understand, and I'll close with this, that we are dealing with an informal economy, and that informal economy works on totally different parameters as we work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. People's institutions must be the strength to integrate. I think that's the takeaway from Mr. Fernandez's short talk. I would like to go to Mr. Rajkumar now. Sir, your thoughts. I know you share a long association with MYRADA. You've had these experiences of Mr. Fernandez also ingrained in you. Your thoughts on working with us or in the tribal areas, how do you see integration coming through?
Thanks a lot for the entire organizers and the Madras Management Association, Srinivasan Service Trust, and of course the CSR Park and Lakshya for providing me with this opportunity to share whatever I have been learning with eminent people like Mr. Fernandez, and working with the organization, which has been, even till today, it's to my heart, the organization, and learning a lot on the development sector from the field, more from learning from the grassroots, actually. So the first thing which I would like to say before we go to the integration, one is, all of us will agree that development is dynamic and multi-dimensional. So it is not static. So definitely we have to look at this integration. When it is multi-dimensional, there is a need for us to look at more of an integration. The other aspect is also there has been a transition from looking at development just as development to sustainable development right now. So the idea is because I started my career with MYRADA in 1977 in their project in Andhra Pradesh, where we had a very strong notion that the basic the fundamental structure, the civil society structure of a cooperative and the panchayat has to be strengthened, and we worked a lot with the cooperatives, but we had our failures, and we were not successful. And when I moved on to Thalawadi with MYRADA in the year 79, this is where we had a lot of discussion on what is the strategy and what is the approach we should follow, and how best can we look at a multi-dimensional approach and also get in various stakeholders. And thanks to Mr. Fernandez and MYRADA for that research project on self-help group in the year 1984, Mr. Fernandez may correct me, with NABARD. Thalawadi was also one of the projects which had got that part of the research funds to promote the self-help group movement. So integration is definitely something what we are looking at. As Mr. Fernandez rightly put it, the needs of the community is based on integrated needs, and therefore the external stakeholders like us who play a major role in trying to facilitate this whole development process with the communities will have to really look at that very seriously, and therefore I feel that integration is not only in terms of trying to fulfill the needs of the communities, the various needs of the communities, but also in trying to see how best we could also look at on a broader or a higher global level. We are talking about the SDGs, so where there is also this integration with the 17 goals. And the importance which is given in partnerships. So partnerships, we look at not only with the external stakeholders, but partnership with the community in such a way that I will come to that later, where how we look at the communities, whether as partners or as beneficiaries or whatever. So this is what I would like to say. Since development is multidimensional, there's a need for integration. Since the development is dynamic, and also since we are looking at more sustainable development, we need to follow this, or we need to really seriously look at integration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to now ask Mr. Venkat on his initial thoughts from his experience with working with collectives. How does he see various facets of development integrating or not integrating, necessary, not necessary in his area of work?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to all for giving me this opportunity to sit here amongst this, the oceans of knowledge, and talking about the topic that we are discussing right now. Sorry? Is audible? Yeah. So talking about a topic that integration and sustainability. See, our organization is something which has been focusing more on sustainability since past 10 years. Here, as Sir has spoken, as well as other panelists have spoken. So I may sound repetitive if I say that yes, integration is necessary for sustainability, what may come. I will take a small example where recently how the integration quoting necessary for success and sustainability. This group of women that we are working in one of the district in Odisha, so they are based out of coastal part, and they were earlier promoted under the government-based Mission Shakti program, and an SSG was already formed. They started with some kind of savings and credit scheme, which an SSG normally does, but ended up having a lot of debts, and they were not able to clear that, and more or less the SSG was only alive in paper, not actually functioning. We, through a intervention, we reached out to them, and when we reached out to them, we saw that these women had a potential in them to start up a small micro enterprise. And after a pool of discussions with them, we proposed them they can do some kind of local eateries, they can do some kind of clothes store or something, whichever they would prefer to do, because whatever is the speciality of that area and the people prefer, that is the business. But they ended up coming back to us saying that, will there be an option where we can take the lease of the parking facility that is being given in their beach? I hope many would have heard about this beach named Gopalpur in Odisha, one of the cleanest beaches in the country. So for the past 15 to 20 years, the local security agencies has been achieving that lease, because it's easy. The local security people, they have a proper plan behind them. They reach out to the government, they get the lease. But these women were interested in that, and it took a lot of time to see that the integration between the women in the group, then the connection where, the government had to play a role there, because they had to assess that will these women be able to suffice to the necessity of this many visitors coming to the beach, especially in the weekends. And then the community development agency like us going there and supporting the women in developing that kind of a feasible idea or a plan to present it to the department. So I would on any given day believe that without integration between the community, beyond the community, that is the stakeholders, the government, the community development agencies, the members of the community, and also many how do I say that, donors, the CSR agencies, all these people coming together, only then I believe the SDGs can be achieved. Yes, I would chorus with what Swaran sir said. 2030 seems a little steep ask, considering the pace at which we have been going because of the 2 years we have lost. Maybe in the development language, I would say some kind of no-cost extension. So that is something I would say about integration, but yes, integration is necessary, what may come.
Thank you, Venkat. I would like Mr. Sai now. Sir, you work in the area of education and train the teachers and have people from many backgrounds coming to train with you, and you're trying to fire the curiosity of the child's mind. Do you see the effect of having a healthy society around the child, which is a result of good livelihood options for the women, which is also a result of a good infrastructure at school? That is how we are integrating the health aspect, the infrastructure aspect, helping you. And what are your thoughts? Will it help Agastya, or will it help education better for the children if we take care of the other aspects as well?
Thanks, Preeti, and firstly, thanks to MMA and Mr. Swaran Singh for having me here. Greatly appreciate that. It's an honor to be here in front of all of you. I think the short answer to that question is a resounding yes. It's common knowledge, when there are enabling factors around us, then obviously the productivity goes up significantly, our ability to focus on something goes up, which is why governments across the country started the midday meal, saying that if the child is hungry, where's the question of studying? So I think it's a no-brainer that it's going to help. I think the larger point, I would say, especially when you're the last one talking on the same topic, you need to figure out something new and different to tell, right? I go back to the very basics of the word integration and sustainability. They actually mean very different things to lots of different people. Everybody has their own definition, and everybody, I would dare say, has a convenient definition so that we feel good that we are actually doing that. Now, integration, I would look at it at two levels. One is integrating what we're doing with the society or the community so that they kind of embrace it and take it on, which leads to sustainability in that sense, that I'm no longer required. The other is integration of activities being done by multiple people in the same place, which is what Preeti referred to. So somebody providing midday meal, somebody providing education, and so on and so forth. And I think that has a long way to go, if you ask me. Multiple reasons. I think each one of us has a very huge ego, I would dare say that. And we all believe that we are the best in the country. Each one of us believes that. And therefore, we think the solution that the other person is having is suboptimal. So I would like to do it on my own. I think that sounds familiar probably to most of us. I think we need to get out of that mindset, including Agastya. I'm not preaching. I include myself when I say this. We still have a very long way to go on that front. And I would echo what Mr. Fernandez said, that I think the community there has to take charge to help integrate. They are best placed to integrate these activities. I don't think anybody else, I can't do it, the government can't do it, nobody else can. I think they are the best placed. But the challenge is some of us are focused on what we want to give them rather than what they need. And that's the other challenge that we need. In which case, then the integration becomes a challenge. So if we can focus on what the community needs rather than what I want to give, and if we are willing to listen to the community, because again, for the community to play a role in integration, I think all of us need to kind of fall in line rather than thinking that we are God's gift to humanity. So in that sense, that we've seen time and again that where the child has a very good environment back home, they are far more receptive, they are far more, I would say, successful in the class in terms of their learning. And where they come from a broken home, they're not in the class mentally, physically they're there. So I think that's something which definitely will help in a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sai. Very, very apt point. I mean, philosophical in some sense. We have to cut the eye, we have to cut our ego. As individuals, as organizations, listen to what's the necessity. I mean, that's been echoed by everybody on the panel. We have to focus on what they need and what rather than what we want to give. Coming to you, yes, Mr. Fernandez, something to add.
I think that's not, sorry, I fully agree with Venkat Raman. The issue is that we should not, it's not just listening to people. Sometimes we listen, but we do not act on it. It's a question of belief that the people have no needs, my dear. We have a need to give what we think we have. Let us build on people's strengths. We have to understand if the people have survived in a situation of scarce resources, of high risk, they must be good managers.
Yes.
And the whole issue is we are talking about people's needs. Forget about building on needs. Recognize people's strengths. I ask people, in the last 50 years, have you had problems? Yes, sir. How did you get over them? How we got over them? And their old people will tell you how they got over them. Those are their strengths. They can save, they can use their money. The moment we start on needs, we get into this issue of thinking we have something. And we get into this issue of dependency. The moment you respond to people's needs, you are creating dependency. So I'm sorry, we have to realize that people have strengths more than we have.
Thank you, sir. Thank
For
you.
interrupting, but
Yes, yes. No, but a very fair point.
The
A very-
whole self-help group movement was built on the strength of affinity among the group. Group
Yes.
came together on their own. That was their strengths. It was a diamond in the mud. We just happened to pick it up and polish it. So let us get out of this, the government and NGOs meeting people's needs. No, they don't. They sometimes meet their own needs.
I'll take a cue from that to the next question to Swaran sir.
Can I just?
Yes, Venkat.
Can I just add? Sir, I do agree to what you say, and when I term need, I always had the thought that the need is always backed with strength. And yes, I do agree that many NGOs have this approach of reaching out to the people, asking the needs of the people to just suffice to their, just to satisfy their own needs. But the case I brought in as an example was the need which they presented to us was properly feasibly backed by their strength as well, and only then that was converted as a implementing idea. Just to add to you, sir. But I agree to your point completely.
Yes, Chandrashekar, I know Agastya well, and that is precisely the approach in education that they are using. So this is the same approach that we should apply to development.
Yes. Sir, sir talked about the affinity among self-help groups. How do we affinity between government, social sector organizations, NGOs, foundations? What are the ideas for that? Then only we can integrate, I think.
Certainly, I agree with what Mr. Fernandez put it. I precisely touched the point. I'm not gone to the details. If I put one simple word, which in fact Mr. Rajkumar will also agree with me, because of him, this PRA exercise, which was missing for decades and decades in India or even in Tamil Nadu, they're being reactivated. PRA is nothing, is basically the empowerment of the community in terms of capacity building, in terms of capability of the people, in terms of making them good managers. But what happens? PRA is the exercise which do you like social fencing. PRA is the activity which give you socialization of the resources or survey of the resources. He talks to the people. He talks of the requirements, which people need, which people do not need. Now come to the SHG. I slightly take one example which he talked with the government. I think I want to give my personal example. So sometimes people may get offended if we quote somebody. Trichinapalli, everybody knows about that, is a place in Tamil Nadu, which is supposed to be the second capital of the country. I was posted there by mistake as a commissioner of the particular corporation. They were just having 30,000 rupees. 30,000 rupees was the balance in the kitty of the corporation of Chennai, corporation Trichy. The community people, which we talk about the empowerment, we talk about SHG, we have interaction. As you put it rightly, not listening to them. First of all, listening itself is a big talent. In the government side, people don't like to listen, they want to dictate only. First attempt we made it, we called each association people, so-called SHG people, asked them what's the problem. They have not paid even not a single penny of the property tax or the professional tax. Even the people who are working there, they did not get the salary for 3 months. He said, சாப்பாடே கிடையாது, சம்பளம் கிடைக்கல 3 மாசம். நீங்க சொல்ல வேலை பார்ப்போம், எப்படி வேலை பார்க்க முடியும்? So then I was shocked. Then on that day, sir, just sharing the government point of view, as a first commissioner of this corporation, I took a pledge like a NGO should take. I took a pledge, want to make it very clear today, either beg or borrow. I am not talking this terminology of beg and borrow. I'll see, I promise the people, after listening to the people, I say you people get on 31st of October, because joined on 5th of October 1994. At the time, he said, you get your salary. I'm just talking about this confidence of the trust which went in the community. One lady, she was 76 years old. 76-year-old lady told me in Tamil, இது குட்டி பையன் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? இது புதுசா சர்தார்ஜி வந்துட்டாரா, இவருக்கு ஒண்ணுமே தெரியவே தெரியாது, எப்படி சம்பளம் கொடுக்க முடியும்? But we delivered to the people on 31st of October, everybody got the salary. This is what I want to claim, that the government, if they're committed, if they're dedicated, if they have interest, if they trust, they can do it. One more example I'd say, then I come to this point. Sir, government is an agency. Let us admit, government is an agency you cannot wipe out. You have to work hand in hand with the government. Government is the biggest platform. Government is the biggest platform for the promotion of SCG groups, for the promotion of social organizations or NGOs. The second point which came to mind was, there was one place called Teppakulam. I am talking about the empowerment of SCG. I am talking about the empowerment of the women or other people, or including the government. There was Teppakulam which was not desilted for about 40 decades. The Teppakulam was used as a dustbin, the biggest dustbin of the Corporation of Trichy. Even unwanted babies, female babies are put into the tank. One day we went in the morning, 5 o'clock, a baby was floating on the surface of this particular tank. On the day, we took a pledge. Now I'm coming with the due respect to all the departments. First of all, we went to the NGO. We requested the NGO, ma, idu konja desilting pallama, avla salvaho. I'm just saying simple word. One NGO came, sir, it'll cost us 85 lakhs. Second NGO, we went there. He says, sir, we'll give you some discount because you're doing for the sake of the people of Trichy. You can give us 50 lakhs. We approached the government. Government also one department went there. He says, sir, it'll cost 1 crore 25 lakhs. Coming to the NGOs, some reputed NGO from Trichy, without naming them, I asked the learned SCG members, I asked learned NGOs there to come and see. They came and saw the tank. He says, sir, the tank rumba stink vardu. This smell rumba mosma irukke. Idu vele namakku paak mudiyade. Ninga vera vele tharengla na tayar. I was shocked. Now finally put it to one last word. I asked my people, my Singham, the Tuppar Paniyalar, they call the conservancy workers. Hey pa, you are cleaning the streets of everybody. You are going in the morning 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock and coming back at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Why can't you people do that? I did not talk as a commissioner. I just talk as a friend. As Mr. Fernandez was telling that we should listen to them. I listened to them. The Path Parage. These people say, sir, we are ready. I want to talk with the passion and compassion on these two lines. He said, if you can do something for our families, not for the individual, we are able to get the salaries. Every month we are getting on 31st. Two, you arrange some health camps or for the families and all that. What happened finally? These Singham of the Trichinapalli Tuppar Paniyalar, they start doing in the afternoon. Desilting started, rains came. Again, we started the desilting with grace of Almighty. I think within a 6 months' time, the tank, which was supposed to be completed, Urkodi 25 laksham, 85 laksham. Can you guess how many crores we spent on this with the help of the NGOs or SCG? Sir, it was completed with just 30,000 rupees. 30,000 pada matto. And that was done by whom? That 30,000 pada, 30,000 rupees were given to these people as a tea. Only tea and biscuits. Even only tea, no cash payment are done to them. I am talking about this was the force which was available, which was never exploited. Similarly, there are a lot of talents available with the NGOs, a lot of talents available with the government. But normally they are not given a chance to develop. One last thing before I close, with the permission of everybody. That's very interesting. NGOs are very good. People have respect for them. I don't like to name Irma, Nirma or MYRADA or anything. Everybody has a good respect for them. Now we come to one simple example. We came in 2017. 2017, there was parts of Tamil Nadu, there was sheer drought. We decided that we'll go for desilting the tanks. Desilting the tanks will take in 5-7 districts. When we went to the government, with the due respect to Madam Sujata and myself also, the government said, "Epa, why you want to do this? Either TVS Motor Company, SSD policy in there, we don't give the money to anybody." When the people wearing white shirt and blue pant is coming, they say these people are coming with a business. Not business of selling bikes and two-wheeler, three-wheelers. Business means to serve the community. So we went there and we were able to get some about 70 tanks. Government, I underline the government. Government is so kind enough, they did not raise a single question. Otherwise, what happens? There is one self-sufficiency scheme. Madam will know. Self-sufficiency scheme, what they say, you can do, construct a school building, primary health center, Anganwadi, or you form a road, we will contribute 2/3 and you contribute 1/3. But 1/3, 2/3 concept never worked. In that particular case, what we did, the estimation for the tanks were made, how much? 11 crore. 11 crore. But how much we completed? All these tanks was completed at a cost of 1 crore and 5 lakhs. And that was done by the NGOs. That was done by the NGO, the self-help group. Some people took charge, which I'm talking, self-help group people took the charge for desilting of those tanks. This I want to convey is that government, in the morning also said that government and NGO, government and social sector, they should trust each other. I defined in a very simple way in the beginning. There should not be any hiccups in the mind. There should be a rapport we talk about. There should be a relationship. There should be oneness in the thought of NGOs and if I say like the government. PRA exercise, Mr. Rajkumar is the pioneer in Nilgiris. If you say like this, with his interventions today, even the young people, if you even put like this, with all the PRA exercise, people are coming into mother volunteers. I'm talking about the SHG groups. SHG groups can become mother volunteers. All ICDS which are running there, midday meals or breakfast free by this Akshay Foundation. So these sort of exercises can be done and they are possible. Last but not the least, we build a lot of NGOs sitting here like me. I am also NGO. We claim, I under the word claim, I have done this, I have done this, I have done this. I don't like to claim this. I just want to say, whatever the services have been provided, let those services can be well maintained. Let those services can be well kept, or the ownership can be done by the self-help groups or by the community. Today you have done a beautiful Anganwadi, you have provided everything in the Anganwadi. Tomorrow, if the people are asking you, sir, you light area, can you come? What these poor NGOs are meant for putting only one light? They have a broad perspective. They have a broad vision. So this sort of things, which I would like to say this, let those SCG groups not only take care of the ICDs, they can take care of the ownership. They can take care of the operation maintenance of those buildings. I think then the role or the link between the government will be complete. Government should not be taken for granted that these are the people who cannot deliver. Government can deliver, NGOs can deliver, SCG can deliver. Only we should have trust in ourselves that we can do and we can do, we can make and we will do it. This is my Pakka 100% possible. Any NGO can do that. Any government department can do that. Any SHG can do that. Last one, not the least, SST is of the people, by the people, and for the people. If we have our NGOs like this, that we are for the people, by the people, and all the people, certainly that Madam 2030 projections can be speeded up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the Fevicol here is trust. Fevicol ki jodi, trust ki jodi.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I will just take a leaf out of what you were talking about ownership and go to Rajkumar, sir. How does he see from his decades of experience that when a community comes first, they are recipients, then they move to partner with us, and then finally they become owners. That itself is a journey that helps us. Sir, your thoughts before I move to the other panelist.
Whom are you asking?
Rajkumar, sir.
Me? Rajkumar, oh, sorry.
Rajkumar, sir, you are on mute.
However, I'd like to make one more comment if you don't mind later.
Sure, sir.
Thanks, Preeti, for that. Actually, with my experience of working, you as external stakeholder, I always call ourselves as the external people. Whatever happens when you enter into a community, it takes a long time for the community to accept you as one among them. So when you enter there, and the approach which you take also depends on how you look at them. Whether you're looking at people as a recipient, we have different things of target group, beneficiaries, things like that. So are you looking at them as that, or are you looking at them as partners in development, or where we are partners in their development, not they partners in our development? And the other thing is also looking at how best can we say that they are the owners of their own development. So your approach and everything will approach the methodology which you apply, the way you behave with or interact with the community, everything will depend on this aspect. So I personally feel we should give the ownership of the development to the people themselves, because they know, as rightly Mr. Fernandez was mentioning, if the one learning from us is if they have survived different situations, different conditions, and they have been managing their whole life, that they must be very good managers, or they must be thinking about a lot. Though academically they are not qualified, or they've not got a doctorate in livelihoods or whatever. But the farmer, like the example of the farmer being able to withstand the different things of climate change, the effect of climate change, and still survive and still say that he is his livelihood is farming and still continue. And you see the farmers now educating their children and doing a lot of wonderful things right now, and into agribusiness and all that. So the whole idea is that only today we see successful models because of this kind of approach, where somebody has given the importance to them and not treating them as mere beneficiaries or recipients, or treating them just as partners, but facilitating more of ownership of their own development, and just playing a facilitation role. This is what I would like to say. Thank you. And that is exactly what we are trying to do, sir. Thanks to sir for giving me a short note on that participatory integrated panchayat development of the tribal villages in Nilgiris. There, what we are trying to do. There also, we have all our staff now know that the kind of respect which we have got from these communities, the tribal, the women tribal presidents, is how we treat them. So they said, this is the first time anybody has come and sat down with us and had food with us. This is the first time anybody has come and sat down with us and asked us to express ourselves. So these kind of things are there. So how you, your vision or your impression of people is very, very important for you to decide on what kind of a strategy and approach you follow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a note for the audience. Question slips have been passed to you. We have a QA session for the panelists, and also Dr. Sridharan will be joining us on the stage. If anyone has questions, you can note them down and pass it on to our volunteers. Please note it down, and we'll ask the question. After this, coming to Venkat, you've worked with FPCs and FPOs. How do you take care of ensuring these productive landscapes are also sustainable? There is a huge talk of this even while we're doing sustainable development goals, that they are sometimes going in opposite directions, because how do you manage this dichotomy?
Talking about the farmer producer company, it's true that if not nourished or nurtured at the right time, can run opposite to the SDGs that we are talking about. At IFHT, we try to see that how the FPCs are being supported in multidimensional. So here, normally, hope everyone is aware about what an FPC or FPO is. Just for a quick understanding, FPC is nothing but a farmer producer company, a group of farmers coming together and registering a producer company as a collective and doing the trade as a collective for their producers. So when we get into a intervention of supporting this kind of things like FPCs, FPOs, we don't only target the farmers of those families, we also try to see that how we also empower and give the entrepreneurial skills to the women in the families. Like most of our FPCs currently, we have designed this idea where each FPC, both the members of the family can be a member of the FPC, and the men normally gets into the trade of the producers, and the woman gets into some kind of, every woman is then made into smaller collectives, and these smaller collectives get into some kind of smaller entrepreneurial businesses in their own areas. Adding to that, we try to also introduce renewable energy solutions to the FPCs, and then we try to see that, yes, some time back when we initially started, Swaran sir said that we have to see beyond projects. So we know that 95% of the farmer producer companies registered in the country today are projects. So that's what we say. But the core should be that how do we go beyond the project during the project period? See, as an NGO, we do have our own restrictions as well. We don't have funds available beyond the project period. But what we try to see as an NGO is that these people need to be trained to a level where they convert themselves from a basic farmer who does trade of their crops to earn some kind of livelihood for their families, to a farmer part of a bigger entity and does trade of their crops to earn some profit, which goes towards the future of their families in a better way. So that is what we want to see in the project period that we get. And most of the cases we have been successful in doing that. We have been working in multiple areas. So we have promoted or supported more than 150 producer companies directly, indirectly. And we have tried to see that this particular idea is being not only introduced to them, but also injected in them. we try to see that each farmer becomes a leader, each woman in the family becomes a leader and tries to lead whatever they are asked to lead or whatever they can lead based on their skills. So that is the approach. It's a 360-degree kind of an approach. Each member of the family, excluding the children, can be part of the FPCs in some manner and see that their family at the end of the day gets benefited out of it.
Before I ask Mr. Fernandez for his final comments, Mr. Chandrashekar, what do you take away as a unique idea from what we've discussed, if at all, which could help interventions like education or healthcare, specifically education for you, become more, I must say, more effective? Any specific idea?
Yeah. So when it comes to education, unlike some of the other interventions, this happens in the school, and the school is managed and run by the government. So it kind of becomes imperative that this relationship between us and the government is extremely strong, and it's kind of a win-win kind of an approach, a symbiotic relationship, I would say. And as Mr. Swaran Singh put it, I think both of us have the capability to deliver. But if we join hands, then I think we can surely make 1 + 1 more than 2. And that should be the intent. So it's, I think, extremely important for us to be cognizant of what the government's objectives are and integrate ourselves into that system. And at the same time, for the government also to see, are there something new which can come out of this, which goes beyond, as we say, the curriculum? Because today, just doing the curriculum is not good enough. All of us know that. We have to really be a step ahead. And I find so much of talent, so much of skills in the children in these rural communities. The only thing missing is an opportunity. And I think it's for us to enable and provide that platform for these children. So I would say, for me, the single most important thing as far as the education goes is a very strong handshake between us and the government, and both of us being open to each other to absorb ideas from each other and be cognizant of what needed.
Thank you. Before we go to the questions, and I invite Dr. Sridharan on stage, any last word, Mr. Fernandez?
I know it's been very nice to, I think, I just like to make one comment, specifically with reference to the SDGs of the UN. We often, I think, are caught in by asking one. Hello.
Yes, sir, we are listening to you.
Can I continue? Yeah. We are often sort of stuck with this thing of expecting one community-based organization to do everything. That's not possible. For example, even the Gram Sabha, and I'm talking about the Gram Sabha, not the Gram Panchayat. The Gram Sabha is a community-based organization. Tamil Nadu, we call them Katte. I suppose you know. They are still functioning. The Gram Sabha is, and we are not really giving due importance to them. Now, the Gram Sabha is the ideal community-based organization to implement the management of local resources, water, health, natural resources management. It is the Gram Sabha who should be entrusted with this. Of course, the Gram Sabha, you have the CARP in the north, which is very similar to the Gram Sabha. But they have some limitations like women. They don't give women due place. That's where the self-help groups would come in to influence them. They don't give adequate importance in the power issue to low caste, perhaps, or the poor. So that is where you need different organizations like the what you just referred to, Sai, the farmer producer organizations. So you need several people's organizations to perform different tasks. And Swaran Singh Saab, the point I'm trying to make is we need several people's institutions. Each institution has to be appropriate to the resource that it manages and appropriate to the objective that it wants to achieve. So the Gram Sabha is important, self-help groups are important, farmer producer organizations are important because they have different objectives and different this thing, but they must take the lead. In fact, we are very important. Just 3 days ago, MYRADA's KVK in E-Road got the best prize for the best FPO in Tamil Nadu, as well as the best KVK in Tamil Nadu. And Palanivel minister went there. So this idea that one institution can do everything is not possible. We have to get several community-based institutions involved, and we have to go below the panchayat. We have to go to the Gram Sabha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to invite on stage Dr. C.K. Sridharan, former chairman, Tamil Nadu Forest Plantation and principal chief conservator. Sir is an expert in natural resource management, one of our biggest supporters and mentors, both at Srinivasan Services Trust and United Nilgiris Conservation Society. One of his brainchilds was the implementation of a massive and successful participatory forest management called Tamil Nadu Afforestation Project for 15 years. Why specifically I have called Sir on stage is because while we are talking about a landscape of issues across many, we want to hear from Sir specifically what are these challenges when it comes to tribals and how he has managed them over the years to make them part of development. May not be mainstream. We need not consider tribals to be in development only if they come to mainstream. They have their own stream. How have you achieved that in your years of experience, sir?
Thank you, Preet. Good evening, all the distinguished participants and my co-panelists. The whole development which we have been talking about aims at improving the quality of life as you perceive it or as one perceives it. Everyone perceives quality of life in their own way. In development, which the model which we follow, perhaps world over a long period of time, with all its drawbacks, is driven by governments. Government of India sets the trend. State government participates. Local governments are supposed to play their role strongly, and people participate in their own way. How do we integrate them between them? In fact, in government itself, to integrate each department itself is a very, very serious task. It rarely happens, and it happens. It's only because of some individuals or some of the officials at the highest level. I do remember those days when Chief Secretary takes that call saying that I am going to be the chairman of the committee to integrate all the schemes at the state level. And then the district collectors takes the role of the integrating officer at the district level. It happens more or less, but then it does not produce the result that is expected. As I see it, the question which you raised, the role of NGOs, in fact, we are talking about NGO versus development. Do the NGOs have a role at all? A very basic question is, are you recognized? Are you respected in the whole scheme of development? Then the answer from many NGOs, it is not. There is a trust deficit between many agencies. Trust deficit between people and government. People don't respect government. They don't have trust. Government does not trust the NGOs. Between the government itself, various agencies, between Panchayat, state governments and Government of India, do you think there is a perfect trust between all the three main agencies? Then the answer again varies. Therefore, the role of NGOs mainly as I see it is to act as a main facilitator to ensure that the last mile connectivity in all the schemes are ensured, because government can never ever do in a tribal area or in rural area. Can you ensure the last mile connectivity to ensure that the schemes reaches them? See, when you talk about sustainable development, development says you meet the present day needs without compromising the future generations' needs. That's where the whole conservation comes into the picture. You use the natural resources, produce goods and services in such a manner, you meet the present day needs continuously, and future generation must continue to get it. So what do you conserve? Conserve the natural resources, your life supporting systems. Those conservation must become a part of it. It can only happen with fully people participating, supported by a non-formal organization called agency, voluntary agency, NGO, whosoever has got that strength. In our country, it is essentially required. What I learned over a long period of time in ensuring that the people participate strongly and actively. Many participate passively. Many participate only for a very short period of time. Once I get something, it's over. My participation is over. How do they participate? Totally accepting the total ownership of the whole program. And how does it happen? It only happens when the NGOs are committed. They are really genuine. They have a sort of a feeling towards their own fellow beings. And they take up the whole program in the most sincere manner. Does it happen? And as far as, again, I see tribals lack a lot of confidence. Tribals have a lot of complex. Tribals are the people who are most deprived. Tribals do not have their own godfathers. They have no say in politics because their vote does not count much, especially in states like Tamil Nadu. They are not counted. They do not have anybody to vouch for them and argue for them. Now, how do we bring them in? We can only bring them in if committed NGOs are available. In fact, I will just take 2 minutes to narrate a small program. I was fortunate enough to run a very large program, which you are talking about, natural resource management program. In fact, we completed all the project, and then the project was to be funded by today's the biggest funding agency, the Japanese International Cooperation Bank. Today call it as a JICA, which funds even our metro rails and most of the schemes in India even today, which is the largest funding agency. Those days, I am talking about 32 years back. They were first, I brought them in first into the program for funding this. We completed the project, formed a draft and went to Tokyo to get that finalized. We were discussing with them. It was a long discussion. And finally, when we were about to wind up, then there was a large component for NGO, which I have included in that first time. The agency said, Japanese agencies, we don't believe in NGOs. So I can't give you that component, and therefore please delete that. I said that this is a very important component, I can't delete. They said, I will not fund you. So there was a tussle between us. Will we get the funding totally or will be rejected? I said, I cannot take the project unless I have funding. Fortunately, me and my Secretary Environment and Forest were there. So I told him, sir, I cannot agree with this project unless the component is accepted. It's a very important facilitating agent between people and the department. Otherwise, the project will fail. You give me all the other 1,000 crore, I will fail. Then they said, then I went, what is the via medium? They took a very, very, very strong stand. No, we won't permit. I said, I want. Then I told Secretary, sir, let the state government accept the responsibility of doing that. Will you do something? Then he talked to somebody and then said, okay, we will accept it. State government took the funding, not from the funding agency. It was a supporting project, but we took it. See this, after implementation, after it's almost 12 years, after the evaluation, we stood the best project evaluated. You know what they said? Hereafter, any project which is funded by JBIC without the involvement of NGO, we will not fund. So, see, the whole thing is that how far are the NGOs convinced. How are they playing the role? Who is the stakeholder? What is the role must be very clear. They must be given a space. As far as I see it, NGOs have no space at all. You go and beg the government, you ask, come on, give me this, give me that. And your role is so poor. You do not get recognized, you do not get respected. You are not getting your position as such. I am not saying that government is at wrong, the system is at wrong. They must recognize that somebody is there, you may call them by any name, who has the trust between people and them. And then they build the bridge, and then the last mile connectivity of ensuring all the program reaches them. I was just looking at the Pradhan Mantri's various Yojana schemes recently. You name any activity, you will find Pradhan Mantri Yojana scheme. How many knows it? There is a Ujjwal scheme. See, every poor fellow is supposed to get a gas. Now that is the best anti-pollution scheme inside the house. You have a lot of pollution being caused, air pollution, where the carbon has increased almost 2 to 3 times than what it was on pre-industrialization stage. So that's all okay. But then the most problematic thing in the most poor people is the pollution inside the house due to the burning of the firewood. For that, this Ujjwal scheme is the best. Conservation and development takes care of it, but how many are able to really do that and ensure that it succeeds? It does not succeed to the extent it should be because there is nobody to take them at the root level, and that's what NGOs can do. And in tribal areas, they can do extremely well. That's number one. Number two, the government should accept that as a special program and do special priorities for this, then it will succeed. But NGOs can play a large role in this. Thank you, Preeti. I took little more time.
No, sir. Thank you very much. We had just one question. I'll give it to Swaran, sir, or anyone can answer. It's from Mr. Kupuswamy, MMA member. Sir has raised a concern. Gandhiji's dream of development is when women are scot-free in the middle of the nights in the road. They are free in their mind. How do you tackle the problem of alcohol addiction? I know it's a big problem in the tribal areas. All of us are working on it. I'm sure there are many NGOs here who work on it. He's saying, sir means to say, when you don't tackle that, what is the point of SDG? Did I paraphrase your question right?
Mr. Kupuswamy, I appreciate your concern for alcoholism, or rather doing the de-alcoholism. I just quote a very simple example. Ms. Kupuswamy, I want to quote one example. You heard about Karnataka? Karnataka, there's one place called Chamranagar district. And there's one place called Bidguli. Bidguli is 100% dominated by the tribal people. 100% tribal people. All the male members who go to the district, in the evening, they come with a bottle. Right? Where they keep the bottle, nobody knows. And there, the self-help groups, the community people, I use the word, the community people, the ladies of Bidguli, Podu means village. They all became together. He said, in our village, we will not allow them to do this sort of nuisance by the male members of the society. They form a group. They form a group saying like this, whenever the bus will come from the Chamra district to Bidguli, they will stand at the bus stop. They start searching everybody. And they start searching everybody slowly and steadily. What happened? This bottle system start coming down. First we used to 20 bottles, then became 10 bottles, and finally what happened? It became Pujam bottle. And because of this, you can say like this, these SHG women, the group, the community, what they became, they start investing in the education of children, the health of the children, health of the village, and that brought such a development. They were able to lay the road. The road was laid with the participation of the community. That way, I feel that was the real development made by the community people, by the SHG members, by these tribal people. This happened, idea came from within. We did not give the idea. Idea came from within. It was so beautifully taken. I take just 1 minute more. One day, just add to the development you talked about. One day we went, rather than my SSC team invited me. He said, you are recently joined. What do you want to do? I said, I want to go to the tribal people. Whatever interior. He said, there's a 16, 17 kilometer road is a very bad condition. Your back will go for 6. I said, no problem. We'll go. We'll go there. He said, what is the problem? He said, all the women are anemic. And their HB level is 6.7. And they are not allowing us. Like Dr. Sridhar sir told rightly, these people are very different types of people. It's not that the different that way. Because if we sit with the people, talk with the people, listen to the people, things will happen. No, when we went there, I sat with the people. 2 ladies came. I said, Yark Tamil theriyum, adu mattum var solunga. 2 ladies came. Emma, unna hemoglobin theriyuma? Idu theriyadu. Health checkup பண்ணியாச்சே பண்ணல. 4 வருஷம் முன்னாடி பண்ணிட்டு ஒருவே வந்தாரா ஊசி போட்டாரு. ஊசி போட நல்லா ரத்த நல்ல blood கூட்டி போயிட்டாரு. So then I say, ma, inna check பண்ணலாமா? ஐயோ ஓடி போய் இல்ல முல்ல போயிட்டாரு. So when I told them, you come, you see that, you test my blood. You test my blood. He said, sir, kashtam. I said, you do it. And she was very reluctant to do it. I said, ninge put ma, put simple devices. After putting this, she put the mouth like this and putting everything over ma, over. I say, my hemoglobin level is 14.7. அவருக்கு 14.7 தெரியாது. Then I say, okay, உங்களுக்கு check பண்ணலாமா? He said, sir, the hand like you are coming like this. I said, no, just hold it. Within 1 second, we took 1 drop and poke on the device. And after that, I said, ma, உங்களுக்கு 6.7 hemoglobin. உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா what are the problems? What will happen? You are already pregnant. You already conceived. You already got 3 children. What will happen? At the time of delivery, there will need for the blood. யார் தருவாங்க? உங்க பஸ் காலையில வரும் or சாயங்காலம் ராத்திரிக்கு 8 மணி வரும். He says, sir, இப்போ நான் என்ன நினைச்சேனோ ஒண்ணுமே இல்ல. She brought each and every member of that village. Bedguli, Podu. He brought all the 76 members of the family and the blood test or the hemoglobin test was done in 1 hour. And now those people, they are asking us, Dr. Rajkumar telling, we should not tell them what they want. We go on giving, they go on taking. This is not NGO. This is not CSR. This is not the right way. People say, "Epa, inne veno, Tamil Nadu free bees irke." Itne free bees irke. Ninga paringo. Universal public distribution system is available there. Odd mari, rich, non-rich, well-off, non-well-off, everybody getting rice. What they do with the rice for me? Sir, you will appreciate what they do. They give the rice to Admad. Admad terima? They give to the cattle. So what I want to say is, so this is the system. Why should we give a universal PDS system to each and everybody? Why can't we focus the poorest, the poor people? Why can't make them? If they are getting 20, we can give them 25 kg of rice. You want to give Thorum Parpu, is to 1 kg, give them 2 kg. Let us try to focus on the real section society, like the right selection of the people, which will lead to right selection of the member of SCG, right selection of the government. Certainly it will give a big boost to the economic, social development of the society of Tamil Nadu. With this, we want
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank all the panelists, Swaran sir, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Rajkumar, Mr. Venkat Raman and Mr. Chandrashekar for their time today. And one round of applause from the audience. Thank you for your patience listening. Like Mr. Swaran sir to felicitate.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for Thank you. Thank you all. Sir, what's the matter? I'm glad family member, but today you elected us for
Thank you, sir. There is always a unique idea when you want to give. So, Captain has let us know that on behalf of Rajkumar sir and Fernandez sir, will distribute 500 masks to the needy people in Chennai. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll hand over the stage to Satish.
Packet, they are presenting 500 masks to people. Yeah. Good.
Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent.
Thank you, panelists. That was a wonderful panel session. And now we move on to the final session for the day. We have this final session. Today, we have current CSR scenario and an insight into the National CSR portal by Mr. Krishna Swamy from CSR Spark. Also invite Mr. Nikhil Pant to join us on the stage. I request Mr. Krishna Swamy to take over the session.
Good evening. It's been quite a long day, and maintaining the attention span over such a long period is again very, very difficult. We've had very good sessions. Morning we had 2 hours from Mr. Nikhil Pant. Then we had Dr. Sujata explaining about the SDGs, and of course TVS Plus coming out to the integration of SDGs with. Now we've been hearing a lot of things about CSR right from the morning. The rules, the regulations and everything. Is there any purpose in being a CSR implementing agency? What is the positive scenario available, or what is the negative scenario available? And what is it that I'm supposed to do well in the project?
You'll see how far ahead it is. Organize anything is fucked up compared to any other state.
So unless you know the current scenario, what is happening around, you may not be enthused to get into CSR, put some more effort into it. Now, when you come to the current scenario, you have to start what happened a few years earlier and how it is being reflected now. Financial year 1920, most of whom have been in business will tell you it was not a very easy year, it was a difficult year. For business, it was really difficult. They were already cribbing that nothing was happening, no money, nothing. So we thought CSR is going to be doomed. And suddenly then came the pandemic. Towards the fag end of 1920, the pandemic came in. We thought everything is over. That's tough time. And it was during this period that the government came across with a lot of amendments and notifications to support COVID. If you go through the website of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, you will find, I'll give you that link also. You will find that government has been very proactive in taking money for CSR activities, right up to your oxygen concentrators, to the second phase also. They've been continuously getting into it. And more important was the CSR amendment rules in 2021. Nikhil was mentioning about it, that changed the entire scope of CSR. And that is why he calls it CSR 2.0. Am I right, Nikhil? It's from that only. That's all. So a lot of changes had come. All the definitions had been redefined or defined. What is missing was defined. Then form CSR 1 registration for implementing agencies. They're bringing you into the ambit of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. You are all loosely somewhere else. Either you are a society reporting to the Register of Societies and the Income Tax Act, or a trust just reporting to the income tax and all the other things. So they brought everyone into it. Annual action plan. I think Nikhil didn't have much time to spend on annual action plan. You please go through what is annual action plan. You will know. It is supposed to be a very, very transparent document attached to the CSR policy of any company. I tried Googling for annual action plan in CSR today morning. Hardly any company has come out with an annual action plan. Annual action plan should give you what are the projects that have been to be done, what is the money outlay, the mode of implementation, everything has to be there. Unfortunately, I don't think the companies have started putting it in. Unless otherwise enforced, this is not going to happen. That is one thing. Then, of course, was talking about multi-year projects. Previously, it was not defined how long you can do a project. Every year there was a cutoff. Again, multi-year projects have become, you are given 4 years. While designing a project, you take 4 years. 1 + 3 you can take. Then, of course, the excess spend, failure to spend. Failure to spend, of course, Mr. Nikhil mentioned. Excess spend, again, some people were comfortable by saying that till last year it was not mandatory. They were having that money with them. Now, if you go to claim the excess spend, you will have to reverse that amount which you have not spent previously. That is also there. And Annexure 2 introduced for CSR reporting. It's a new annexure, that's all. Then came the companies' accounts amendment rules, which brought in Form CSR2 for the companies to file. As Nikhil said, only you have to take your Form CSR1, and then with that your interaction with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs ceases, and it is always then after that it is the botheration of the corporate. The important references which you have to have in mind during this particular scenario, the e-book. E-book contains each and every, the Companies Act, the Schedule 7, and you have the rules also there. All the amendments, everything are there. It is maintained by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and IC, Company Secretaries Institute, in the Institute of Company Secretaries. That's all. So all the details are there. Next one is the National CSR Portal. It is a very, very interesting portal, which I will try to open and show you after this presentation. That is again, it is maintained by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Very comprehensive data on what is the money spent, where it is spent, how it is spent, everything is there. And of course, any news is there. And from there also, you have a link to all these act and rules and everything is there. Because CSR Spark, unfortunately, I prepared this sometime earlier. I could have added Lakshya website also. Sorry, Nikhil, your name is, I forgot to mention Lakshya website here as a reference thing. We could, Lakshya also, you got his card and you can do it. So both our websites are informative, more on an advisory base, but you have to register. No money involved in both cases. That's all. The most important thing is this. I just have 4 or 5 slides only, but I'll like to spend some time on all these things. See, 2014-15, the CSR Act came into being. It was only 10,000 crores with about 16,000 companies participating. Now, slowly it has kept on increasing till by 1920, it was 24,864 crores per annum. That is the amount of money available. This is the gold mine which Nikhil was mentioning in the morning. It's a huge gold mine over there. 24,864 crores is that. Now, out of 22,000 companies. Now, Ministry of Corporate Affairs has just now only updated up to 8,633 companies. There are another 14,000 companies are coming there. It has already reached 20,000 crores. So anticipate that by 2021, they should reach somewhere around 40 to 50,000 crores. Now, why, how? Just giving the data is different. Reasoning out why this increase has happened. It is all because of the amendment which we mentioned. In 2021, January, that amendment made CSR compulsory, mandatory. Previously, it was whether you do it or you say why you couldn't do it and keep quiet. Now you are compelled to spend on CSR. That is why the huge jump in CSR. It is very positive point of view. It's very, very positive from the implementing agency point of view. More funds are available. And you might be thinking, no, how do I get the money? You take the top 20 companies within the country, only about 21% on an average they are handling. The remaining money is available with smaller companies and spread all over the country. You need not worry or get discouraged that there is no money available in the market. There is sufficient money available. 20,000 crores, it may go up to 24,000 crores, 40,000 crores. You'll get 30,000 crores at least by this year. Every year it is increasing. That is one thing. So these are the two positive points over here. Next one. TN districts. You can see the geographical disparity, how it is being spread. Chennai has got nearly about 1,000 crores. Previous one, I will just forgot one point. Silently, there has been a milestone crossed. 1 lakh crores of CSR spend, cumulative CSR spend happened in 1920. Nobody talks about it even. Slowly it has happened. So that is one point I missed out. Now this one, you can see the disparity in this districts. Chennai has about 1,000 crores spend total cumulative. Coimbatore comes next. Coimbatore is industrialized, but it does not have any public sector undertaking. You have mostly medium and small scale industries which don't come under CSR. That is, in spite of that, they have been able to do this. Then the next one is Trichy. Trichy, one particular year suddenly has jumped up. In 1920, they have got 96 lakhs. I don't know from where, why, what. I had to check on all those things. Otherwise, they are also much below. And you can see the last one, Tiruvarur, Perambalur, they are in the bottom list, bottom 5. Now, this disparity, how can this be rectified? One is the companies, as you told, don't confine yourself to the local area where you're operating. Try to operate in other places. The companies can contribute in this way. They can have a look at this and start contributing in this area. But how do they contribute? Your implementing agencies should be strong. Unless otherwise you are strong and you're able to perform in these areas are not going to benefit out of CSR. This is what we infer from this particular chart. The next one, again, development sector wise. There are 2-3 points here. You can see development sector wise where all the money goes into. It goes into environment, health, and education. These 3 are the major components. All the others don't get up. Rural development is also to some extent good, but the other 3 are the big ones. Others get a meager amount. So you try to focus with your NGO, your objectives, you try to slightly shift it and see what can be done in these particular areas also. That is one thing. And one more thing, Nikhil was saying today, there is a general feeling that people simply write a check to some fund, specific fund, and just keep quiet. They don't spend, implement this properly. Now, I marked it in red. I don't know, it's come in red. Good. So the ones which I marked in red on the last column, they are the funds which are being serviced by CSR. You can see up to 1920, only 8% of the money was going for such funds. So again, I'm telling you, implementing agencies have a huge role to play, have huge money available. Not everything is going into the funds. Now, since it became mandatory after 2021, it has increased up to 15%. From 8% of the total spend, it has come up to 15%. So with this, this is the current scenario as such. So NGOs or implementing agencies or social entrepreneurs, whoever it is, if you can devise projects suitably and tackle this, it is going to be a It's a real gold mine over there, thousands of crores lying across the country. It's up to you to tap it. Now, where do we get all these data? Very simple. This one particular site. Can you open this site? Type anything now. I'll open it. Now keep visiting this site frequently. You will get more ideas about CSR. So much of information over there. All the tables which I have shown to you, I have mined the data only from here. This site in general is a bit slow, but hopefully it opens well. See, now you have the home page. About CSR is you get the CSR history, the legislation, reports, and gallery. When you go to the report, you can see the report of high-level committee. Sir was mentioning about high-level committee, the reports are there. You don't have to search anywhere. This is where it is. Then when you go to the CSR legislation, everything will come here. All your, see here, section 134, section 135, schedule 3, schedule 7, everything will be here in this. All the schedules will be here, the rules also will be here, that is one thing. When you go to explore CSR data, see, you get a dynamic CSR report. Okay, this any particular year you can choose and take it out. That is one thing. Then company-wise data. Now you have a, unfortunately now they have done away with it. Previous version of this particular website was excellent. You choose Coimbatore district and you'll be able to see all the companies which are doing CSR in Coimbatore district or whichever district, and you can drill into the particular company. Unfortunately, now they're giving only the top 10 companies. Now, suppose you need one particular company. I'll just put TVS. Sorry. See, it comes TVS Capital Fund. All the companies are company. TVS Motor Company Limited, I can open. You know a company is near your place. You want to know whether they are spending on CSR or not. Easiest way is you go there, you get the company name, TVS Motor Company. You get all the details. All the 4-5 years, what are the CSR that they have done, all these things you can get from here. And they're asking for it. 46 plus 17, 63. 63. So you can download the report. This is how it is. Now I go back to the home page. See, news and updates will give you frequent news and updates. Please keep watching this thing. Here you have an interesting character thing here. See, 2021, now they've updated up to 17,000 companies and it has become 24,864 crores. Suddenly they've introduced 2 digits over the 0.11. I don't know, this has happened. Now, when you go down, supposing you want to see just Tamil Nadu, scroll up to Tamil Nadu, click Tamil Nadu. You'll get Tamil Nadu, what is the CSR being spent over there. Within Tamil Nadu, you can go click a particular district, you'll get what is the CSR outlay in that particular district, and you'll get the top 10 companies over there. You click that company, you will get all the details about that company. That's all. So anybody has any doubts in whatever I've said so far? Because I like to wind up and give more time to Nikhil. That's all. I don't want to keep anything too much over here. Any doubt regarding the website or anything? I don't think there should be any doubt. And I was only giving you some statistics. I was not teaching anything, so there should not be any doubts.
In fact, this website is very, very useful that Mr. Krishnaswamy is sharing. Please make a note of it. You will get a lot of information.
Top? Top 10 I can give you, it is still rotating. See, this site is a bit slow. Pardon? It's open now, see. Yes, sir, Tamil Nadu it has come.
You will be able to find out.
Yeah, see, now you can see Zoho Corporation, NLC, Hyundai, all these things are the top 10 companies are there. Now you can go and click here also and get more details. So this is a bit slow. The site itself is a bit slow. I don't want to waste time on it. Now handing over to Nikhil. Okay, shall we give it to, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. But you can have questions. Now we can just have any open questions that you may have. Anything that we couldn't answer in the beginning, or you may have made some notes. Please feel free to ask. Oh, yes. So if that presentation can be put back, can my presentation be put back? So when you're talking about admin expenditure, please understand.
Where is the change? The changes is there.
So basically, there are two types of administrative expenses. One is that the company incurs to manage CSR. And the other is the admin expenses that the NGO incurs to manage the project. To Captain, just again re-emphasizing, there are two types of admin expenses. Let's have the concept very clear. One is, suppose I am the donor and you are the NGO. Okay, fine. Let's go to this one. Yep. And maybe if this lights can be put off this one, so it will become a little better. So before you look at the chart, and as I said, I will share everything with you. Just log into that website, just become a member there, and we'll just share all the documents. There's no worries at all. One is, I am the donor and suppose you are the receiver. So I give you funds. I have a 100 rupee budget and I have to spend that, and I can keep 5 rupees. I can spend 95 rupees. Now this 5 rupees is my money to manage this 95 basically. And so the government is saying, if you spend that 95, if you spend all of that money, then I can use 5 rupees. But if you can't, then it is 5% of whatever you are spending. Because the logic of this 5 is to manage the remaining. Now, when I give it to you, you as an NGO are now running a project. So then there is project related administration. That is for the NGO to take it as an approval in the project out of the 95 rupees. And it could normally range between, which I've seen 7 to 8%, not more than that corporates are willing to give you. So that is a separate thing where the compliance doesn't come in at all. It is between the NGO and the corporate. This 5% is for the corporates to keep in mind when they are doing general management and administration of CSR. This is, I've mentioned, general management and administration of CSR. It includes these activities. And basically these activities are meant to manage this. But here when they are NGOs implementing the project, there is going to be some administrative expenses, which is different. I hope this is clear to everyone. One is management of CSR related admin, the other is project related admin. One is corporate level admin, the other is NGO level admin. Any other questions? Yes. I think if a mic could go there, yeah. I know it's been a long day and I don't know how much absorption has finally happened, but doesn't matter. This was, tried to deconstruct it in a very simplified way, but we will be in touch and happy to answer your queries. Yes.
Yeah. So we are running an ongoing project.
Right.
So in that case,
so you may, when you say we means you're a corporate?
No, we are not corporate. We are an NGO.
Okay.
Now our projects are ongoing projects. We support for education. So we receive funds. Say for example, this month, can we show the expenses of the past months, of the retrospective payments to the parties? Means the.
I'm not able to understand. Typically, can you just specify?
Sure. Okay. So.
No. No, but the money that you're getting in financial year 22-23
this
is for the budget of this CSR budget.
Yeah.
So where do you want to show?
If I explain it, with an example, this month, say for July, I receive a payment from a from my CSR partner.
So you receive some money this July.
This July.
Is that for a project which is of the CSR budget of 22-23?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. This is an ongoing project. For example, we are supporting for the education. Means we are paid.
No, so 1 minute. 1 minute. So if it is 22-23, you are getting money for an ongoing project.
Yes.
Then in that case, this money is part of the previous year financial year. Then, if it's an ongoing project, please understand. Okay. Suppose March 31st, you have ended a project. Sorry, a year, and 80 rupees you've been able to spend, and 20 rupees has gone from the main account of the bank to the unspent CSRA account. 20 rupees has gone. Now that 20 rupees can be spent by the corporate over 3 years. Out of that, this July, out of that 20 rupees, they've given you some money, but this 20 is part of FY 21-22 budget and not 22-23. 22-23 budget could be another project.
Okay, so even in this case, let it be like 21-22 itself. So they are giving the amount for July.
Because if it's an ongoing project and you are in 22-23, and ongoing can only be from a previous year. Because right now it is, how can it be ongoing for this year? This year is still running.
So our project runs for 3 years. We support for the education for the 3 years or 4 years, right? So we claim it like an ongoing project.
So you have to first understand an ongoing project is a multi-year project.
For the NGOs, I'm talking from the NGO.
For an NGO, this is a matter of compliance for the corporate, not yours.
Okay.
You should, if you are receiving funds in July, you can receive funds this July. Let me put it like that, in two situations. Situation A and situation B, right? Situation A could be an ongoing project, unfinished project of FY 21-22, where some unspent money was put into unspent CSRA account, and that money is given to you as part of an ongoing project which can continue for 3 years. Out of which 22-23 is the first of those extra years. You will get 2 more years after this. The second option is you can get some money this July out of a budget of a fresh project which is built to the CSR of 22-23.
Okay.
These are two situations.
Okay. So my question is slightly different. Let me be specific on this, on a selfish interest. It's working. So my question is on a very selfish interest. For example, July, I received the payment. Can I, actually we've been asked to submit the bills to the CSR partners. Can I submit the bill of, say, for example, April month bill? Can I submit here in this case?
In July?
In July only I received the payment.
Yes, you can. Because, you are in this financial year. When did the activity happen?
Activity happened on April or no?
Which is fair enough. As it is, April is this financial year.
But, this, the partners has paid us only by the, by this month, but the activity happened 2 months before that.
And when was the MOU signed?
MOU signed on July only.
And in the MOU signed, did you write effective from 1st April or did it sign effective from July?
No, so in MOU, they are not giving like, it happens only on the current date.
So be very careful. So when you sign right now, the stamp paper will be today's date.
Correct. Yeah.
The date of signing is MOU today date, but make sure you write in the MOU effective from 1st April 2022 to, otherwise your April, May, June, you cannot bill.
Right. Okay. So if I write it in MOU, even the stamp paper says it is on the today's date.
No, so the stamp paper will be today.
Today's date.
The date of signing will be today. But you will say effective from 1st April till 31st March. That you can do.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So one more question.
Is that okay? That clears your?
This is absolutely answered this question. And second is this admin expenses is something like mandatory. We have to share it to the partners, or it's something an optional.
What this admin of the NGO
of the NGO.
It will be part of your project proposal to the corporate.
But it's my imperative to share this.
Yes. When you are developing your detailed project report or DPR or project proposal, you should discuss and negotiate. So like in my NGO, normally I put a 5% cost where I have office rent, stationery of my NGO, project office as well as my headquarter office. I can have a project office in a site and I can have a headquarter office which can manage. I have a team headquarter that goes to manage. I have transport and all, but what I do in a smart way, I try and I don't put my transport cost in my 5%, I put it into M&E cost. So also be very judicious where you are putting your cost so that the corporate doesn't feel also that you're asking too much of admin expense, because their auditors will stop you. When they see admin going up, it seems that they feel that the NGO is taking this money for itself. I have seen this in this thing. The moment it goes up. So the line item that you are mentioning on the cost sheet, make sure you are very, very comprehensive. And that's why I said, sheets like this we are teaching in this course that we conduct. And it is very important for you to understand how the corporate will audit it. And so you don't make the wrong proposal. Once you've made it, you can't take it back also, because then the corporate will think that this guy is a little shady. Why is he changing his stance? Yes.
So this 5% is the common cost that you're talking about. This 5% is the common cost that you're talking about, like rent for your office.
Right, as part of the NGO cost. Rather.
As part of the NGO cost. Is it essential to give supporting bills?
Not really, no, not really.
Right? So the
not
5%.
really, but you need to. So again, I'll give you two examples, Radha. One is that if you are implementing a project where you are saying that this 5% will include rent, it will include, say, Zoom subscription, at all of that, you will still need to have those bills with yourself as you submit those bills to your CA for your CA to certify that you have spent this much. Otherwise, the CA will be a little shaky.
So it is apportioned in many cases because it's a common cost and shared cost.
Yes.
So between 5 projects, I may be apportioning portions.
So what I do is I have one headquarter office and I have got 10 projects running. In all 10 of them, I put 5% as my admin.
Exactly.
And depending upon where the money is coming from in which month, like is on track, I put that office rent into that or something into that, as long as I'm able to justify that 5% right across. So always be a little, give yourself elbow room in your admin. Write down the things which will be covered under 5%, but don't be very specific on each item.
Yeah.
That is important, I feel.
And
but there is
sometimes-
another interesting thing. I had a good experience this time. One of the donors during COVID gave us some funds to set up oxygen plants. And those were reasonably good amount of funds. So when we did that, and I said, Ki, then they said, no, the vendor we have already selected, but we want you to front end as an NGO. So they gave us about 4 to 5 crores. That was good amount of money they gave because huge, large oxygen plants had to be set up. So 5% of that was about 18 to 19 or to 20 lakh rupees, which is a substantial amount, my own NGO's expenses. So I consulted my CA and then I consulted them also. They said, you can mention this as admin expenses of your NGO and write down what all costs it will take, but I will not ask you to submit bills because you're handling a huge thing. Large accountability.
Right.
Then I checked with my CA also. My CA also said that in this case, you are only procuring from the vendor and deploying it in the district hospital. We will be able to show this as administrative expenses for the NGO and maybe hold it with us as not to be spent money. Please understand, somebody was asking me a question in the morning about corpus and all of that. How do we do this cash flow management? So sometimes a judicious thing is to do some of these projects where your CA will then permit you to keep this money as a cash flow. Now I'm in this financial year and I'm finding that I'm hitting July and a lot of my MOUs are yet to be signed. So though the money has not come in for 4 months, even though I'm saying activity covered from April, but I have money in my bank account. Because if I have money in my bank account, I can pay my salaries. Otherwise my NGO team people will leave. For them, it is a job. So when I am managing my NGO, I have to, the key point I have learned in 30 years of my experience is your cash flow management. If you cannot manage your cash flow, you are doomed. And you may have the best of donors, you may have the best of work, somewhere it will get stuck up, which is maybe nobody's fault. I'm telling you. I had people who had given approval of everything and the person passed away in COVID. And again, the whole cycle began. Thankfully, some cash flow was there and we could survive. So I also keep telling people another important learning from my life is do your CSR work or development work or rather any work with good intention. Never have intention of being dishonest. God Almighty will take care of you.
Yeah.
I have seen this in my life. You will find in our case, this corporate which gave us this huge project, this oxygen plant wala project, I'm not naming the company, the head CSR, that lady, she expired in COVID. And for us, she came as an angel. I call her an angel. She gave us the project. She knew me for a long while and I used to help her. She gave us good amount of funds, out of which this 5% helped my NGO stabilize. And by the time I was reporting to her, I came to know she's in ICU with her husband. 3 days later, I get a message. She's passed away. This was about June last year. But she left and she's given us cash flow. So I was telling my team, so there was this angel who came in our lives and she gave us this fund because we were doing good work and we had also helped their organization in pro bono ways. So I also do another thing. Wherever I get a chance, I try and help people. Please keep developing your fixed deposit of goodwill. Always never be too this thing finicky on money all the time. Do some goodwill also. Get some brownie points from the higher ups, the divine forces. They will help you in difficult times. This is again thing which is not part of any gazette notification. This is divine notification. Ultimately, divine notification is of great help I am sending you. Swaran Singh ji, you are given thumbs up now. This is, I have learned this. My father, he was also an IS officer, retired 61 batch. He's my mentor. He would always tell me this. That Nikhil, whatever laws, rules, gazette, this, ultimate arbiter is right above us. If your intention is good, something will happen, some angel will come, some way will happen, you will reach your goal. So for NGOs, I'm telling, don't lose heart ever. Be very determined in your work. Be very thorough with your work. 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10, you will be disappointed. But that 11th time will take care of all the previous disappointment when success will come. But keep at it. Because if your intention was to do good, you then become a medium of the Almighty. You become the madhyam. In Hindi, we call it madhyam. You become the medium. So I hope that answers some of the... Yes, sure.
Normally for any company, if they buy a product or an equipment, there is a GST. There's an input credit. When an NGO purchases any item, we have to pay the GST.
You will not stop asking me tricky questions. Even at 4:30 in the evening. Good one, yes.
So we are becoming really...
So first of all, my counter question to you, do you have a GST with your NGO?
No.
So I also, because this GST business is a very tricky one, I'm telling, because different areas, we are getting different kind of,
slabs.
No, different tribunals are giving different kinds of judgments. So what I'm trying to tell NGOs is this, that try to be away from this GST business. Because if I am the NGO and I take money from somebody, I am serving the community. I am not serving the corporate. So for me, if I get 100 rupees as funding, and if I hire a vendor, then the GST of the vendor is part of this 100 rupees. And then that's the end of my role into it. So I'm an NGO, you are my funder, and my community is there. So I will take money from you and I will serve the community. In the MOU, make sure you don't write, I will give branding to you. Don't do that mistake. Because the GST inspector will look at the MOU and say, oh, so you took grant and you're actually serving the donor. So I will put 18% GST and they will ask the NGO. And the NGO has not built for the GST because they don't have GST, but they don't understand what is happening. So make sure there is no clause of this service to some branding logo shogo at all. So you take, never mention, never know a word invoicing, all of that should be avoided for the NGO. And now I will serve the community. So now the 100 rupees that I get, and while I'm spending this 100 rupees, suppose I hire a consultant from outside and that consultant has GST. So the cost I pay to the consultant should be part of this 100 rupees subset. It can't go beyond 100. My 100 includes all the liabilities of the NGO. Huh? No, because you are not paying GST. No? An NGO is not then paying GST. Then you could, but then again, but then some NGOs do consulting also. And then they have two areas. Please remember, you can also do GST. Like I was in IICA, and IICA does consulting, and it's in 1860 society. So your chartered accountant will tell you, then there are two parts of your accounting. One is the business part of the accounting where 12A 80G doesn't apply, where you'll be taxed also. The other is your donation kinds, grants kind, where 12A 80G comes in. But I somehow feel that if you have too much of this happening, then the GST guy and the income tax guy and all of them, they start salivating, you know, in different ways.
We got both.
So you have got both.
What happened, the donor when he's come is under MOU. One check come to the bank, he's got nothing to do. Whatever transaction we do with the service provider, he charges GST. If GST is applicable to them,
Right. Right. So there are ways to do it.
Total overall.
Right.
We don't worry about
But generally, I just try and advise the NGOs, if you can avoid taking GST, it is better because
wherever you should be paid.
Yes, yes, absolutely. In case of NGOs, if you are not doing, like in case of MMA, you must also be engaging in consulting work, I'm sure. That's why you charge like an IICA. But see, an MMA is a bigger organization. A lot of these NGOs, you know, they then get lost. Oh, very difficult. I'm telling you. Yeah. Then the CA will make them go mad, and the kind of expenses that you will. So here your answer would be that we avoid it as much as we can. But if you still, then the whole thing will come into play. Okay. Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, there's a lady there.
Thank you, sir. So my question is related to the admin cost again, and it is in.
Where are you from?
I represent the Directorate of Social Defense. I practice communication and public-private partnership. So this is a general question I have, and the point is that we have a cap of 5% when it comes to admin cost for the company, right? So is there a similar cap for the organization, for the implementing agency? No. So it can be even 50% they could?
No, you try doing it and you will not get it.
Yeah, definitely they won't be getting the proposals of across.
So there is no cap per se from the compliance point of view, but from the principles of financial practice, etc., you will not get more than 7 to 8% from the donor's approval side.
Okay. So 15 to 20%, is that an average or?
Not 15 to 20, I said 5 to 7%.
5 to 7.
Of your project cost.
So we have these LLPs which actually do the implementing for CSR. So we had Indeed, such organizations.
So LLP means they are consultants.
Section 8. Section 8.
Section 8 is not an LLP.
Sorry, Section 8 and LLP. They charge like 15 to 20% of admin cost. So my clarification is.
1 minute. Don't mix the two.
Okay.
Section 8 is one of those 3 entities that we discussed.
Yeah.
I'll just show that to you again, maybe. If where that this thing was there. I think this one. So what you are saying is, don't mix the two is what I would say. This one, the 3 entities which can do CSR is this: the trust, the society, and Section 8. You're mentioning there is no LLP here. Okay, so don't mix it with the LLP. Now ask me the question.
So there is also an option for implementing agencies to be registered as LLP, because we had a setup called Indeed, which was a wing of Tensio International, which was functioning, and there was a practice of
So an LLP could get converted into a Section 8, or a partnership firm can also become a Section 8. Those provisionings are there as far as I'm able to understand, but your chartered accountant will guide you. But I think you can convert it. You will have to convert it and then register it as a Section 8.
Okay.
I think you can, no? And then you come into this category, and then you can seek funding. But then if you go for 15 to 18, 20%, maybe the donor may not like to give you that, is what I'm saying.
I understand.
Yeah.
So my next related question is that if the company, say for example, an XYZ MNC has its own foundation, being registered as a trust or a society. So does this 5% admin cost apply for their own foundation, or it is just for the company? So
No,
it is
the
that
5%
it is.
is for the company. The 5% is for the company. This is what I said in the morning again. This 5% is is to manage this 95%. Please understand the logic. I'm a math teacher also. I will tell you 2 plus 2, why is it 4? So just be patient. To manage this 95, I need to have an office. I need to have a policy. I need to have some stationery in my office. I need to have a stapler in my table, right? Now the law says, the rule says, if you spend this 90, this whole as 100, then I can give you 5 to manage this spending. Otherwise, whatever you spend, 5% of that I will give you for this. So this is with the company to manage this spending, where there are 3 verticals of designing the projects, implementing the projects, and monitoring the project. Now, when I am implementing the project and I have a project office as an NGO, I will also have an administrative expense, which is from here to here to roll it out. That can vary from what I am discussing. It is different from this 5%. Is it clear now to everyone? These are 2 different levels of admin expenses.
Sure, sir. Thank you for the clarification. So my understanding is that so the admin cost can be replicated. If it is my own foundation also, I take the 5%. And again, the foundation can charge its own admin cost, right?
So now you're mixing too many things too fast. Go slow. Do some pranayam. Slowly breathing. Here, if this is given to your own foundation, and there was, I think, TVS, which was, they asked a question in the morning, they gave all 100%, they said. Were you there in the morning?
Sorry, I had come only in the afternoon.
Ah, so you missed the BTech version, I think. So therefore, so you need to hear the video also. I will very quickly do this because we are running out of time, because I'm just repeating the same thing right now. If you give it to your foundation fully, then the whole money is with the foundation, and then depending upon where the activities are happening, they can bill it either here or here or here. And I gave that answer to the Srinivasan trust person who was there. Yes. Maybe he will then further answer you, because he's in Chennai, you are in Chennai, I'm flying to Delhi today. But the video is available online. You will get to understand. Okay. Don't mix up the two. The foundation can be the NGO. It could be directly implementing. And if it is directly implementing that foundation, like a TVS maybe, then that part of that project could be an implementation project, and it can have a separate percentage of admin. Project admin is different from CSR management admin. Just understand this as a basic concept. Then further go down depending upon the given situation.
Get it. Thank you, sir.
All right.
When it comes to NGO, any transfer, this 5 is 90% for each transfer. What is the difference? When you say more digital, NGOs make a transfer to any vendor. Immediately there's a charge.
That who charges? Google charges, huh?
No. Google Pay, we are not eligible. That's what the banking.
So like that's a different trajectory right now. Let's not go into this. Any more questions?
Sir,
yes.
Sir, this is with respect to that ongoing projects. Sir.
Yes. We can't hear you.
This is with respect to ongoing projects definition. Right. Normally, as per the provisions.
Can we just have silence, because we're just going to about to end the session? Last couple of questions.
Yeah, this is
last 2 questions.
Yeah, as per provision. We normally when we anticipate that the particular project cost exceeds 1 crore, then it will be treated as an ongoing project.
No. Ongoing will be there if it crosses if it is a multi-year project, and the year means going beyond the financial.
And that's why I want to add, it's going to be more than 1 crore, and it's going to cross more than 1 financial year.
The money aspect of 1 crore is valid only for impact assessment.
Impact, okay.
Yes, if you have a project of 1 crore or more, and your overall budget is 10 crore or more in the last 3 years together, then you qualify for impact assessment, and then you get this budget of 5% or 50 lakhs.
Understood.
Those are 2 different things. Huh?
Okay. So my question is, see, this particular projects qualifies for this ongoing project, and this project is funded by 2 donors. One whose obligation is more than 10 crores, Another obligation is less than 10 crores. In such case, whether this impact assessment will be eligible for this particular project?
So this is an interesting one. So if the project, see, there are two funders you are saying.
Exactly.
And funder one's budget is not 1 crore, or is it 1 crore? Or both add up to become 1 crore?
Yeah, this project is more than 1 crore.
So technically speaking, what the law says is that if I am the donor and if I'm spending 1 crore or more, then my contribution is applicable for impact assessment. So this is easier said than done, because if I'm contributing and somebody else is also contributing, then there is a khichdi situation there.
Yeah, it's a 50% is contribution from one person and another by 50%.
I think, if the overall project size goes beyond 1 crore, it will be wise for both of them to come in to then manage and do an impact assessment, because there is no harm in doing it. See, whenever you are in doubt, go beyond compliance, so that tomorrow the ROC doesn't send you a scrutiny notice, because there's some babu sitting over there who will not understand logic.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Independent it will be an independent agency to be hired by the corporate through an RFP. But an independent agency. Yes, paid out of the project cost. The B column. And here also, please remember, impact assessment has to happen 1 year after the ending of the project.
True.
And you don't have to do it in the same year. You can do it after some time also. But the projects where the impact will get dissipated fast, you should do it first. Like, for example, the skilling projects. 3 months people go away. Then it is very difficult to find them. Okay, I guess.
Another half an hour, then you can have Nikhil for one more day. He'll miss.
So one final question, sir. Last question, yes, mine. Sir, actually, we recently, I discussed the same last week actually with you. So, district administration invite our HRs, company HRs, and they had a meeting recently, and they say that they have set up a CSR account. They say that we have to transfer some funds to that. Please let me finish, sir. Yes. Okay, so as per my knowledge, I say that it's no, but they are saying that it's mandate to do. So what should we do? And second thing, will it comes under this fifth one, the vehicle of the PM Care? It doesn't actually, but they are saying that they will give some certificates.
So Sujain,
yes,
you had asked this question in our group.
Yes.
And I had given the answer also.
Yes.
That please show the district collector that if he is not understanding your language, that he can't take the money in his account, the government account, please show him the gazette notification. Maybe he will understand the government language.
Which collector?
Where
Trichy.
There is some DC who says he wants money in the government account. So I said, if he doesn't understand your English or Tamil, show him gazette notification in any of the language, and then tell him, sir, give me in writing.
I had this problem.
He will not come back to you. Because see, this is clearly listed. Now the gazette notification lists.
Yes.
He can set up an NGO of the government under this category. I will just show you. You can also tell him, sir, if you want the money, I can try and mobilize it, but it has to be this activity, this one. Otherwise, I can't give it to you. I can give you gift to this fund, and this again is a central fund. These are all central funds. Or I can do this, which is again government specified. He or she cannot ask you randomly. Just show them the gazette notification. Then they can't. This is the beauty. A lot of corporates keep telling me, especially public sectors, ki bahut pressure hai, members of parliament are pressurizing us. I tell them, just write them an official email, send the gazette notification, and CC your chairman. Nobody can open their mouth because nobody would like to ask you to do something in writing which is against the law. They will lose their job. So please be vigilant, keep a vigil on the right thing. Do not just succumb to somebody's pressure and present the right information to them. Then they will not push you. Maybe they will appreciate you more. Because also tell them that, sir, bullet number 3 we can manage, sir. If you can set up, you set it up today, because it doesn't have to be 3 years old also. It doesn't have to be 3-year-old also. Then tell him a solution also. But he can't compel you to do something which is not possible. Which is
same
illegal.
thing, I had a problem last week. I was called up to the commissioner's office in Coimbatore Corporation. Namakku Namai Thittam, he has given up. Okay. He says 30% you give to the government, remaining 70% we'll put and review the project. We'll do the project. Okay. He asked me, wow, is it possible? I told him, you will never get CSR money for this and it is not eligible. You have to come under a project mode and it has to be done by some implementing agency. You give that 70% to an NGO, give that, ask the corporate to give 30%, it will happen. But if you want the money to come into your government account, it will not happen. Please don't do it. Very clear. See, clear as chonangidi pesa mudada.
So I'll tell you, Sujin, we don't want to take up a fight with them also. Tell them that, sir, this is not possible, but this is the way it can be done. Educate them, very rightly said, educate them, but for that you need to be educated. So that's what I've been telling since the morning. Otherwise, you will get under the pressure situation. So thank you so much, everybody. I think we had a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnaswamy and Mr. Nikhil Pant for that wonderful session. May I now request Mr. Swaran Singh IAS to do the honors for Mr. Krishnaswamy. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for a wonderful session.
I hope all of you had some learning. Now going back, the notes are very important. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I now request you all to rise for national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind.
Thank you.